Chapter 1 Rebirth in the Flames. Crackle. The searing fire licked across every inch of his skin, its crimson blaze devouring the torn wounds upon his body. Lin's eyes, bloodshot and fierce, burned with determination as he used the last of his strength to push the child in his arms beyond the wall of fire. His knees buckled, and he half collapsed onto the scorched ground. The ravenous flames blackened his flesh, the agony so unrelenting that he could no longer rise. His vision blurred not only from the warped, blistering air, but also from the ebbing of his consciousness. Darkness swallowed his world, the fire's bite dulled, fading into nothingness. He didn't know how much time had passed when awareness returned. Warm light surrounded him, his eyes fluttered open, his lips moving but only a baby's soft gurgles spilled forth. I was reborn. Lin lifted his chubby hands, staring in bewilderment through wide, innocent eyes. Before he could process it, a pair of slender, wrinkled hands that seemed not quite human scooped him up. Their owner placed him carefully beside a breathtaking woman with golden hair and obsidian eyes. Exhaustion written upon her delicate features, she drifted into peaceful sleep after confirming her newborn son was safe. Lin lay on the pillow, staring at the ceiling, struggling to accept this impossible reality. At last, fatigue overcame him. His small eyes closed, and he too fell into slumber. Years slipped by, one after another, as swiftly as Merlin changes his stockings. In the blink of an eye, 11 years had passed since Lin's rebirth into this world. 1990, England, the Royal Estate. The estate stretched like a relic of the Middle Ages, vast, magnificent, and solemn. At its center loomed a weathered castle, its outer walls etched with the passage of centuries. Yet within, the halls glittered with elegance, renovated in step with modern times. On the castle's second floor, in a chamber overlooking the grounds, Lin stood before a gilded full-length mirror. The reflection was that of a boy with features still touched by youth, yet eyes of deep crimson gleamed with a maturity beyond his years. His dark hair shimmered faintly, streaked with natural red undertones that caught the light like hidden flame. In this world, his name was Lin Raoul, a scion of one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. Yes, this world was none other than the wizarding realm of Harry Potter, and those wrinkled, inhuman hands that first carried him at birth had belonged to the Royal family's house elf, Gale. Adjusting his tie with deliberate care, Lin let his gaze shift from the mirror. Sharp tapping suddenly sounded against the window. An owl hovered outside, wings spread, beak clamped tightly around an envelope. At last, Lin murmured, crimson eyes brightening with a flicker of suppressed delight. He threw open the window, letting the gray-feathered creature inside. Taking the letter, he turned it over in his hands. The thick parchment bore an address inked in emerald green. Mr. Lin Raoul. The castle, second floor, windowed room. Royal Estate. So precise, the same old formula. A faint smile tugged at Lin's lips. Flipping it, he found the crimson wax seal stamped with a shield, the letter H circled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Having read Harry Potter more than once in his former life, Lin could recognize Hogwarts' crest at a glance. Though he knew nearly every word the letter contained, his fingers trembled slightly as he drew out the first sheet. Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mug, Wump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Grand Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Raoul, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September the 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Lin carefully unfolded the second sheet, which listed his required robes, books, wand and other supplies. Committing them to memory, he slid both letters back into the envelope. Ha! He exhaled softly, lips curving as his eyes gleamed with a mixture of anticipation and resolve. Lin let out a long breath. Though he had prepared himself for this day, when the Hogwarts acceptance letter truly arrived before him, it still felt like waking from a dream. And then excitement surged. After all, what fan of Hogwarts hadn't imagined, as a child, receiving that very letter? Snap! Carefully tucking the envelope into his pocket, Lin lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. With a crack, the house elf Gale appeared before him in the hall of Roll Manor. The elf wore a neat blue and white pillowcase. Though its face was wrinkled and unsightly, the spotless fabric and the smooth, unblemished skin made it look surprisingly tidy. Chapter 2: Rosewood grafted on Wutalm, fire to burn the seas. Walking down the cobbled street of Diagon Alley, Lin unfolded the list once more. First stop, Gringotts to withdraw some gold. After that Ollivander's wand shop, he thought, feeling the rusted key in his pocket. Among the many shops, none drew him more than the one selling wands, the instruments that would channel his magic and sharpen his control. Before long, a snow-white building crowned with bronze doors rose before him. Etched into the gates were 3 bold characters, Gringotts. On either side stood goblins clad in crimson and gold uniforms. At the sight of Gale behind Lin, they instantly recognized him as a pure-blood heir and greeted him with obsequious smiles. To these greedy creatures, gold was everything, and the vaults of the old pure-blood families made their young scions honored guests indeed. Adjusting his collar, Lin stepped past the bronze gates. As he neared the second set of silver doors, words carved deep into the metal caught his eye. "Enter, stranger, but beware. The price of greed is heavy. Those who take without earning shall suffer punishment most severe. If you would steal from our vaults what was never yours to claim, know this warning, thief. You'll summon not treasure but ruin." Lin only smiled faintly. Greed? A word that suited goblins better than anyone else. In his mind, the inscription might serve them well as a mirror. In truth, only power could guard wealth. Without enough strength of one's own, all that one held dear would be taken, leaving nothing but despair. Inside Gringotts, Lin handed over the key. A goblin ushered him into a cart, and soon they were speeding along the rails into the depths below. The cart rattled at a furious pace, cold wind whipping across his face. Then, in the blink of an eye, a torrent of water came crashing down, drenching him completely. This was the thief's downfall, a waterfall designed to wash away spells and strip off magical disguises. Ordinary masks or tricks without enchantment, however, would pass unnoticed. Before Lin or Gale could react, the goblin driving snapped his fingers, a charm drying Lin's robes at once. Not long after, a massive dragon loomed into view. At the sight of intruders, it bared its fangs, ready to spew fire. But the goblin drew a small metal token from his robes and shook it in the air. A sharp, ringing ding, ding echoed through the cavern. The dragon froze, then let out a hoarse roar of pain, retreating step by step into the shadows. "Our honored guest," the goblin explained smoothly, "this beast has been conditioned to fear the sound of a clank token. The moment it hears the ring, it remembers the pain and dares not attack." The goblin explained everything patiently, and Lin gave a slight nod to show his understanding. Before long, they reached the Roll family's vault. The goblin pressed his palm to the door, which dissolved into nothingness. At once, a golden radiance blazed out, so dazzling it nearly blinded Lin. Though he had imagined the Roll fortune, the sight of it left him shaken. Towers of galleons rose like small mountains, while rare artifacts and treasures littered the ground in abundance. He drew out a pouch woven with undetectable extension charms, and swept thousands of galleons into it. Yet even after that, the golden mound remained as though untouched, evidence of just how vast this hoard truly was. Once finished, Lin and Gale returned smoothly to the surface and stepped out of Gringotts. On the way, Lin stopped at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, buying a cup of chocolate with chopped nuts each for himself and Gale. Afterward, he made his way to Ollivander's. The wand shop looked small and shabby from the outside, its golden, lettered sign worn and peeling. Ollivander's, makers of fine wands, since 382 BC. In the window sat a single wand on a faded purple cushion. Pushing open the door, Lin was met with towering shelves crammed to the ceiling with thousands of slender boxes. "Good afternoon. You must be the wand maker, Mr. Ollivander?" he asked politely. An elderly man with pale, shining eyes appeared, smiling. "Indeed I am. Good afternoon, young wizard." "My name is Lin Rowell," Lin replied with a nod. "I've come to purchase a wand." "Mr. Ollivander did not look surprised. He pulled a silver-marked tape measure from his pocket and began to take Lin's measurements. Of course. Every young witch or wizard who comes here seeks the wand destined for them. Now then, Mr. Roll, tell me, which arm do you use to wield your magic? He asked while measuring. As he worked, his voice carried quiet pride. Every Ollivander wand contains the essence of rare magical substances, that is its heart. Unicorn hair, phoenix feather, dragon heartstring. Each wand is unique, for no magical creature is ever the same. Remember this well, Mr. Roll. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, never the other way around. Chapter 3. Silent Casting, a Strong Affinity with Flame. That will be 7 galleons, thank you, said Mr. Ollivander once the wand had chosen its master. Lynn motioned for Gale, who carried his purse, to pay. With his wand secured, Lynn and Gale visited the other Diagon Alley shops, Flourish and Blotts, Madame Malkin's robes, and Potted's cauldrons to purchase everything listed on his school requirements. He did not, however, buy a pet from the magical menagerie or Elup's Owl Emporium. To him, a familiar was unnecessary for now. As for sending letters, there was no need for a personal owl. He had Gale at Roll Manor, swift and reliable, and at Hogwarts he could always use the school's owlery atop the West Tower. Once their shopping was complete, Lynn asked Gale to apparate them back to Roll Manor. "Mother, I'm back." "Here's the key," Lynn said, handing over the vault key. Rowena accepted it with a smile, eyes soft. "Good. Now, go on and sort your new supplies. I know you've been eager." Lynn chuckled sheepishly, for she was right. After all, he could hardly wait to lay everything out neatly. Hurrying upstairs to his own chamber, he pulled a small, black satchel from under his wide desk. Its surface bore faint crimson patterns, and like his money pouch, it too had been charmed with an extension spell, its interior vast as 10 large trunks combined. Lynn unpacked the items he had bought one by one, laying them out from the original bags and sorting them into neat categories. Magical texts, potion ingredients, cauldrons and other tools, protective gear, and finally, his new robes. First came the potion supplies. Beyond the standard ingredients required for first years, Lynn had purchased extras with foresight: ashwinder eggs, horseradish, squill bulbs, tincture of thyme, okumi eggshell, powdered rue, all components used in brewing Felix Felicis, the fabled liquid luck. Though he didn't yet know the brewing process, his past life familiarity with chemistry gave him confidence that, in time, he would be able to master it. And besides, while these ingredients were costly, to the Roll family they were a mere trifle. Many a celebrated potions master, after all, had risen from foundations built on mountains of gold. Once the ingredients were stowed carefully in his satchel, Lynn moved on to his other magical tools. Every item, equipment and protective gear alike, had been purchased at the highest quality, with spares prepared just in case. He had also stocked useful potions, such as Essence of Dittany, for emergencies. Next came the textbooks. Instead of immediately packing them, Lynn arranged them neatly on the shelf. He wasn't the sort to compete with a study tyrant like Hermione, but if he could grasp some magic ahead of term, why wouldn't he? After all, mastering spells early meant he could slack off a little in class. Smiling at the thought, he drew out the standard book of spells, grade 1. With one hand he flipped it open, and with the other he drew his wand. Lumos. Following the incantation and wand movement described, he cast his very first charm. A faint white glow blossomed at the wand's tip. It was weak, barely enough to light his bedroom, but it was still light. Nox. The glow winked out. Even this simplest of spells filled him with wonder. So this is magic. His eyes gleamed with reflected light. Win, Guardium Leviosa. He pointed at a quill on the table. With a twitch of his wand, the feather gave a startled hop into the air, shivered, then flopped back down. A failure. Yet Lynn felt no discouragement. It was his first attempt. He kept practicing, repeating the swish and flick, refining his intent. Half an hour later, he could finally hold a book hovering 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Nowhere near Ron Weasley's feat of levitating a troll's club in the original story, but that wasn't a matter of talent. Magic was rooted in will, and Ron's desperate desire at that moment had forced a miracle from the spell. The afternoon slipped away as Lynn practiced one simple charm after another, starting with those most familiar to him from his past life. Eventually, his standard book of spells fell open to the page on the fire-making charm. Gale, Lynn called, eyes sparking with excitement, clear out the back garden. I need space for practice. Chapter 4. Platform 9 3/4, First Encounter with the Weasley Twins. Crimson flames roared in the manor's back garden. Even standing at a distance, Lynn could feel waves of heat rolling toward him. This fire doesn't seem to harm me. Thought came unbidden as he stared into the blaze. Tentatively, he reached out. A sting of burning heat brushed his skin, but that was all. The fire seared, yet it could not wound him. This was no ordinary effect of the fire-making charm. Magical flames summoned by that incantation should consume anything in reach, friend or foe alike. Yet before Lin, it bent as though recognizing its master. One small tongue of fire even crept onto his palm, dancing harmlessly at his fingertips. Lin was startled. True, there were spells that could shield a wizard from flame. Grindelwald himself had forged a legendary fire shield, merging fiend fire with the Protego charm to turn cursed flames into his weapon. But what Lin had cast was nothing so advanced. His was a mere fire charm, plain and unremarkable. And still it bowed to him. Against wood or cloth, the blaze devoured as any fire would. Against him it faltered. So is the problem me? Lin frowned, but he was not the sort to blunder ahead blindly. When faced with mysteries beyond his grasp, he would seek counsel rather than court disaster. Extinguishing the flames, he returned to the castle and sought out his mother, Roina. After hearing his account, Roina considered a moment before drawing a willow wand from her robes. With a graceful flick, silent, effortless, she conjured a flame between them. "Try it. See if this fire will harm you," she said, guiding the blaze toward him. Lin reached out. Heat licked his skin, but he shook his head. "The same as before. I can feel the burn, but it doesn't wound me." Roina's eyes glimmered thoughtfully. She quenched the flame with a flick of her wand. "It seems the issue lies not in the spell, but in you," she said softly, her gaze lingering on his dark hair tinged with red. "Whether the source is your bloodline or another force entirely, I cannot say. Neither the Rowells nor my family have recorded such a trait. Perhaps it is some recessive inheritance, long buried and now awakened." Her smile warmed. "But at least as it stands, this gift brings you no harm. On the contrary, it may well prove a blessing. In our world, wizards born with unusual affinities are hardly rare." Lin inclined his head. She was right. Prophetic sight ran in the Trelawney line. Part Vela charmed without effort. Special gifts were no anomaly in the wizarding world. "Yes, this affinity for fire lets me master the fire-making charm without words, and renders flame powerless against me." With that, he ceased fretting over its origin. What mattered was not where it came from, but how far he could push it. His affinity promised mastery over flame, he had only to wield it well. Time passed as swiftly as Merlin shedding stockings. In what felt like the blink of an eye, a month had flown by. On that day, Lin slung his enchanted satchel over his shoulder. After bidding farewell to his mother, he allowed Gale to apparate him straight to King's Cross Station. With a pop of displaced air, they appeared in a deserted corner. Lin stepped from behind a pillar, joining the bustling stream of travelers. Gale, cautious of Muggle eyes, vanished from sight at once. Whispering his goodbye, Lin tightened his grip on his ticket and strode toward the place lodged firmly in his memory. Platform 9 3/4. Up ahead, families clustered with trolleys piled high. Children clutching owl cages pushed forward bravely straight into the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Beside the wall stood a wizard with a wand tucked at his belt, clearly tasked with keeping order. A haze of confundus charms veiled the area. The Muggles bustled past, blind to the peculiar scene unfolding at their very elbows. One by one, young witches and wizards slipped through the barrier. Some Muggle, born first years, gripping their trolleys, charged ahead with the air of warriors going to their doom. The sight made Lin glance twice, lips twitching faintly. His own crossing was easy, his luggage all packed neatly into the extension, charmed satchel at his side. And so, without strain, Lin Rolls stepped toward the barrier, ready to pass through to the platform where destiny awaited. Chapter 5 Alchemy, the Source of Magical Products. Take 3 of everything except the cockroach clusters. Lin had noticed the Weasley twins' awkwardness, and their restraint stirred him. Smiling, he pulled a handful of galleons from his pouch enchanted with an extension charm and decided to play the wealthy patron, much like Harry Potter would a year later. The plump witch behind the trolley blinked in surprise, then dutifully gathered 3 of every sweet except the clusters and handed them over to Lin. She even slipped 3 chocolate frogs to the twins. "Let's share. There's no way I can finish all this alone." When the trolley witch left, Lin grinned at the twins. Fred and George exchanged a look. Fred grabbed a fizzing whiz-bee, popped it into his mouth, and muttered between chews, "Merlin, that's sweet. I bet Professor Dumbledore loves these." George offered one of their chocolate frogs to Lin. He tore open the wrapper, pinched the frog's hind leg before it could escape, and tossed it into his mouth. Inside was a card. A stern-looking man with pale blue eyes and short black hair stared back, the glare on his glasses throwing off sharp white light. His deep-set gaze carried a trace of gloom. Lynn flipped the card to the back. Valentin Green, renowned French alchemist, direct disciple of the grand alchemist Nicolas Flamel. Contributions: assisted in the capture of dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, 1945. Invented the alchemical product anti-magic stone. Achieved breakthroughs in alchemy alongside his teacher, Nicolas Flamel. Lynn's eyes narrowed. This Valentin Green did not appear in the original story, nor had the capture of Grindelwald ever been attributed to him. But of course, the magical world was vast. No book could record it all. Powerful wizards outside the narrative were to be expected. What concerned him was the invention of the anti-magic stone. Meanwhile, Fred and George were groaning over their chocolate frog cards. Both Dumbledore again. When George spotted Lynn's, he whistled. Valentin Green? That's a rare one. You've got some luck, Lynn. Without hesitation, Lynn asked, do you know anything about him? Especially this anti-magic stone he created. What exactly does it do? The twins burst into laughter at his wary expression. After catching his breath, Fred explained, the anti-magic stone can suppress magical power to some degree. When Green first released it, wizarding governments everywhere wanted it. They used it to guard important places like our ministry's Department of Mysteries. George added, but don't worry, it's not that powerful. A stone the size of a quaffle only weakens spells within 10 meters by maybe 10%. Against someone like Dumbledore, it's worthless. Relieved, Lynn nodded. Indeed, if it were too effective, ministries wouldn't celebrate it, they'd ban it outright. George leaned forward, grinning. See the power of alchemy? So many things in our world come from it. Quick quotes, quills that reporters use, dung bombs from Zonko's joke shop, all alchemy. Lynn nodded thoughtfully. He recalled that someday the twins themselves would open Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Fred sighed. We've wanted to study alchemy for ages, but it's only offered in 6th and 7th year. And ancient runes doesn't even start until 3rd year. George chimed in, so we traded a jar of fizzing Whizbees to a Ravenclaw 6th year for Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes, a runic dictionary, and a table of magical phonetics. We're teaching ourselves early. Fred smirked. Once we've got it down, first thing we'll do is improve Dungboms. Give Filch a real shock. He's the caretaker at Hogwarts, by the way. Lynn blinked in surprise. The twins were already dabbling in alchemy. But it fit. By Harry's first year, they'd already modified Dungboms, and they'd only been 3rd years then. Their enthusiasm stirred something in him. Could I borrow those books? Lynn asked. I'd like to start learning runes too. The twins agreed instantly. Fred rummaged through their luggage in the corner and pulled out 3 well-worn volumes: Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes, Runic Dictionary, and Table of Magical Phonetics. Lynn accepted the spellbook they handed him, and in return offered them his own mother's old notebook, pages filled with her insights on the fire-making charm during her Hogwarts years. This is my mother's understanding of the fire-making charm back when she was a student, Lynn explained to the twins. Fred flipped through the notes and teased, with this kind of handbook, Lynn, your fire spells must be impressive, eh? Lynn gave a small nod. Drawing his wand, he flicked it once without a word. A flawless ball of flame bloomed into existence between them, pulsing brightly in the air. The sudden wave of heat made both Fred and George twitch at the corners of their mouths. Fred hadn't expected it to be that impressive. Heaven and earth, he'd only been joking. Silent casting. The twins nearly shouted in their hearts. Even fully trained adult wizards struggled to achieve such a feat, let alone a boy their age. Chapter 6. The Sorting Ceremony. It's only the fire-making charm, Lynn said, shaking his head. With other spells, I'm no different from you. Fred and George nodded quickly. They didn't press. Affinities with specific branches of magic were usually tied to bloodline, and such matters touched on privacy. The twins had no interest in prying where they weren't welcome. The long train ride slipped past in quiet study. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the train began to slow. Attention, please. We will be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Leave your luggage on the train. It will be delivered to the school, came the announcement over the compartment speakers. At once, the twins snapped shut the notebook, pulling out their wands. Accio robes. Accio robes. Twin incantations brought their wizard robes flying from the pile of luggage in the corner, settling neatly onto their shoulders. Lin too closed his beginner's guide to ancient runes, withdrew his robes from his satchel, and slipped them on with a neat levitation charm. "Your bag's enchanted with an extension charm, isn't it?" Fred asked, suddenly noticing that Lin carried nothing beyond the single satchel on his back. Lin inclined his head in confirmation. The train screeched to a halt. Students pushed and jostled their way to the doors. Fred and George caught Lin by the arms and tugged him along in the crowd. Moments later, the three of them stepped onto a cramped, dim platform. A chill wind swept through, making the twins shiver. In the distance, a swinging lantern bobbed above the heads of the students. A towering figure was shouting in a booming voice. First years this way." The giant of a man wore a mole fur coat, his wild beard covering half his chest. His sheer size made him stand out starkly among the children. Yes, this was Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. "Go on then. See you in the Great Hall," Fred said cheerfully, clapping Lin on the shoulder. Lin bid the twins farewell and made his way toward Hagrid. "I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Stay close behind me," Hagrid bellowed in his gruff voice. The first years followed him down a steep, narrow path into darkness. The faint starlight above was far from enough to light the way. Lin flicked his wand, summoning a small, hovering flame. Gasps of surprise rose from the others as the fire floated steadily ahead, casting warm light upon the path. Hagrid, holding a dim oil lamp, blinked in surprise, then grinned. "That's a fine fire-making charm, lad. What's your name?" Lin offered him a graceful bow. "Lin Rowell, sir." Hagrid gave him a hearty clap on the shoulder in approval, so hearty that Lin nearly stumbled headfirst into the dirt. Since Hagrid had been standing some distance away from Lin, he only assumed the boy had spoken his spell softly, never realizing that Lin had cast it silently. If he had known, he wouldn't have remained so calm. At the end of the narrow path stretched a dark, glimmering lake. Across its waters, on the slope of a distant hill, rose a towering, ancient castle, its many turrets pricking the sky, its windows glowing faintly beneath the starlight. Moored along the lakeshore was a neat row of small boats, prepared especially for the arriving first years. "No more than 4 to a boat," Hagrid bellowed, pointing at the vessels. At once, the young apprentices surged forward, jostling toward the boats. Lin lingered behind, waiting until most had already embarked. Only then did he extinguish the flame hovering in the air and join Hagrid, who had also remained last, in sharing a boat. The little craft glided across the glassy surface of the lake, carrying them closer to the great fortress. When the leading boats neared a sheer cliff face, Hagrid shouted, "Heads down," though, truth be told, only he truly needed to duck. Before long the students reached the castle. Lin rejoined the ranks of the other first years as Hagrid strode to the massive oak doors and struck them 3 times with his enormous fist. The doors creaked open, revealing a stern, faced witch in emerald robes. "All the first years are here, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid." With a curt nod, Professor McGonagall swung the door wide and ushered the children inside. She led them across the stone paved floor of the castle and into an empty chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began. "The start of term feast will soon begin. But before you take your seats in the Great Hall, each of you must first be placed into your houses. This sorting is a most important rite, for during your years here, your house will be your family. You will study together, share dormitories together, and spend your free hours in your house's common room. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has its own proud traditions and has produced many great witches and wizards. Your triumphs will earn points for your house, while your missteps will lose them. At year's end, the house with the most points claims the house cup, a mark of great honor. I hope each of you will bring glory to whichever house you join." With her words concluded, Professor McGonagall led them through the entrance hall and beyond the pair of great doors into the great hall itself. Lin silently marveled at the sight: the 4 long house tables filled with students of every year, the thousands of floating candles casting warm light, and the enchanted ceiling above, black as velvet and spangled with starlight, making the chamber resplendent and awe-inspiring. McGonagall stepped forward, setting upon a 4-legged stool a battered, patched, and grimy wizard's hat that looked as though it had been salvaged from a rubbish heap. This was, of course, the sorting hat. At once, it stirred, the rip near its brim widening like a mouth, and in a rasping voice it began to sing. The sorting ceremony had begun. When the song ended, Professor McGonagall unrolled a parchment containing the names of all the first years. "When I call your name, come forward and put on the sorting hat," she instructed. "Hey, Aisha." A small girl stepped timidly from the line, perched on the stool, and the hat was lowered onto her head. Within seconds it cried, "Ravenclaw." She rose nervously to her feet, and guided by McGonagall's nod, stumbled toward the second table on the left, where the Ravenclaws greeted her with applause. One by one the names were read, and the sorting continued smoothly. Because Lynn's surname, Rower, began with an R, his turn did not come until nearly 20 minutes had passed. "Lynn Rower," Professor McGonagall called. He stepped forward, sat upon the stool, and let the sorting hat drop over his head. Closing his eyes, Lynn heard a small voice whisper in his ear. "Difficult, very difficult. I see great courage, greater than many a Gryffindor's, and remarkable talent besides." Listening to the sorting hat's voice, Lynn wasn't surprised. If he lacked courage, how could he have thrown himself into the flames to save a child he didn't even know? Yet, from what the hat was saying, was it truly thinking of placing him in Gryffindor? After all, among the pure blood families, aside from the Weasleys, only Sirius Black had ever been sorted there. "But I can also see loyalty in you, unyielding loyalty. You would never betray a friend, and when it comes to love, perhaps your devotion would be absolute." The sorting hat's tone deepened, this time naming the traits of Hufflepuff within him. Lynn flushed, half ashamed and half annoyed. "Come on now, 2 lifetimes as a lonely bachelor, and you dare claim I'd be unwavering in love? On what grounds? And then, there is wisdom, immense wisdom. Your talent for learning, your ability to think things through, they far surpass most of Ravenclaw. And yet, this isn't a gift you were born with, it is the fruit of long years of toil, of accumulation bursting forth all at once." Now, the hat spoke of Ravenclaw. Lynn couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. 16 years of rigorous exam grinding in his last life had forged him into a master of study. These British wizards, lulled into laziness, could never compare. Even Ravenclaws might not match the relentless drive of his former self. Still, he was certain the hat would never truly send him there. Compared to the other traits, Ravenclaw's gift was something earned after the fact, not something innate. And at last, ambition. Perhaps you scorn authority, but your hunger for strength and victory surpasses any wizard I have seen today. You are not bound by worldly restraint. To reach your goal, you would stop at nothing. Lynn fell silent. Yes, the hat was right. His thirst for victory was indelible. Born in the mountains in his past life, he had carried a single burning desire: to rise above, to carve his way out. For the smallest chance at success, he was willing to cast everything aside. He could still remember that night when a teacher's favoritism cost him his place, how he had taken revenge under cover of darkness, leaving the man hospitalized. Only those born in the mud understood the raw, desperate hunger for triumph. In this life, Lynn bore the name of Raoul, one of the sacred 28 pure-blood houses, yet rebirth had not quenched that fire in his bones. Interesting, most interesting. You are the hardest choice I've faced in over a decade. Courageous, kind, yet unflinching and ruthless when you must be. Loyal, steadfast, but also shrewd and calculating. A walking paradox, you carry every house within you, and none less than the others. Where should I send you, boy? To place you in one is to neglect the other 3. The sorting hat wavered. Never had it met such a contradiction. Slytherin, Lynn rasped at last. Every word the hat had spoken was a mirror of his former life, replayed in these 2 short minutes. Yet courage, loyalty, and diligence, all of them had been fleeting moments. Only that relentless craving for victory, the very essence of Slytherin, had defined him from beginning to end. You wish for Slytherin? Very well, very well. You are a Raoul after all. If this is your will, I shall honor it. Perhaps his nature as a Slytherin shone too clearly. Perhaps his pure blood lineage tipped the scales. Or perhaps the hat truly could not decide otherwise. Either way, once Lynn made his choice, the hat agreed without hesitation. Slytherin, it bellowed. Lynn opened his eyes to thunderous applause from the Slytherin table, and more than a few startled glances. Sliding into his seat, he was greeted at once by another new Slytherin. Impressive, Raoul. The hat took 2.5 minutes to sort you, that's unheard of. Oh, I'm Irvin Folly. Pleased to meet you. Lynn Raoul. Pleased to meet you, Lynn replied with a small nod. And that was all. He wasn't in the mood for chatter. His eyes lifted to the staff table. Every face there was familiar from memory except one. That's Professor Wallison Green? Lin's pupils tightened. Just this morning he had drawn Green's chocolate frog card on the train, and now, here the man stood in the flesh. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Weasley twins as well. Clearly, they too were surprised to see Green appointed as defense against the dark arts professor. Their expressions carried not only shock, but a spark of excitement. Chapter 8. The Feast and the Slytherin Dormitory. Could it be, the reason the Weasley twins later became so skilled in alchemy was because, during this very year, they studied under Mr. Wallison Green? Lin's expression shifted slightly. If that was the case, then couldn't he also seek to learn alchemy from this famous French master? After all, the Philosopher's Stone, the very thing that had prolonged the lives of Nicholas Flamel and his wife for more than 6 centuries, was itself an alchemical product. Though Lin had little interest in extending his own life, the vast potential of alchemy was more than enough to set his heart racing. After all, the Philosopher's Stone was alchemy, but alchemy was far more than just the stone. At that moment Mr. Green, or rather, Professor Green, seemed to catch Lin's gaze. He gave a slight nod, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Witnessing this, Lin instinctively glanced at the professor seated beside Green, the sallow-faced, cadaverous-looking Professor Snape. Both were gloomy men, yet the difference between them was staggering. Such was Lin's thought. Soon, the sorting ceremony drew to an end. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, rose to his feet. Beaming warmly at the students, he spread his arms wide and said cheerfully, "Welcome, welcome to Hogwarts and the start of a new school year. Before we begin the feast, I must say a few words. They are nitwit, blubber, oddment, weak. Thank you." As his voice fell, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Not a single wasted word. Lin was unexpectedly moved. It reminded him of his previous life's high school graduation, when the principal insisted on handing out the certificate cases one by one, shaking hands with thousands of students in turn, making Lin wait more than 3 hours before it was his turn. Just then, the empty plates before him filled themselves with food: roast beef, chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and perhaps, courtesy of the old bee, even peppermints and other sweets. Lin was just about to dig in when the ghosts of each house drifted up from the floor. By the Slytherin table stood a terrifying figure, hollow-eyed, gaunt, his robes stained with silver blood, the Bloody Baron, the ghost of Slytherin House. Good heavens, how is anyone supposed to eat like this? Lin could only sigh helplessly. Having a blood-soaked phantom looming over the table was hardly an appetizing sight. Forcing himself to ignore the Baron, he tried some of the steak and roast potatoes, and to his surprise, they tasted excellent. When all the students had eaten their fill, the dishes vanished, replaced by desserts. Ice cream in every flavor, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate puddings, jam, filled donuts, brandy, soaked trifles, strawberries, jellies, rice puddings. The table was laden with sweets. Lin took 2 bowls of ice cream and happily polished them off. At last, the plates cleared themselves once more, and the great hall grew quiet again. "Well then," Dumbledore spoke again, "now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I have a few start-of-term notices. First years must note, the forest on the grounds is strictly forbidden to all students. That applies to the older students as well, remember it." His bright eyes flicked toward the Weasley twins' direction. Clearly, the two had paid many visits to the forest in their first year. "Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you, no magic is to be used in the corridors between classes. Lastly, Quidditch trials will be held in the 2nd week of term. Students wishing to try out for their house team should see Madame Hooch. And now, before you all head to bed, let us sing the school song together." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he said this with a broad smile. But Lin noticed every professor's smile froze the instant those words left his lips. With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, a long golden ribbon unfurled in the air, writhing like a snake as it formed line upon line of glittering words, the lyrics of the Hogwarts school song. "Choose whichever tune you like," Dumbledore announced. "Ready, sing." At once, the young witches and wizards launched into song. The first years were shy at first, but soon their voices joined the chorus. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Teach us something new." whether we're old and balding or young with skinned knees. Our minds can still take in a thing or two. For our heads are empty, stuffed with air, dead flies, and fluff. So teach us what is worth knowing. Remind us of what we've forgotten. Do your best, and we'll do the rest. Until we've learned ourselves to dust. Each student sang to a different tune, creating a cacophony so wild it felt as though the entire hall was gripped by a joyful, chaotic storm. No wonder the other professors had looked so helpless. Among the first years, the Weasley twins sang in the tune of a funeral march, while Lynn chose a bizarre style of chant, rhythm and rap, half sung and half danced. The performance was so strange that even Professor Dumbledore looked as though he might leap up and join in. "Ah, music," Dumbledore said afterward, eyes shimmering with tears. "It holds more enchantment than anything we attempt here. Now bedtime. Off to your dormitories." The prefects of each house gathered up their new charges and led them toward their common rooms. The small, stumbling steps of the first years trailing behind looked like chicks chasing after a mother hen. The Slytherin dormitory lay beneath the Black Lake. Lynn followed the crowd down a winding staircase until they reached a stone wall that concealed a hidden doorway. "Remember, the password for this week is sanctity," the prefect announced. The wall shifted open, revealing the Slytherin common room. The chamber was a low, ceilinged dungeon, its walls and roof made of rough, hewn stone. Round lamps, casting a pale green glow, dangled on chains from above. Not far off stood an enormous glass window, through which Lynn could see the eerie waters of the lake outside. The sight made the entire room feel like some vast aquarium. Guided by the prefect, Lynn found his way to his dormitory. The Slytherin beds were traditional four-posters, hung with green silk curtains and draped with canopies embroidered in silver thread. Only one bed bore signs of life, the northwest corner, where Lynn's satchel from the train had been placed. The other three were untouched, pristine and bare. "That's strange," Lynn thought. "From the sorting ceremony, I was the very last to enter Slytherin. Could it be that this room is mine alone?" The reasoning made sense. Each dormitory housed 4 students. If the number sorted before him had already filled the groups evenly, then he, as the odd one out, would be placed in a fresh room by himself. A whole chamber to himself for the entire year. The empty beds, most likely, would be claimed only by next year's new Slytherins. Night slipped away quickly. The following morning, the first lesson was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Determined not to be late, Lynn rose early, ate a quick breakfast, and set off for the classroom. Yet the castle's shifting staircases proved a nightmare. He spent nearly half an hour just getting from the great hall to the right corridor. At last, Lynn understood why, in the tales he remembered, Harry and Ron had ended up late for their first class. Without some luck and skill, it was entirely possible to waste half the day wandering those stairs. This particular lesson was shared between Gryffindor and Slytherin. When Lynn entered the room, a tabby cat was perched neatly upon the desk. Recognizing McGonagall's animagus form, Lynn gave the cat a polite bow before taking his seat. The gesture earned him a curious glance from the professor. When the bell rang, the tabby leapt from the desk and, midair, shifted into Professor McGonagall's tall, stern figure, drawing startled gasps from the students. She stepped forward, satisfaction glinting in her sharp eyes. "I am pleased to see you all here, and even more pleased that none of you are late. Some of you may have read ahead in Transfiguration, while others come knowing nothing at all. But before we go further, I must impress upon you the most important foundation, Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration." He explained briskly, transfiguration allows us to change or conjure objects, but there are 5 great exceptions. Chief among them is food. We cannot create food from nothing. If we know where food is, we may summon it. If we have some, we may multiply or transform it, but it cannot be conjured out of thin air. She paused, her tone sharp. Never attempt to turn other objects into food. A wizard once, desperate with hunger, transfigured a wooden table into bread. When the spell's strength failed, the bread became wood again in his stomach. He died with his body full of splinters. A hush fell over the students, their faces pale. Transfiguration, McGonagall continued, is the most complex and dangerous branch of magic you will study at Hogwarts. No one is to trifle in my classroom. If you do, you will be dismissed permanently. Should your recklessness cause harm to another, the Ministry of Magic will see you stand trial. The room went utterly silent. Then Lynn raised his hand. Professor McGonagall, if a wizard possessed enough magical power to sustain a transfiguration indefinitely until death or beyond, wouldn't the food remain stable and safe to eat? McGonagall shook her head. A thoughtful question, Mr. Rowell. But no, the magical power required increases over time, not linearly, but exponentially. No wizard in history has had the strength to maintain such a spell for centuries. Not even Professor Dumbledore. Lynn nodded, thoughtful. That confirmed it. The relationship between time and magical cost was not direct proportion, but exponential growth. McGonagall added, nor is time the only factor. Size matters as well. The larger the object, the shorter the spell's duration. Conversely, the smaller the object, the longer it may endure. Professor McGonagall stood tall before the class, her voice crisp and firm. For today's transfiguration lesson, I want you to attempt to change this matchstick into a needle. She handed each student a match. Lynn drew his wand from his robes and murmured the incantation. Under the control of his spell, the match began to shift, its tip thinned and sharpened, its body shimmering faintly with silver light. Once the outer form was complete, Lynn focused on altering its very substance, trying to turn the wood itself into metal. But no matter how hard he pressed with his will, the change went no deeper than the surface. The match looked very much like a silver needle, yet, inside, it was still only wood. Even so, Lynn's progress was unmatched by anyone else in the room. Professor McGonagall stopped beside him, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the near, perfect transformation. Excellent work. Not flawless, but to reach this level on your very first attempt is remarkable. 2 points to Slytherin for your skill. Thank you, Professor, Lynn replied. He kept at it for the rest of the lesson, determined to perfect the spell. At last, just before class ended, the matchstick fully became a true silver needle. Without question, Slytherin gained another 2 points thanks to him. Leaving the classroom, Lynn made his way toward the dungeons for potions. On his way through the great hall, he was stopped by 2 familiar voices. "Oi, mate," Fred called, clapping him on the shoulder. George grinned. "We never thought you'd end up in Slytherin. You don't seem like one of those little snakes at all." Lynn shrugged lightly. The Sorting Hat said I had traits from all 4 houses, but in the end, it put me in Slytherin. He didn't mention that he actually wanted to be placed there. Fred sighed. "Shame, really? You'd have made a fine Gryffindor." George nudged him. "Doesn't matter. We're still friends, aren't we? By the way, Lynn, are you free tonight?" Fred leaned in, lowering his voice with a grin. "If you are, meet us in the trophy room after dinner. We've got something to show you." Lynn raised a brow. "What is it, something new from Zonko's joke shop?" Fred chuckled slyly. "Better than toys." George added with a wink, "Don't be late." After parting with the twins, Lynn descended into the cold, stone corridors of the dungeon. The potions classroom was a wide underground chamber, large enough to seat at least 20 students. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with jars filled with creatures floating in murky liquids. A locked cabinet stood at the back, holding the rare ingredients students might one day use. Compared to the other classrooms of the castle, this one was far gloomier and chillier. Perhaps it was the dim light, or perhaps the unsettling specimens staring from their jars. Bang! The door burst open. Professor Snape swept inside, his black robes billowing behind him as though stirred by a storm. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exacting art of potion making," he said, his voice little louder than a whisper, yet carrying with sharp precision to every corner of the room. "As there will be no foolish wand waving here, many of you will not believe this is magic at all. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the soft simmer of a cauldron, the delicate waft of its aroma, the beauty of a potion as it creeps into the veins and works its power upon the mind and senses. But for those few who are clever enough, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can show you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even cheat death, if you are not the dunderheads I am so often forced to teach." Professor Snape spoke with his arms folded across his chest, looming like a great bat. The classroom was silent, every student stunned by his words. At the back, Lynn's heart beat faster. Another famous scene. A shame, really. Next year he'd already be in second year, so he wouldn't be able to witness the moment when Snape unleashed his legendary 3-question challenge on Harry. The lesson went on smoothly. Snape paired the young wizards, 2 by 2, guiding them through the brewing of a simple, boil-curing potion. Lynn's partner turned out to be Irvin Foley, the same boy who had spoken with him during last night's feast. "I'll handle the ingredients," You take care of the brewing, what do you say? Irvin asked. Lynn nodded his agreement. Irvin quickly weighed dried nettles and ground serpent fangs, handing over each prepared ingredient. Lynn, in turn, added them carefully into the cauldron. He had reviewed the potions textbook in advance. Though this was his first time actually brewing, his past life's experience with chemistry kept him from the blunders that plagued his classmates. Before long, their potion was complete, the very first finished brew in the class. Snape drifted over, dipped a finger into the mixture, and raised it to his nose. Unremarkable. Nothing special. Still, the first to finish, and without error. Slytherin, 5 points. His voice was cool and flat, yet it carried a weight of recognition. After potions came lunch, and in the afternoon, only one class remained, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Wallison Green arrived punctually. Just as he appeared on the chocolate frog cards, Green was a stern, imposing man. Yet in the depths of his eyes lingered a shadow, traces of experiences better left unspoken. Set aside your textbooks, he said slowly, scanning the room. In this class you won't be needing them. Today we begin with methods to deal with certain dark creatures. He raised his wand hand slightly as he continued, voice firm. Remember this, you are wizards. Your wand is your greatest weapon. The books may say you're only first years, unready for defensive magic. But this is my classroom, and I do not accept their counsel. With that, he lifted a cage covered in crimson cloth. Pulling it away, he revealed a petrified young acromantula clearly fresh from the forbidden forest. A full-body bind curse, he declared. A spell to restrain a foe completely, whether dark creature or dark wizard. It is one of the most practical spells you can learn. The incantation is Petrificus Totalis. When cast, it locks the victim's arms and legs together, rendering the body stiff and immobile. Finite incantatum. He flicked his wand, releasing the spider from its frozen state. Now watch closely. Petrificus Totalis. His wand moved with crisp precision, a beam of pale light lancing into the cage. The acromantula, only just freed, gave a twitch, then collapsed again, legs bound tight to its body, frozen stiff once more. When the demonstration ended, Green brought forth more than 20 cages, each containing a live, wriggling young acromantula. Your task today is to cast the spell once successfully. If you can petrify the spider before you, you have passed. The first student to succeed will earn 10 points for their house. The announcement sent a thrill through the room. The Gryffindors, especially, were practically bouncing with energy, rolling up their sleeves and ready to fight. 10 whole points! That was more than the total Lynn had earned across both Transfiguration and potions combined. Even the Slytherins' eyes gleamed with ambition. For serpents as proud as they, no chance for glory or points was ever to be wasted. Chapter 11. Seeking Guidance. The young lions and serpents swung their wands again and again, muttering incantations as they tried to petrify the 8-eyed spiders before them. But for most of them, this was the first time attempting such a spell. Only a handful managed to produce even a trace of magic, and the spiders' natural resistance made the weaker attempts utterly useless. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom rang with scattered chants, yet the pale gray light of the body bind curse appeared only rarely. Even when the spells struck their targets, the glow faded like a pebble sinking into a lake, leaving the spiders unscathed. Lynn persisted. Back in Rower Castle he had already practiced the body bind curse, though months without use had left him a little rusty. Still, with repeated attempts he began to find the rhythm of casting again. Petrificus Totalis. His wand flared. This time, a thick beam of gray light burst forth, striking the spider squarely and freezing it in place. Lynn was not far ahead of his peers in most spells, save the fire charm, but his relentless practice with fire had stirred his magic into a livelier state, causing his reserves to grow more quickly than others his age. With stronger magic behind it, his body bind naturally hit harder as well. Excellent. A flawless body bind, Mr. Rower. Since you are the first to succeed, Slytherin earns 10 points. Professor Green nodded with genuine satisfaction at the sight of the immobilized spiderling. In truth, he had only expected them to succeed after 3 lessons, so seeing results before half the first was over left him pleasantly surprised. Before the class ended, Irvin Foley also managed to cast the spell, though weaker than Lynn's. It was enough to restrain a spiderling. Slytherin gained another 2 points. When the lesson concluded, Lynn did not hurry out. Mr. Rower, do you have another question? Professor Green asked, noticing the boy lingering. Scratching his head a little awkwardly, Lin spoke up. Professor, I once saw your card in a chocolate frog pack and learned you were an alchemist. Forgive me if it's bold, but would you be willing to teach me alchemy? There was no doubt of Professor Green's mastery in the field. If Lin wished to pursue alchemy seriously, he could not hope for a better teacher. You wish to study alchemy? Professor blinked. But doesn't Hogwarts already offer a course on it? A native of France, Green had only just joined Hogwarts this year at Dumbledore's invitation and was unfamiliar with its curriculum. Hogwarts' alchemy course is an elective only in 6th year, Lin explained. Even ancient runes isn't available until 3rd year. Unlike Beauxbatons, alchemy is hardly valued here. Ah, I see. Professor's expression shifted in realization. Have you studied alchemy or runes on your own? To be honest, I only started yesterday. I spent the train ride here working through some ancient runes material. I can recognize a dozen or so basic characters now. A spark of admiration lit Green's eyes. Runes were notoriously difficult to memorize. Mastering even a handful in a day was no small feat. After a moment's hesitation, he said, if you're willing, come to my office at noon on Saturday. I'll give you a reading list with books useful for alchemy, and some guidance as well. Lin's face brightened with joy. Thank you, Professor Green. The professor waved off the thanks, but added, if you truly wish to go deeper into alchemy, I suggest honing your control over fire spells. Some alchemical processes require precise temperature. At this, Lin's expression shifted slightly. He lifted his wand, casting without a word. A bright flame flared into existence, dancing in midair, twisting into shape after shape under his command. Even a man of Green's experience was shaken. Silent casting? And you're only a 1st year? He asked in disbelief. He himself had not achieved silent casting until well past 30, and Lin's mastery of flame rivaled the control he had once wielded when creating the nullstone. With a small smile, Lin replied, Professor, fire is my natural gift. If it can aid my study of alchemy, then all the better. Green's gaze grew intense. Before Saturday, memorize every word in Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes. Can you manage that? Lin considered, then nodded. The book contained only about 100 characters, daunting, but possible with effort. Good, then that will be all for now. Off with you. Lin bowed in thanks and left the classroom. Yet after he departed, Professor Green remained where he stood, his expression clouding, a shadow deepening in his eyes. He gazed in the direction Lin had left, murmuring softly to himself. A student with such talent, perhaps this is destiny's way of offering me recompense. If he can truly grow, perhaps he might accomplish that matter in my stead. Meanwhile, Lin returned to his chambers. Having the room to himself spared him from the disturbance of roommates, allowing him to focus entirely. He drew out the Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes he had borrowed from the Weasley twins and quickly slipped into a state of deep study. His fascination with alchemy was no fleeting whim. Alchemy was an art that demanded long-term dedication, yet promised great returns. Even if he did not walk that path as his profession, the knowledge itself was a strength worth cultivating. That alone was enough for Lin to resolve himself to its mastery. By the time the evening feast came, the fare was far simpler than the grand opening banquet, yet still hearty enough to satisfy every young wizard. After dinner, Lin went as promised to the trophy room on the 4th floor. To his surprise, Fred and George were already there, sitting on the floor. Between them lay a dung bomb, and the two seemed to be whispering about it. The moment they saw him arrive, they stuffed the bomb away, dusted off their robes, and sprang to their feet. At last. You're here, Lin. Come, we've something to show you, our greatest treasure. George grinned, pulling the door shut behind them. Fred, with exaggerated theatrics, drew from his robe a large square of parchment, worn with age and appearing utterly blank. To any passer-by, it would have looked no different from a useless scrap destined for the rubbish heap. But Lin knew better. Having studied the stories, he instantly recognized it, the legendary Marauder's map. Feigning ignorance, he said, "What's this? I can sense a pulse of enchantment within it. It's certainly no ordinary parchment." "Sharp eye, eh? This, my friend, is the key to all our success." George stroked the parchment as though it were a beloved sweetheart. Fred added proudly, "Our secret weapon. It reveals hidden passages even Filch doesn't know about, and it keeps us out of trouble when we're about our enterprises." Lin lifted a brow, wordlessly inviting them to prove it. George raised his wand, tapped the parchment lightly, and intoned, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." At once, Thin black lines spread like spiderwebs from the point of his wand, weaving, crossing, and spreading until every corner of the parchment was filled. Words bloomed in elegant green script. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs present. The Marauder's Map, a tool for mischief, makers and magical rogues alike. The parchment transformed into a living chart of Hogwarts, every corridor, every staircase, every hidden room, and most uncanny of all, countless small dots moved upon it, each labeled with a name. On its surface, Lynn could see Professor Snape pacing the potions classroom, likely gathering ingredients. Professor Green sitting motionless in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, perhaps immersed in some alchemical experiment. Headmaster Dumbledore walking a few steps in his office before vanishing entirely, no doubt by Phoenix fire through Fawkes. Beyond the castle itself, peculiar passages appeared, all leading toward Hogsmeade. There are 7 in total, Fred explained, pointing. Filch knows of 4. The other 3. Well, only we 3 know of them. Best avoid the one behind the 5th. Lore mirror, though. It looks unstable. Won't last 5 years, I wager. He pointed again. This one starts beneath the Whomping Willow, probably never used by anyone. And here, see? The passage hidden behind the humpback of that one-eyed witch. Slip through and you'll find yourself right in the cellar of Honeydukes. That's our favorite route. Lynn nodded faintly. He thought to himself that someday, when the time was right, he would tell the twins of the Whomping Willow's secret link to the Shrieking Shack. But for now, he had only just obtained the map. It was not yet time to reveal all he knew. Moonface, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, George said in wonder as he tapped the map's heading. We owe them everything. Noble souls, Fred declared solemnly, who labored tirelessly to help a new generation of mischief makers. Exactly, George agreed brightly. Just don't forget to wipe it when you're done. Or anyone could read it, Fred warned. All it takes is a tap and the words mischief managed. Then it goes blank again, George explained as he tapped the Marauder's Map with his wand, erasing the writing once more. Fred grinned at Lynn. If you ever need the map, just ask. Or better yet, we could use it together to sneak out. Speaking of which, this Saturday we're slipping through the secret passage to Zonko's joke shop in Hogsmeade. Want to come? From 3rd year onward, Hogwarts students could visit Hogsmeade on weekends with a signed permission slip from a guardian. But the twins were only in 2nd year, so they couldn't go by the proper route, hence why the secret passages recorded on the map were their way in. Lynn shook his head. I've got an appointment with Professor Green at noon. He's agreed to guide me in alchemy, but if you like, I can share what I learn with you. Both twins looked at him in surprise. They hadn't expected Lynn to already have a path into Professor Green's good graces. Brilliant! Tutored by a famous French alchemist, classic Lynn. You're the best, I salute you, they said together, clapping in unison. Fred added, in that case, let's go Sunday instead, and Lynn, don't forget to bring us some of that alchemy knowledge. Lynn chuckled. Of course, if one of us prospers, we all do. Though his phrasing puzzled them, they caught the spirit of it and laughed heartily. Oh, by the way, Lynn said, I may need to hang onto your alchemy book a while longer. Could you let that Ravenclaw upperclassman know? He felt awkward keeping a book the twins had borrowed from someone else. Fred and George exchanged a glance, then George replied, no worries. Just last night after supper, that Ravenclaw told us to keep the book. Said we could have it outright. So you go ahead and study it, we'll borrow another copy if we need to. The Ravenclaw was already in 6th year. A 3rd year ancient runes text was long obsolete for him, and since he had no siblings to pass it to, the book was better gifted than left to gather dust. Passing it on to the twins was, to him, a small kindness. Chapter 13. The Basic Laws and the 2 Great Taboos. Time slipped by quickly, and before long Saturday arrived. After lunch, Lynn made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office as promised, carrying a beginner's guide to ancient runes under one arm. With his other hand, he knocked softly at the door. Punctual, good. Come in, said Professor Green, opening the door to admit him. Lynn stepped inside, glancing around with curiosity. The office had been divided into 3 sections. The outer area held shelves of books flanking a desk where the professor graded papers and drafted lesson plans. Farther in stood stacks of cages covered with red cloth. Lynn guessed they held the teaching materials Professor Green had used before, like the young acromantulas earlier that week, likely captured from the Forbidden Forest. At the back gleamed an array of alchemical apparatus. Metal surfaces reflected the light, and atop a pyramid-shaped device pulsed a lattice of crimson runes that spat flame upward in bursts. Have you memorized the beginner's runes I assigned you on Monday? Professor Green asked as he shut the door. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a chair and motioned for Lin to sit. Yes, sir, Lin replied obediently, taking a seat. The professor immediately began quizzing him with rune words from the text, and Lin answered fluently each time. Excellent, Green said at last. Here, take this. Professor Green nodded in satisfaction, passing 2 slips of parchment into Lin's hands. Glancing down, Lin saw that one was densely filled with book titles, while the other bore nothing but Professor Green's solitary signature. These are the alchemical texts you'll need to study on your own. Read them in order. The last few can only be found in the restricted section, but this signed slip will grant you access, Professor Green said evenly. His pale, blue eyes flickered with a trace of light, showing no concern that Lin might abuse the pass for other purposes. Yes, Professor Green. Lin carefully tucked the slips away. The professor turned, moving past his desk to the far end of his study, stopping before the prism-shaped alchemical device Lin had glimpsed earlier. He beckoned over his shoulder. Come here, Lin. Lin stepped forward to stand beside him. Before them, a cluster of crimson runes blazed with fire. The heat rolled outward, yet, oddly enough, Lin found the warmth almost comforting. You believe this flame is being produced by the runes alone, do you not? Green asked, pointing at the glowing symbols. Lin considered, then nodded. Yes, Professor. There was nothing else on the device apart from that array, and the magic he sensed from it seemed proof enough. But Green merely smiled and shook his head. With a light flick of his wand, the base of the prism split open, revealing a crystal inside, shimmering with inner light. Magic pulsed outward from it in waves. Clearly, this crystal, not the runes, was the true source of the flame's power. This is a creation I forged in imitation of my teacher's philosopher's stone. It lacks the power to transmute base metals or grant immortality. All it does is store our magic, releasing it when needed, Green explained. His eyes sharpened. Now, what lesson do you take from this? Tentatively, Lin answered, that nothing comes from nothing. To gain one thing, something of equal value must be given in exchange. Green inclined his head, satisfied. Correct. Remember this well, the most fundamental law of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Whatever you desire must be balanced by an equal price. This is the principle no alchemist may ever ignore. You will see it written in every text you study. His voice deepened, weighted with conviction. Alchemy is unlike the capricious workings of ordinary magic. It cannot be grasped with a careless flick of the wand. It does not offer easy miracles, but its value is far greater. Through it, one can touch upon eternity itself. The gloom in his gaze gave way to a radiant, almost sacred fervor. His words carried the force of unshakable faith. Beyond that, there are 2 taboos in alchemy you must always keep in mind, Green continued, suddenly grave. Time and the soul, Lin ventured. Green shook his head. Those belong to magic. Alchemy's 2 taboos are these. First, never trespass into the domain of the divine. Second, the prohibition of human transmutation. Lin nodded thoughtfully. He had assumed otherwise. After all, magical lore was full of warnings against tampering with time and soul. But Green's correction rang true. Though magic and alchemy shared common ground, they were distinct paths, each with its own boundaries. And indeed, had time itself been forbidden, artifacts like the time Turner could never have come into existence. After laying down these foundations, Green spoke at length on methods for learning ancient runes and the basic steps of entering alchemy's path. With this guidance, Lin would be able to step directly into alchemical studies once he had mastered the runes. Finally, Green handed him a bracelet set with tiny crystals. Wear this. It will suppress your magic to 1/10 of its strength. Lin's eyes widened as he recognized it. Anti-magic stone? The chocolate frog cards listed Professor Green's invention of the anti-magic stone among his greatest achievements. Publicly known, it could only weaken a wizard's power by 1/10, and only with a stone the size of a quaffle. Yet the crystals on this bracelet were no larger than fingernails, and still they could seal away 90% of Lin's magic. Could it be, Lin wondered, that his earlier suspicions were right, that the anti-magic stones released to the public were merely diluted versions, while the true originals had been hidden away to avoid the fear and suppression of the great wizarding authorities? Chapter 14. The Attempt at Wandless Casting. Professor Green seemed to catch Lin's thoughts. He gave a faint nod and said, "Exactly as you suspect. To avoid drawing too much attention from the great wizarding ministries, I deliberately weakened the alchemic power of the published sealing stones. But this, he gestured toward the device glowing in his office, this is my true masterpiece. The reason I brought it out today is to test the strength of your flame magic. With the sealing stone suppressing it, your fire won't burn my office to ashes, and from the data I can reconstruct its full power. Lin understood. He slipped on the inhibitor bracelet that Green handed him. A heavy pressure crashed over him. For a moment, he struggled for breath. He could feel his magic slow, its flow sluggish, his ability to summon spells dulled and clumsy. This discomfort is natural, Professor Green explained. You're accustomed to magic flowing freely within you. This sudden suppression forces your body into resistance. Breathe deeply, steady yourself, let your body adapt. Following his teacher's words, Lin quickly adjusted. He raised his wand. A flame blossomed between them, burning small and unstable. As Green had described, the inhibitor strangled 90% of his control. If at full strength his fire could have spread 10 meters wide, now it barely stretched to 1. Worse, his fine control over its shape and movement was all but gone. Don't worry about shaping it, Green instructed. Just pour your magic in. I want to measure its raw force, not your finesse. So Lin abandoned control and poured everything into raw power. Soon the flames strained at their limits, writhing dangerously. He knew another push would break them loose entirely. That's enough. Stop. Green dispelled the flames and unclasped the bracelet from Lin's wrist. Then he strode to a nearby table and picked up an alchemic instrument shaped like a camera, which had been flashing the entire time Lin cast. The readings are complete. Let's see your true firepower. He tapped several runes upon the device. A beam of light shot from its lens, projecting onto the floor. A phantom outline of Lin's body appeared, surrounded by cascading strings of runes. With his limited rune knowledge, Lin could just pick out words like flame, mana, and rank. This, Green said, is a magic assessment tool my own master devised called a mana gauge. According to its analysis, the strength of your fire curse already matches that of an aura. With another gesture, the projection vanished. Green turned back to Lin. Your total reserves are limited, but your control especially over fire is no less than a ministry aura's. That is why I believe you're ready to attempt wandless casting. Normally, a wizard required a wand to channel magic. Without that conduit, controlling the currents of mana inside the body was nearly impossible, like charging with a wire versus wireless. One efficient, the other weak and unstable. Wandless spells consumed far more energy, making them impractical unless a wizard had a large reserve of power, something that only stabilized in adulthood. Even the most gifted rarely succeeded young. But Lin's affinity with flame bent the rules. He could channel magic into fire with unusual efficiency. For him, wandless casting was not impossible. Why then did wizards pursue such a difficult, wasteful art? Because wands could be taken, a disarming charm, a snatch in combat, and suddenly a wizard was helpless. Unless, of course, he had trained his bare hands to weave magic. In battle, wandless spells could mean survival, and long practice refined a wizard's control over mana itself. Strengthening wand has spells as well. Wandless casting, Professor? How do I begin? Lin asked. Green's eyes sharpened. When you practiced silent casting, did you feel the path your magic followed inside you? Lin nodded. I did. The mana flows in a distinct pattern, eventually channeling into the wand and bursting forth as flame. But it's difficult to hold onto that path. Most of the time, my magic only moves because I mouth the incantation in silence. My own attempts to control it simply make it flow faster. Good, Green said firmly. That's the right foundation. Next, continue honing your sense of that pathway during silent casting. Then change the endpoint. Do not send it into your wand. Send it into your body. When you succeed, you will cast even with empty hands. He leaned closer, voice resolute. Others, even if they manage wandless fire, see it gutter into weak sparks. But your affinity ensures that even fire torn from your body's core will answer you. That is your advantage. So Lin began tracing the flow of mana within him as he summoned flame. The afternoon passed in concentrated effort. Under Green's guidance, he finally managed to map out a stable circuit of power. But when he set aside his wand and tried to divert the final surge into his palm instead, his mana balked, frozen, unyielding, as if refusing his command. Chapter 15. The One-Eyed Witch's Passage. That will do for today. To be honest, I didn't expect you to grasp the flow of magic so quickly. The rest you'll need to practice on your own. Remember, nothing is achieved in a single step. Professor Green patted Lin on the shoulder, signaling for him to stop. His gaze carried nothing but appreciation. When you return, memorize the runes in the first 3 books of the list I gave you, he continued. Once you've done that, I'll guide you across the threshold into alchemy. Lynn bowed slightly. Understood. Thank you, Professor. Leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Lynn headed toward the library with the book list in hand. On the way, he ran into Fred and George. Returning the books he had borrowed earlier, he told them they wouldn't need to check out any new ones for now. What's this about? Fred asked, puzzled. Lynn showed them the list from Professor Green. The professor wants me to study these. I'll copy the list for you both, along with my alchemy notes from this afternoon. The twins exchanged a glance, excitement sparking in their eyes. George slung an arm around Lynn's neck, while Fred pulled him close from the other side. That's our brother. He's too good I could cry. So our alchemy knowledge. We'll entrust it to our dearest Lynn. Their words tumbled over each other, in perfect rhythm, brimming with delight. Lynn agreed readily, also arranging a time to meet the twins the next day to slip out to Hogsmeade through the hidden passage. After parting ways, Lynn went straight to the Hogwarts library and checked out 5 books in one go. Professor Green had said that mastering the first 3 would open the gate to alchemy, while the last 2 would help him practice and grow accustomed to its basics. Of course, most books in the wizarding world were weighed down with useless filler. Barely a tenth of the pages ever contained valuable knowledge. Even the carefully chosen ones on his list would offer, at best, a third of their content as truly helpful. That was why so many professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts preferred to teach through practice rather than drowning students in texts. Even the boastful Gilderoy Lockhart had started with a practical lesson before fully realizing his own limitations. As for a certain pink-clad disaster best not mentioned. The endless rambling of wizarding textbooks was also one of the reasons students' grades were so poor. But Lynn, with years of exam-focused training behind him, was far more efficient at sifting through information than most. Within a single day, he had already worked through a third of the first book. By then, it was time for his meeting with the Weasley twins. He set the book aside, fastened a canvas pouch enchanted with the extension charm to his belt, and strode out of the Slytherin common room toward the 4th floor. Soon he arrived at the statue of the One-Eyed Witch, where Fred and George were already waiting. Hurry over, George called, tapping the witch's hunchback with his wand. Descendium. Zone split open, revealing a hole just wide enough for a slender figure to crawl through. Filch is still in the broom closet on the 1st floor. Let's go. George checked the Marauder's map quickly, then slipped headfirst into the tunnel. Lynn and Fred followed. Once inside, Fred turned back and sealed the entrance with a spell. The passage sloped downward. Before long, they reached a stone slide and went rushing down, landing on cold, damp earth at the bottom. All around them was pitch black. Lumos! Lumos! Twin sparks of light flared at the tips of Fred and George's wands. Lynn, however, swept his wand once, summoning a floating ball of crimson fire that hovered at his side. Its glow was bright and steady, drowning out the twins' meager lights. Come on, you're making us look useless, Fred muttered as he and George sheepishly extinguished their spells. Lynn chuckled. The problem with Lumos is that the light stays at the tip of your wand. It blocks the flow of magic. You can't cast other spells properly until you snuff it out. But conjured fire is independent. It serves as a light source while leaving your wand free, much safer if danger strikes. Though he knew the tunnel ended in Honeyjuke's cellar, his cautious nature demanded that he always prepare an escape. Brilliant! You really do know best. Both twins gave him a hearty thumbs up. Translate to natural English while preserving its original meaning, tone, character voice, and cultivation world context. Lynn studied his surroundings. They were in a cramped earthen passage, narrow and low, the ground uneven and winding as it stretched ahead. It looked less like a tunnel and more like an enormous rabbit warren. The 3 of them walked at an easy pace. After what felt like quite some time, they stopped beneath a trapdoor. On the other side lay a cellar stacked high with crates and wooden boxes. They slipped out quickly, climbed a set of stairs and emerged inside Honeyjuke's. Every Sunday, Honeyjuke's was packed with Hogwarts students, and today was no different. The shop wasn't large, and in the press of bodies, the sudden appearance of 3 extra students went unnoticed. Blending into the flow of the crowd, they made their way toward the door. Finally out. Tell me about it. I thought I'd suffocate, especially with that lady doused in perfume. Fred and George were gasping for air. Lynn chuckled. Want to grab something to eat? My treat. The twins exchanged a glance and said together, "Up to you, we're not stepping back in there again." With a shrug, Lin returned alone. He strolled deeper into the shop, glancing over the shelves as he went. Rows of gleaming sweets stretched before him, golden slabs of creamy almond toffee, sparkling pink coconut ice, rich honey, colored caramels, hundreds of neatly arranged chocolates, tubs of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and barrels of fizzing whiz-bees. Against one wall stood the stranger specialty confections. Drubel's super bubblegum that filled rooms with long, lasting bluebell-colored bubbles, brittle peppermint tooth flakes that crumbled like glass, pepper imps that spat fire, icy mice that squeaked with every bite, frog-shaped mint ice cream that hopped inside the stomach, delicate spun, sugar feather candies, and crackling exploding bonbons. Lin wasn't particularly fond of such gimmicks. Perhaps only prank lovers like the Weasley twins could truly appreciate them. Still, with that thought in mind, he picked out 2 of each, planning to gift them to the pair. He also chose a few snacks for himself, paid quickly, and rejoined the twins outside. "Here, these are for you." He handed them the bulging bag of joke sweets. Fred and George lit up with delight. For them, this was a treasure trove of prank inspiration. Normally, they would have gone straight to Zonko's joke shop for supplies, not Honeydukes. The sweets here were far pricier, and their pocket money never stretched far. Even on the train, they usually had to settle for their mother's sandwiches rather than buy treats. Realizing their real goal in Hogsmeade, Lin asked, "So you're still heading to Zonko's?" "Of course," Fred replied with a grin. "Even if we buy nothing else, we've got to stock up on Dungbums. We're working on improving their power, but we've already used up our stash." Tucking their sweets into a magically expanded canvas bag, Lin set off with them again, this time toward Zonko's. Hogsmeade bustled like one of the great streets of the Muggle world. Witches and wizards carried packages, chatting with companions as they strolled along. Zonko's wasn't far from Honeydukes, and soon they arrived. The twins spent their carefully saved allowance on a fresh batch of Dungbums, while Lin, passing a quill shop, bought himself a quick, quotes quill. "How about we grab a drink at the Three Broomsticks?" Fred suggested. Lin and George agreed at once. The pub was warm and spotless, its bar gleaming, far more welcoming than the grimy, leaky cauldron Lin had once visited. Behind the counter stood Madame Rosmita, elegant and lively despite the years. She was well liked by many of the younger students. Ron Weasley himself, Lin recalled, would one day nurse a hopeless crush on her. "Good afternoon, Madame Rosmita. 3 butter beers, please," Fred greeted cheerfully. Rosmita's eyes twinkled as she looked them over. "Fred, George, and you've even brought along a first-year Slytherin boy, no less. And what's your name, young sir?" Lin stepped forward with a polite smile and shook her hand. "Lin Lowell. A pleasure to meet you, madame." She smiled warmly and gestured for them to find a seat. The 3 of them slipped inside the tavern and chose a spot by the window near the hearth. After a few minutes, 3 steaming mugs of butter beer were set before them, the foam spilling over the brim. "Cheers!" All 3 raised their mugs at once and drank deeply. Lin quickly realized that butterbeer was nothing like real alcohol. Its sweetness lingered on his tongue, and the moment it slid down his throat, a warmth spread through every corner of his body. Just as they drained their mugs and were about to leave, George suddenly stopped them. "Wait, look, that's Professor Green." Following his gaze, Lin saw the familiar figure who had only yesterday been instructing them at Hogwarts. Yet now, the man was completely different. His usual calm was gone, replaced by a brooding heaviness. His pale, blue eyes, normally clear and composed, were clouded with gloom. 5 fire whiskies." Professor Green's voice was low as he made his order. He chose the darkest corner of the tavern and sat alone. When the drinks arrived, he lifted one after another, downing them in great gulps. Lin noticed his reddened eyes and damp lashes. It was obvious he wasn't drinking for pleasure, but drowning his sorrows. At that moment, Madame Rosmita approached their table. Noticing their confusion, she sighed. "Professor Green buries all his troubles deep inside so that he can face you students with nothing but his best. Only in places like this can he release what he's been holding back." Lin hesitated, then asked softly, "Madame Rosmita, does Professor Green have a past he wishes to forget?" She shook her head gently. "He does, but that is his private matter, not something I can tell you." Lin fell silent and asked no more. Instead, he simply waited with the twins until Professor Green finished drinking and left. Only then did they take the secret passage back to Hogwarts. Perhaps Lin had stayed because he sensed that Professor Green would never want his students to witness him in such a state. On the way back, none of them spoke a word. It wasn't until they emerged from the one-eyed witch's passage and stepped once more into the castle halls that George finally broke the silence. The way Professor Green looked just now, it was terrifying. "I can't imagine the kind teacher we know having such a side," Fred added quietly. "Maybe he's facing something he can't overcome. But if even he can't solve it, then what could we possibly do?" Lynn clapped both of them on the shoulders. "The best way we can help him is by not adding to his burdens. Don't speak of this to anyone." "Of course, brother. We'll keep it buried in our guts. And flush it out with the rest. Then forget it ever happened." The twins, back to their usual playful rhythm, bounced off one another's words, trying to lighten the mood. After parting with the Weasley brothers, Lynn returned to the Slytherin common room and resumed studying the 3 rune tomes. Yet no matter how he tried, the image of Professor Green in the tavern lingered in his mind. Another week passed. In 6 days, he had mastered all the key points of the first 3 volumes, and even skimmed the basics of the 4th, which served as an introduction to alchemy. Now he stood outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, his heart filled with both nervousness and anticipation. A week ago, Professor Green had promised him that once he completed the 3 rune books, he would be allowed to step across the threshold into the realm of alchemy. The office door opened. Professor Green greeted him with the same composed expression he always wore in class, as though nothing unusual had ever happened. He motioned Lynn inside. "Professor," Lynn began at once, "I've finished the 3 books from your list. I even read through part of the 4th. Professor Green's brows lifted in surprise. Even in his own youth, it had taken him more than 2 weeks to fully digest the same material. "What does this alchemic rune mean?" With a flick of his wand, Professor Green traced a glowing sigil in the air, an intricate fusion of ancient runes and alchemical symbols. It was one of the specialized glyphs recorded in the 3rd volume, a type essential for advanced alchemy. In fact, many alchemists engraved such runes directly into their creations, imbuing them with power. Normally, alchemical runes must be activated through special materials or infused with magical power before they can function. But these particular runes were different, they could manifest their effects directly. That was why Professor Green had told Lynn that if he could master these, he would already have 1 foot inside the gates of alchemy. Even without a deeper understanding of the craft, simply carving these special runes onto objects would endow them with unique abilities. This rune means enhance. It strengthens the original effect of a magical item, and the degree of amplification depends on the item's existing magical strength, Lynn said confidently after a single glance at the glowing rune in the air. Professor Green drew another rune. "And this one?" "Detonate," Lynn replied without hesitation. "It causes the inscribed object to explode, but this rune requires magical power to trigger." Professor then sketched a rectangular-looking rune. "That one means obstruct," Lynn answered, building on his earlier insights. "It interferes with the flow of magic. If combined with the detonate rune, it creates a delayed explosion sigil. An object marked with both would explode some time after magic was infused into it." Professor Green gave a satisfied nod. "Excellent. I needn't test you further. Your mind is sharp, you've already grasped some of alchemy's principles without formal training. Now it's time I guide you into the true art of alchemy." Lynn's eyes lit with anticipation as he looked to his teacher. "Generally, alchemists are divided into 2 schools," Green explained. "The first is the form school. They refine raw alchemical materials and craft products from nothing. The second is the array school. They inscribe runes and weave them into alchemical arrays, enhancing or transforming existing objects. The most renowned work of the form school is Master Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. As for the array school, its greatest achievement is Hogwarts itself. Its countless wards and defenses were layered across generations by array alchemists." Having finished, he asked, "So Lynn, what path will you choose?" Lynn hesitated. Both schools held immense allure. The Stone of Flamel, capable of wonders, and the near-impregnable wards of Hogwarts, forged by centuries of craft. "Professor, which path do you follow?" he asked. As the one teaching him, Green's answer carried weight. The professor chuckled, clapping Lynn on the shoulder. "Me? I walk both. As the name suggests, I study both schools, the twin paths of alchemy. My null, magic stone is the fruit of that union. I refined it from rare materials, like a form alchemist, then inscribed it with countless arrays, magnifying its power. Of course, the weaker version I released publicly, the one celebrated by magical ministries, belongs strictly to the form school. It bears no arrays at all. He grew more serious. But understand this, very few can walk both paths. Each school alone is enough to consume a lifetime of study. To master both requires not only extraordinary time and energy, but also innate talent. Green's eyes fixed on Lin as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin didn't waver. Then I choose both as well, Professor. I want to walk the twin paths of alchemy. He had the time, the will, and the gift, so why not? At his words, Professor Green exhaled softly, relief flickering across his face. Smiling with pride, he said, "Excellent. I knew you were the right student. Since you have chosen as I once did, I will teach you everything I can, so you may travel even farther down this road. Lin, will you formally take me as your master and accept my alchemical teachings?" This was no simple teacher-student bond of Hogwarts classrooms, but a matter of lineage and inheritance. If Lin accepted, he would become Green's personal disciple, bound to him by the true tradition of master and apprentice. Chapter 18. Obsession and Inheritance. Lin nodded. "Professor Green, I am willing to take you as my master and study alchemy under your guidance." Professor Green agreed with evident joy. From a pocket expanded with an untraceable extension charm, he produced 3 items: a metal bracelet, a 1-meter staff, and a sharp dagger. He handed them to Lin. "Though I am French, I know your British wizarding world has been far from peaceful these past years. I intend to gift you a few alchemical tools for self-defense. Consider them my gift as you formally become my disciple." He pointed to the first item. "This bracelet suppresses magic. It needs no further explanation. The staff is a single-use anti-magic staff. Once you channel your power into it, it releases the might of anti-magic stone, suppressing all spellcasting within 100 meters, reducing every wizard in range to little more than a squib. However, its strength only extends to the level of warriors. Against a Dark Lord, its effect is limited. As for the third item, this dagger carries a sharpness inscription I engraved myself, allowing you to defend yourself even within an anti-magic field." The fresh ore radiating from these creations revealed that they had only recently been forged. Clearly, Professor Green had intended to take Lin as his disciple even before today's lesson began. Moved, Lin accepted the gifts and carefully placed them into the canvas pouch at his waist. "Thank you, Master, but this staff's effect seems far stronger than the bracelet. Could it be your true masterpiece?" Professor Green nodded, his gaze falling on the staff with a trace of sorrow. "Yes. Once I forged such a staff, but it led me to disaster. I thought I would never again create another. Yet today, meeting you, perhaps the most gifted student I have ever seen, I find myself willing to try once more. More than that, I hope that one day when your skills surpass mine, you will complete the work I could not. To perfect the anti-magic staff." His voice grew solemn, heavy with determination. "Regret? Does this mean something terrible happened, leaving this staff your greatest sorrow?" Lin asked quietly. He sensed that this regret was tied to the past Madame Rosmita had once alluded to. Professor Green lowered his head, a deep shadow in his pale blue eyes. "Yes, that staff destroyed everything I had." He drew a long breath. "As I said, the staff was flawed. It could suppress magic, but not completely, not against a Dark Lord. At the time, Gellert Grindelwald was ravaging the magical world. I convinced myself my creation was perfect, strong enough to nullify his power. I armed myself with Muggle firearms and, with my wife at my side, hunted him down. We found him. I activated the staff. But..." Pain twisted his features. "It sealed my magic and hers completely, yet failed to suppress Grindelwald's entirely. And against a Dark Lord, Muggle weapons were useless. By my own arrogance, we bound our hands and feet before the slaughter." His voice broke, but he forced himself to continue. "I should have died there, but she, my wife, used an ancient magic of the heart, giving her own life to break through the staff's restriction for a single moment. With that moment, she carried me away through apparition. Because of my pride, I lost her forever." Professor Green clutched his hair, as if dragged back into the battlefield of memory. "So, to perfect the anti-magic staff, to make it a tool that truly seals all sorcery and grants equality to all, that has become my final obsession. I know she will never return, but I cannot allow her sacrifice to be meaningless. If perfection can be achieved, if the staff can gain true worth, then even if it costs my life, I would accept it." His voice rose to a roar, eyes alight with the mad brilliance of a scholar consumed by a single truth. But I am old now. My progress has ended. It must fall to my student Lin to finish what I could not. Tell me, will you devote yourself to completing it? His gaze locked onto Lin, fierce and unyielding. Looking at the professor, half mad in his grief, Lin recalled the things he had seen in the 3 broomsticks just the week before. He nodded firmly. I will, master. I will give it my all. I swear it. Professor Green studied his young face, then sighed. Forgive me, Lin. Perhaps it is too soon to burden you with such a weight, but I have no choice. Master, Lin interrupted softly, this is my choice. And besides, I truly am interested in the study of anti-magic stone. Professor Green fell silent. He looked at Lin for a long moment, then rose, flicking his wand twice. A silent, cleaning charm refreshed his appearance, restoring order to his robes. A nearby book shifted and stretched under a transfiguration spell, reshaping into a blackboard. Upon its surface lines appeared, arranging themselves into a pattern that resembled a Muggle circuit diagram. You chose to pursue both arrays and formulas. Formulaic alchemy requires immense reserves of power. I'll begin teaching you that next year. For now, you will study array-based alchemy. Professor Green's tone settled into the calmness of instruction. Array-based alchemy combines scattered runes through controlled magical flow, forming complete alchemical arrays. Their principles are, in fact, not unlike Muggle circuit diagrams. Then he paused, smiling wryly. Ah, but you likely don't know what a circuit diagram is. Not every wizard is foolish enough to spend 2.5 years at a Muggle university, as I once did. Among wizards, such mingling with Muggles was mocked as shameful. But Lin shook his head. No, master, I know what a circuit diagram is. Professor Green blinked in surprise as Lin pointed at the chalk lines on the board. This is a schematic. It represents the operating principles of an electronic circuit. It shows sources of power, switches, and components connected in series or parallel to create the system. Chapter 19. The Improved Dung Bomb. Lin had never attended a Muggle university in this life, but thanks to the 9 years of compulsory education from his previous one, he still remembered the basics. Since you already understand circuit diagrams, then things will be much easier. Just treat the power source of an alchemy array as the power supply, the rune nexus as the switch, and the different alchemical runes as electronic components. Once you do that, an alchemy array should be no obstacle for you, Professor Green said, clearly delighted. For array-based alchemists, teaching apprentices was usually a grueling task. Unlike spell-based alchemy, which leaned more on practice than theory, array-based alchemy was infamous for its nightmarish complexity. Even the most gifted apprentices often groaned in frustration once they encountered it. Especially with alchemy arrays, there were thousands of different forms, which most ordinary array alchemists could only memorize by rote. Things were different for Lin and Professor Green. Once they began interpreting arrays as circuit diagrams, those thousands of forms boiled down to just 2 essential structures, series and parallel. After all, every other configuration could be built by rearranging those 2 foundations. After explaining the underlying principle, Professor Green moved on to the method of engraving alchemy arrays. It wasn't as simple as scratching a pattern onto an object. The engraver had to use a special alchemical knife to permanently channel their magic into the object, forming a closed loop through which energy could circulate. Only then was the array truly complete. As he spoke, Professor Green drew a golden knife from his pocket. Every alchemist eventually has their own blade. For now you'll use mine. He handed it to Lin. Lin accepted it carefully. The knife gleamed in pure gold, its surface covered in hundreds of intricate, microscopic alchemical circuits, each no larger than a fingernail, woven together into dozens of arrays. The craftsmanship was staggering. Professor Green then traced 2 strange runes in the air with his wand. These represent the power source, and the rune nexus the equivalence of a power supply and a switch in a circuit. Using what I've taught you, and the runes you've already studied, I want you to perform an enchantment right here before me. You may choose any object except your wand. Lin nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled a dung bomb from his pocket. One of the twins had given it to him after a trip to Zonko's joke shop. A dung bomb? Just don't fill my office with that stench, Professor Green exclaimed in surprise before sighing in resignation. Lin quickly promised it wouldn't explode. He sat down at the desk, studying the dung bomb intently. Its shell wasn't thick, so he had to be extremely careful. One slip of the knife and Professor Green would probably hang him up by his toes. Though itself an alchemical product, The dung bomb only had a trigger switch on the surface. The rest of its array was hidden within, meaning Lin could safely add new engravings without disrupting the original enchantments. Carefully, he carved the symbol for a power source onto the shell. As he did, the golden knife siphoned his magic, channeling it down into the blade's tip, where it sank permanently into the dung bomb's surface as a glowing rune. Next, he inscribed the rune nexus over the trigger switch so that the two overlapped. This way, activating the trigger would simultaneously activate his new array. He paused, resting his chin on his palm, thinking. Then he carved 2 more runes, strengthen and diffuse. These would both amplify the dung bomb's potency and double the radius of its foul stench. Finally, Lin swept the golden blade in quick motions, linking all 4 runes into a closed circuit. The array was complete. Thus, his very first alchemical creation was born, the improved dung bomb. "Teacher, I've finished," he said, lifting it proudly. Professor Green leaned over, inspecting the engravings. After a long look, he spread his hands. "From what I see, your work is already excellent. Normally I'd have you activate it to test the results, knowledge through practice. After all, in this case perhaps not." He had no desire to suffocate in his own office. "That will do for today. From now on, come every Saturday to practice engraving. And please no more dung bombs." Lin gave a sheepish grin. Truth be told, those were probably the only suitable items he had on him. Clothes could, in theory, be used for defensive arrays, but he hadn't yet learned the proper runes for that. And as for engraving an explosion rune into his own robes, that would truly be courting death. After leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, Lin sought out Fred and George and handed over his newly refined version of the dung bomb. Watching the twins leap with glee, Lin suddenly questioned whether what he'd done was right at all. Inwardly, he offered a silent prayer for the poor soul who would become its first victim. And in truth, his concern was not unfounded. By the next morning, he heard from Irvin Flea that Mr. Filch had taken one of the bombs to the face. The man still reeked unbearably. Chapter 20. The Halloween Crisis. The following weeks passed in steady rhythm. Lin spent his days buried in alchemic runes, his Saturdays in the defense office carving arrays under Professor Green's guidance. Under that tutelage, his progress in alchemy advanced with astonishing speed. Even his robes and accessories had all become vessels inscribed with formations of his own making. His wizard's robe now bore over a dozen defensive arrays, enough to shield him from the standard disarming charm of any aura-level mage, and to resist the black spells of an ordinary adult wizard. The strength of these defenses was tied directly to Lin's own cultivation of magic. As his core deepened with age and power, so too would the arrays carved by his hand grow in potency. Before long, the day of Halloween arrived. The moment the students awoke, the corridors were already filled with the sweet scent of roasted pumpkin. Countless gourds had been carved and lit, their flickering light steeping the ancient castle in a festive atmosphere. It was on this bright morning that the Weasley twins proposed tossing a dung bomb into the Great Hall, only to be firmly stopped by Lin. "Have you lost your minds? Even Professor Flitwick would have trouble scrubbing away the filth from these things. Do you really have no sense of proportion?" Lin snatched the bomb from their hands, his expression the very picture of exasperation. The truth was, on the second day after he'd learned to carve arrays, Lin had already shown the twins how to refine the bombs themselves. They never understood the theory, but they had mastered imitation well enough. With a crude little knife of their own making, they had managed to stockpile dozens. If they were ever to unleash those things in the Great Hall, Gryffindor's house points would be stripped to the bone. Though Lin was Slytherin-born, Fred and George were still his friends. He had no desire to see them dangled upside down by Professor McGonagall. "Fine, fine. You win this round." The twins shrugged in unison. That evening, the Halloween feast began. 1,000 bats swept across the walls and rafters of the hall, while another 1,000 wheeled in dark clouds above the tables, their wings stirring the flames inside the carved pumpkins. Countless dishes shimmered into being on the golden plates, a feast as lavish as the one at term's beginning. Even Lin, whose appetite was usually small, couldn't resist finishing an extra bowl. When the meal ended and the students began to disperse, the professors too rose from the high table. Lin was just about to retreat to his dormitory and cram in a few more alchemic runes when his eyes fell on Professor Green. Something was wrong. The gentle professor's pale, blue gaze carried a glimmer of killing intent, a look Lin had never seen from him before. What's more, his steps did not turn toward his usual office, but instead to the gates of the castle. After a brief word with Filch, Green departed into the night, toward Hogsmeade. "Fred, George, wait." Lynn seized the twins by the sleeves, his face grave. "Something's off with Professor Green." He explained what he had seen, then said in a low, urgent voice, "I'm going to slip through the one-eyed witch passage and reach Hogsmeade ahead of him. If I can, I'll lend him aid, but if I don't return within an hour, you must report this to Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall immediately." This wasn't empty bravado on his part. In these last weeks, his training had borne fruit. He could already summon the fire charm without wand or word, and even spells like the disarming charm could be cast silently. His strength was now close to that of a newly fledged Auror. Secondly, Lynn's gear was inscribed with numerous alchemical arrays. Thanks to them, even if he crossed paths with a powerful dark wizard, he could endure for at least an hour. And the favor he had asked of the Weasley twins, that was his final trump card. If Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall arrived in time to support him, then even if Voldemort himself appeared, he would not be able to take Lynn down at the first strike. At his words, Fred and George exchanged a look. "No problem. As long as you make it back safely, even if the passage is exposed, it doesn't matter," George said firmly. Neither of them suggested going with him. They were well aware of their own limits. Lynn had already mastered silent casting for many spells, including disarming charms, while they could barely manage a disarming charm at all. If they went with him, they would only slow him down. After reminding them once more, Lynn quickly made his way to the one-eyed witch statue. Descendium. The passage opened at his spell. Without hesitation, Lynn darted inside and crossed it at top speed, emerging into the cellar of Honeydukes. Raising his wand, he cast a disillusionment charm on himself. He had learned it from Professor Green just a week earlier, and its power to conceal him greatly strengthened his chances of survival. He felt a cold liquid flow from the crown of his head, spreading across his entire body. Raising his hand, he saw nothing. His form had vanished completely. Lynn climbed swiftly out of the cellar and slipped out of Honeydukes. Hogsmeade was the largest wizarding village in Britain. If a battle were to break out, it would not be fought within its streets. The only possible ground was clear the entrance to the village itself. Keeping the disillusionment charm active, Lynn headed toward the village gates. Turning a corner, he caught sight of the entrance, and at the same moment, he saw a black-robed wizard, face half covered, standing there. At once, Lynn's heart leapt with alarm. Though nearly 100 meters away, he dared not make the slightest move. He froze, holding still against the chill wind, and fixed his gaze on the ground at the wizard's feet rather than meeting his eyes. If this man was a powerful dark wizard, then he could very well pierce the disguise of a disillusionment charm. Approaching recklessly would be sheer folly, and those with great magical strength often sensed when they were being watched. That was why Lynn didn't dare look directly at him. All this, Professor Green had taught him, hard-earned lessons from Green's own experience, and Lynn had profited much from them. 10 long minutes passed. Then came the sound of measured footsteps. "Castlech, it's been over 40 years since Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore. Have you still not given up?" It was Professor Green's voice, cold and sharp. So this was Castlech the black-robed wizard, and from Green's words, Lynn understood. Castlech had once been one of Grindelwald's followers during the dark days of his reign. Castlech's reply rasped with venom. "For more than 40 years I have hunted you, Green. You dared wound our great master with those cursed Muggle weapons. You shamed him. As one of the sanctified, I will have your life." Professor Green gave a low, mocking laugh. "Master? Sanctified? Castlech, you're nothing but a cur cast out by Grindelwald himself. What right do you have to call yourself that?" Castlech's voice rose in fury. "Cast out? If not for those 3 damn Muggles who appeared during my pursuit and perished under my fiend fire, my master would never have expelled me. Green, you and I are bound by blood. Feud to date ends." Professor Green drew his wand. He struck first, unleashing a silent, disarming charm, though his voice was tinged with weary resolve. "So be it. I am a professor of Hogwarts now. If I let you run rampant, my students will be endangered. You must die here." Castlech's wand flashed. A silent shield charm flared to life, colliding with Green's spell. Blue light burst outward as the 2 spells cancelled each other. "Confringo!" Professor Green swung his wand once more, releasing a streak of yellow light that shimmered with dangerous intent. But at the very same moment, his left hand flicked ever so slightly an unvoiced, wandless spell. From an angle hidden to Castlech's sight, a thin shaft of gray-white radiance tore through the air, trailing just behind the explosive curse and aiming straight for him. That pale light was the shattering spell Fenchen Suig, a younger sibling to the explosive curse. Though it lacked the wide, secondary blast of its elder counterpart, it could pulverize stone and sunder solid barriers with ease. Kasserach had not seen Green's subtle gesture, yet his seasoned battle sense screamed that the man's assault could not be so straightforward. Pratigo Maxima! With a sweep of his wand, Kasserach poured his immense mana into a barrier encasing the space within a meter of him. As expected, the two spells struck his shield in quick succession. The violent force dimmed the barrier's glow, proving how fierce the assault had been. Defindo. Kasserach's wrist flickered in rapid tremors. Though he spoke the incantation but once, dozens of cutting curses burst forth, whistling through the air like blades loosed from a storm, all hurtling toward Green. This was a high form of casting. By vibrating his wand at such frequency, Kasserach disrupted the steady flow of mana into it, fragmenting the channel. Each fragment became a weaker, but complete cutting curse, dozens born where only one should have existed. Thus, a single strike split into a barrage, each blade lessened, yet together raising the danger tenfold. Volleys of 1,000 arrows. Professor Green answered swiftly. A silent shattering spell first crushed a stone slab at his feet, and then with a complex charm, he launched its shards like a storm of bullets. The rain of stone fragments collided with the gray blades midair. One by one they shattered, detonations crackling above the battlefield. With far less expenditure of mana, Green had intercepted them all. But Kasserach's tempo only quickened. Unlike Green, whose arsenal lay in conventional magic and alchemy, Kasserach wove black sorcery, its raw potency surpassing ordinary spellcraft when wielded by one of equal rank. Green was a master of arrays and runes, but in the dominion of curses he was no match for a former saint, even one fallen from grace. A ball of flame black at its heart, rimmed with blood red, erupted from Kasserach's wand. It devoured everything in its path, swelling ever larger until it twisted into the forms of fiery serpents and hounds, each beast snarling as they lunged at Green. Such an infernal blaze could not be quenched by a mere finite incantatum. Against this peril, Green had no choice but to reveal his truest art, alchemy, in battle. Few in this age could dare such a feat. With a flick of his wand, symbols of radiant gold etched themselves into the air itself without carving knife, without vessel. Floating, luminous runes linked together by threads of golden mana, weaving into a complete alchemic array in the blink of an eye. As his power surged into the construct, torrents of light speared forth, striking the onrushing flame-born beasts. A rain of golden brilliance poured down like falling stars, pressing the fiery monstrosities to the ground, forcing them to writhe beneath its weight. From afar, Lin gazed wide-eyed. The sight was like the descent of a divine sovereign. So this must be the pinnacle of array alchemists, he thought, awe stirring in his chest. Yet on the battlefield, Kasserach did not yield. With grim resolve, he continued pouring mana outward. More clusters of cursed fire roared into being, surging at Green in endless waves. Meanwhile, the professor had already completed the fifth array. 5 golden matrices orbited him like a radiant constellation, spewing beams in every direction. Golden lances crisscrossed the air, a storm of light that clashed against the tide of hellfire. The struggle reached a tense deadlock. Black fire against alchemic brilliance, neither side gaining ground, the battlefield trembling between them. From the sidelines, Lin's fists clenched. His heart urged him to aid his teacher, yet reason reminded him bitterly, at his current level, to step in was no more than to cast himself as fodder. Even the stray aftershocks of their duel could reduce him to ash. Chapter 22. The Forbidden Staff reveals its might. Muggle firearms strike true. Golden light clashed against crimson, black flame, their duel dragging on for over 10 minutes. Though the two forces were evenly matched, their wielders were not. Every sorcerer has limits. Professor Green's 5 alchemic arrays flickered, their glow dimming as the last of his strength waned. His magic was nearly spent. Kasserach's lips curved into a cruel smile. His fiend fire devoured everything in reach, growing ever stronger, while Green's alchemy was sustained solely by his own dwindling reserves. In such an uneven contest, how could Green possibly endure to the end? Watching Kasserach gloat, Green's face turned grim. If he had perished under Grindelwald's hand years ago, he might have accepted it. But now, after meeting his prodigious student Lin, after glimpsing hope for the great problems that had haunted him, how could he resign himself to die at the hands of this fallen wretch? He could not accept it. With a defiant roar, Green forced his arrays to flare once more. But exhaustion is merciless. A shout cannot replenish drained reserves. The light faltered again, his defenses buckling as the fiend-fire hounds tore their way closer, fangs bared for his throat. From afar, Lin could bear it no longer. Even across 2 lifetimes, he could not stand by and watch his master be slaughtered. A sudden thought sparked in his mind. His hands darted to the enchanted canvas bag at his waist, rummaging desperately until his eyes lit up. He drew forth a finely wrought staff, a meter in length. The forbidden staff. Lin's thoughts flashed back to Green's own words when he had entrusted it to him. This staff is a single-use weapon. Once you channel your magic into it, the power of an anti-magic stone will erupt, suppressing all spellcraft within 100 meters. Any sorcerer caught in its reach will be as helpless as a squib, but remember its effect is limited. Against those of Grindelwald's caliber, it will achieve little. Now, Lin stood within that very distance. Kasserech was formidable, but not of Grindelwald's level. Green's prolonged resistance proved as much. Please, forbidden staff. He clenched the weapon and poured his power into it. Whum! A low hum shook the air as a wave of light rippled outward. In the blink of an eye, 100 meters around Lin was swallowed by its might. The fiend firehounds vanished like mist under a dozen oars casting finite incantatum at once. The glow at the tip of Kasserech's wand sputtered out. Green's failing arrays shattered into smoke and silence fell. What impossible! Kasserech gasped, feeling his magic locked down, unresponsive. Green, however, looked on with weary astonishment. The boy's disillusionment faded under the staff's aura, revealing Lin's true form. So, the gift I gave you ends up saving me instead, Green murmured with a bitter smile. Brushing dust from his robes where the fiend-fire hound had pinned him, he rose to his feet. But Lin was already rushing forward. From his pocket, he drew the dagger Green had enchanted with sharpness, plunging it into Kasserech's chest. 3 frantic strikes sank into flesh. But in his haste, none struck a vital point. Kasserech staggered, stunned for a moment, then his honed instincts surged back. With a snarl, he slapped the dagger from Lin's hand, seized him, and forced him to the ground. His hands clamped around the boy's throat, intent on crushing the life from him. With magic sealed, Green stood helpless 10 meters away, unable to reach them in time. Lin thrashed desperately, lungs burning. But at 11 years old, even with training, his strength was no match for Kasserech's. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. The grip on his throat loosened. Gasping for air, Lin shoved the man's body aside. When he looked again, his blood ran cold. Kasserech's head was riddled with smoking bullet holes. In the absence of a Dark Lord-class sorcerer, my staff of nullification can render all beings equal. In such moments, even mundane weapons of mortals can prove highly effective. Professor Green approached at an unhurried pace, the metal firearm in his hand still trailing a thin wisp of smoke. It was now clear what Kasserech had meant earlier when he mocked that Green once wounded his master with a Muggle weapon. Back in that fateful battle, after unleashing the staff of nullification, Green had indeed used a firearm to deal a grievous blow to Grindelwald. Of course, no matter how destructive such weapons might be, they could never slay a wizard of Grindelwald's caliber, so long as he retained even a fragment of spellcasting power. The details of what followed, Lin had long ago heard directly from his teacher. Thank you, Professor. Lin staggered upright, his voice carrying both gratitude and relief. If not for your weapon, I'd have perished beneath Kasserech's hand. But at these words, Green only shook his head. In his eyes flickered both guilt and a deep, paternal warmth. No, Lin, it is I who owe you an apology. As your mentor, I failed to shield you. Worse, I drew you into peril with me. That is my dereliction. Relief coursed through Green that he had trusted this disciple enough to craft for him a staff of nullification. Without it, not only he himself, but even Lin, this child of extraordinary talent, would have been dragged down into death. If such tragedy had come to pass, Green knew he could never forgive himself, not even in the depths of hell. Lin, however, merely shook his head. He bore no complaint about the danger. Life was never without risk. If he had been too afraid of it, he would never have stepped upon this path in the first place. Fixing his burning gaze on his teacher, he declared, Master, I want to learn it. The art you used just now, carving alchemic arrays in the very air and wielding them in battle. Green blinked in surprise. He had assumed Lin arrived only at the final stage of the duel, when he was nearly overwhelmed. To know the boy had witnessed everything from the start left him briefly startled. Yet soon his expression softened into a trace of satisfaction. With the power both he and Kasserech commanded, no ordinary observer could have hidden nearby unnoticed. That Lin had gone unseen meant he had taken to heart the earlier lessons Green impressed upon him, and applied them well. Even so, to the request he could only shake his head. To engrave arrays without a chisel, or to inscribe them without any vessel, demands a vast ocean of mana as foundation, Green explained solemnly. At your current pace of cultivation, when you reach your 4th year, I will teach you how to compress your mana, and how to wield a wand as your chisel. By your 5th year, I can guide you to weave arrays from pure essence alone, without any medium. But for now, what you must focus on is honing your craft. Forge a chisel of your own design. Disappointment flickered in Lin's eyes, but he nodded. He knew well enough that his shallow mana reserves were his greatest weakness. I must return now, master, he said after glancing at the time. If he hurried back immediately, he could still reach the castle before the Weasley twins had any chance to report his absence to Dumbledore. Green waved him off gently. Go. Retracing his path, Lin slipped once more through the passage hidden behind the one-eyed witch's statue and emerged inside the castle. You're back. 2 more minutes, and we'd have gone straight to Dumbledore. George exhaled in relief at the sight of him. Fred's eyes, however, sharpened as they caught the scar on Lin's neck. His tone grew grave. You're hurt. What happened? It's nothing, Lin said lightly. Just crossed paths with a dark wizard. I used one of Professor Green's alchemic devices to defeat him, but I didn't find the professor in Hogsmeade, so I returned by the same way. Yet the truth veiled. The staff of nullification was a secret between master and disciple, not something to be laid bare even before friends. Good. Fred let out a breath of relief. Forcing a smile, Lin said, enough. A false alarm, nothing more. Now, let's enjoy our Halloween feast. At that, the twins broke into cheers once more. The next 2 months passed in relative peace. Neither Lin nor Professor Green ever spoke aloud of that fateful Halloween night, as though by silent agreement. Lin devoted himself fully to his studies, and his progress was remarkable. In Transfiguration, he could now alter inanimate objects with ease, and even transform creatures as small as cockroaches or mice into lifeless trinkets, buttons, vases, and the like. Slytherin earned points from his performance nearly every lesson. In Charms, he had mastered silent casting for every first-year spell, and had begun learning advanced techniques for higher-level charms under Professor Flitwick's private tutelage. The tiny professor often marveled aloud, calling him a prodigy. In Potions too, his aptitude was awakening. Partnered most often with Erwin Foley, their teamwork grew increasingly seamless. What began as classroom cooperation soon blossomed into genuine friendship. Of course, there were also subjects in which Lin wasn't particularly gifted, herbology and astronomy for instance. His talent in those classes was rather limited. When final exams came, he figured the best he could manage was an E for exceeds expectations, nothing like the easy O. Outstanding he consistently achieved in defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms and potions. As for history of magic, Professor Binns's droning lectures were almost hypnotic. Even Lin, tireless as he was, had little choice but to treat the class as his time to catch up on sleep. Still, self-study from the textbook alone was more than enough for him to secure an outstanding. Beyond the standard required courses for years 1 through 5, there was also flying, a class only first years needed to take. Lin wasn't particularly remarkable there, so he simply took it in stride. The weather grew steadily colder, and even Merlin seemed to have traded his socks for thick-wooled ones. By mid-December, Christmas arrived at Hogwarts. At dawn, the castle awoke beneath several feet of snow. The Black Lake was sealed with hard ice, and the owls braved storm and sleet to deliver the morning's mail. Only with Hagrid's care and food did they regain the strength to fly again. The younger wizards and witches were eager for the holidays. Fires roared in the common rooms and great hall, spreading warmth, but the corridors remained drafty and bitingly cold, with icy winds rattling the classroom windows. On Christmas morning itself, even Lin allowed himself the rare luxury of sleeping in. When he finally stirred, he found 7 gifts waiting at the foot of his bed. The first, neatly wrapped, came from his mother Rowena, sent by the family owl from the post office. Inside lay a finely crafted silver longsword, the very one Lin had written home to request a week earlier. His robes had already been inscribed to the brim with alchemical arrays, leaving no more room for etchings, and none of his other belongings suited the craft. The sword's arrival was perfectly timed to solve his problem. The next 3 gifts were from Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape, likely rewards for Lin's performance in their classes. He was genuinely surprised Snape, stern and aloof as he was, had chosen to send him anything at all. McGonagall's gift was a notebook of transfiguration, filled with insights from her youth. To Lin's delight, it even contained methods of applying transfiguration in combat. The brittle feel of the parchment suggested it was copied using the doubling charm, but even so, Lin was thrilled. Flitwick had sent a wand, care kit useful for maintaining his staff. Snape's gift, however, was a vial of elation draft, something Lin thought Snape might have been better off keeping for himself. After those came 2 more presents, one from Irvin, the other from the Weasley twins. Irvin's was a miniature sneakoscope, though, ironically, Lin had long since learned how to make one himself. The twins, meanwhile, had scraped together their hard-earned galleons profits from tinkering with their dung bums to buy him a Honeydukes sweet set. Finally, Lin opened the last package, this one from his own teacher, Professor Green. "This is a forbidden magic staff?" He froze as he looked at it. During the Halloween crisis, Lin had used the staff Green once entrusted to him, its activation saving the professor's life from dark wizards, but exhausting the staff in the process. Being a one-time alchemical artifact, it was rendered useless. Yet now, Green had crafted another, gifting it to Lin for Christmas. As he held the new staff, Lin couldn't help but feel deeply moved. After unwrapping his presents, Lin left the dormitory and made his way down to the great hall on the first floor of the castle. At the entrance, Fred and George came striding toward him. "Thanks, Lin. We really liked your gift," the twins said in unison. What Lin had given them was a set of carefully organized alchemy notes, along with a reading list. He had filtered the list Professor Green had once provided him, tailoring it into a collection of books most suitable for the twins to study on their own. "I liked your gift too," Lin replied with a smile. From his pocket, he pulled out a single Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, flashed it at them, and popped it into his mouth. "Ugh, smelly socks." His reaction sent the twins into peals of laughter. When their mirth had finally ebbed, Lin straightened and said, "All right, I need to go see Professor Green in his office. I'll catch you later." "See you." The twins waved him off cheerfully. After parting ways, Lin went directly to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. "Master, I've come to thank you for the staff of nullification," he said, bowing slightly. Professor Green only smiled and beckoned him to an alchemy workbench. Unlike the small desk used for everyday etching, this was a specialized station for inscribing alchemic arrays. It heightened focus, strengthened magical condensation, and raised the chance of success. "Your studies have reached the threshold for forging a proper chisel," Green said with approval. "It's time you crafted one of your own. You'll complete the process yourself, I'll only supervise." With a flick of his wand, dozens of rare materials appeared upon the workbench. Lin had long been prepared for this. He seated himself before the bench and selected a mithril chisel blank from among the array. Instantly, the other materials vanished, leaving only Professor Green's golden chisel at Lin's side. With steady hands, Lin took up the golden chisel and carved the sigil of an energy source into the mithril blank's hilt, then etched a rune nexus slightly above it. Next, he donned a pair of special spectacles, inscribed with an alchemic array that functioned like a magnifying glass, allowing him to see every stroke in perfect detail. Time slipped by. Array after array spread across the mithril chisel's surface, each rune flaring with a brighter light than the last. 3 full hours passed. At last, Lin inscribed the final stroke, linking the last array with the nexus and the energy source. The forging was complete. The mithril chisel trembled as though it had gained new life. With a sharp crack, excess mithril burst away in glittering motes of light. What remained was a blade so keen that even Green's golden chisel paled beside it. And indeed it was so. A chisel, like a wand, was meant to serve an alchemist for life. Though Green was now a renowned French master, when he forged his golden chisel, he had been only a student. His craftsmanship then could never rival what Lin had achieved now. "A flawless chisel," Green exclaimed, awe in his voice. "Remember this well, Lin, this blade will be with you for life. Never forsake it." Cradling the mithril chisel in both hands, Lin nodded firmly. Turning away, Green fetched a box from a nearby cabinet. Its surface was covered in alchemic arrays. "This will serve as its case," Green explained, passing it to him. "The arrays upon it will preserve and maintain your chisel." Lin opened the box. Though it looked solid within, the moment he lowered the chisel toward it, the interior warped and shifted until a space, perfectly sized to hold the mithril chisel, revealed itself. Carefully, Lin secured it within, then bowed in gratitude once more. Green studied him a moment, then said, "For the next half of the year, you need only focus on mastering more alchemic runes and strengthening your foundation. As for our weekly lessons, I intend to teach you practical combat skills. What do you say?" Over the past month, Lin's alchemy had already surpassed that of many ordinary practitioners. To go further, however, he would need greater reserves of magical power. For now, Green had little else left to instruct him in theory. At his teacher's words, Lin's face lit with joy. The helplessness he had felt that Halloween night, when he had faced the Black Sorcerer, still burned vividly in his memory. His heart longed to grow stronger, to wield his magic with true force, and to sharpen his combat skills without delay. Chapter 25. Combat Training, the Subtle Art of Transfiguration. Hogwarts gave its students over a week off for the Christmas holiday, but Lin had no intention of letting that time slip away. Early the next morning, he sought out Professor Green, hoping to begin his combat lessons ahead of schedule. When Professor Green heard his request, he was momentarily surprised, but quickly agreed. "No problem, but my office isn't exactly fit for dueling. Come with me." Without another word, he led Lin out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, across the castle, and into the Forbidden Forest. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the trees parted, and Lin found himself staring at a massive clearing, easily 100 meters across. "This," Green explained, stepping into the open, "is a training ground Dumbledore approved for me. From now on, all our combat drills will be held here. But take my advice, don't come wandering alone. The nest of the Acromantulas lies not far from here." Standing at the center of the field, he turned to face Lin. Lin followed, raised his wand to his chest, and gave a formal duelist's bow. Before he had even straightened up, a jet of red light streaked toward him. The battle had begun. "Protego!" Lin twisted aside, throwing up a shield charm almost on instinct. A gray, white flash collided with the barrier and ricocheted away. Just as I thought. He knew Green's spells would never come so simply. On Halloween night, he had witnessed his professor's battle with Kasaregi, spells layered one upon another in ruthless succession. Sure enough, Green had fired a silent, disarming charm, immediately followed by a wordless, blasting curse. If Lin hadn't been wary, he would have been taken down instantly. Incendio! A ball of fire burst from Lin's wand. Though he was capable of casting silently, he knew that spoken incantations often carried more power. The flames expanded rapidly, spreading in the air above them, swelling into a rolling inferno that swept toward Professor Green like a tidal wave. Aguamenti! Green's wand snapped up, and a torrent of water surged forth to meet the blaze. Fire and water crashed together, exploding into a storm of steam that blanketed the clearing in thick, blinding mist. With visibility gone, Lin cast a silencing charm on himself, muffling his footsteps, and darted into motion. He fired off several silent, disarming charms at where Green had stood. None found their mark. Green, no doubt, had moved just as he had. A sudden cutting curse hissed past his shoulder, close enough to graze him. Heart pounding, Lin sprinted faster, and retaliated, launching 3 disarming charms in quick succession, one where the spell had come from, the others to its left and right. He was right. The charm to the right struck a shield charm, revealing Green's position. Seizing the chance, Lin unleashed a volley of curses, then raised his left hand. Channeling raw magic without his wand, he hurled a great fireball from his palm. The flames surged outward, hemming Green in from every direction, while Lin's barrage blocked his escape from the front. Lin allowed himself a grin. Surely, he had him now. Of course, this was only training. Green had suppressed his own magical strength to match Lin's level and refrained from using alchemy. Even so, to corner him was no small feat. Lin felt the thrill of victory. But just as he prepared to celebrate, the ground beneath him buckled. Stones twisted and writhed upward, morphing into massive serpents as thick as tree trunks. They lunged with terrifying speed, coiling around his legs, waist, arms, and throat, pinning him in place. Another lashed out, knocking his wand from his grasp, then wrapped tightly around his free hand, choking off his wandless fire spell. The great blaze, which had been on the verge of singeing Green's robes, guttered out as if it had never been. In battle, Green's voice came through the mist, calm and almost amused. Most duelists fixate on the curses flying at them head on, but transfiguration applied with cunning can change everything. Learn to wield it well, and it will surprise even the cleverest opponent. He strode closer, flicked his wand, and the serpents slackened, tumbling back into lifeless stones. Lin let out a bitter laugh. He had just received McGonagall's notes on transfiguration yesterday. He hadn't even had the chance to study them yet. Again, Green said simply, already retreating to his starting position. Lin rose to his feet and stepped back to his place. After bowing once more, he struck first, casting a disarming charm. Professor Green tilted slightly to the side, letting the spell whistle past him. His wand hand remained clasped behind his back. At that sight, a chill of foreboding ran through Lin. Without even looking, he whipped his wand over his shoulder and released a jet of fire behind him. "This is his age?" The flames engulfed dozens of writhing snakes made from transfigured branches, reducing them to ash. All of them, of course, had been conjured by Professor Green's transfiguration. Annoying transfiguration, Lin muttered bitterly. He himself had not yet learned how to wield transfiguration effectively in battle, so against his teacher's relentless assaults he could only fall back again and again. Inevitably, lacking an entire combat method compared to his opponent, Lin was defeated once more. But Professor Green gave no thought of stopping. Each sharp command of continue sank like a stone into Lin's chest, making him nearly despair. Since there was no escape, Lin poured his full focus into the duel. He began imitating his teacher's methods, trying to seize control of the branches and stones scattered about with transfiguration, shaping them into weapons that could strike back against Professor Green. Under such merciless training, his mastery of transfiguration gradually grew sharper, steadier. At last, when Lin was utterly spent, his magical reserves drained to the dregs, Green finally called a halt. He guided his exhausted student back toward the towering walls of Hogwarts. Collapsing into the Slytherin dormitory, Lin forced his eyes open long enough to finish reading the transfiguration notes Professor McGonagall had gifted him. Only then did he fall into a heavy sleep. The next morning, he rose early and reviewed the notes again, giving special attention to the sections on applying transfiguration in live combat. He even experimented in the dormitory, working until he managed to transfigure his blanket into a venomous serpent, and, more importantly, to control it as easily as an extension of his own arm. Only when he restored it to its original form did he set off for breakfast, satisfied. For most young wizards, the Christmas holidays were the brightest, most carefree days of the year. For Lin, however, they were nothing short of torment. Day after day, Professor Green pressed him in combat training, refusing to end the session until Lin was so drained he could no longer muster even the faint glow of a lumos. It was agony, but a sweet agony. Again and again his magical power was emptied, refilled, then emptied once more. Through this cycle, his strength rose imperceptibly, yet undeniably. In both spellwork and transfiguration, Lin's level had already climbed to that of an ordinary Auror. And this was only his first year. When the holidays ended, classes resumed. In the very first transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall taught the art of changing living creatures into dead objects. Each student was handed a cockroach, which they were tasked to transform into a quill. With silent casting, Lin transfigured his cockroach into an exquisite quill etched with delicate patterns across its shaft. McGonagall stared in astonishment, then promptly awarded 10 points to Slytherin. "Well done, Lin. If you have no pressing duties after class, may I have a word with you?" she said warmly. Lin gave a small nod. "Of course, Professor." That afternoon's transfiguration lesson was the last of the day. With some time before the evening feast, Lin had nothing else that required his attention. After class, the students filed out in a noisy stream, but Lin remained at his seat. Professor McGonagall approached him and asked Lin, "Tell me, what is the full extent of your ability in transfiguration?" Lin lifted his wand, and, with silent casting, unleashed a display. In an instant, 5 or 6 desks transformed into towering lions, while the chairs beside them writhed into venomous snakes, their eyes fixed upon her. With a flick, he sent them lunging toward her, only to dissolve the transformations at the last moment, restoring desk and chair alike. "Professor, I've studied your notes thoroughly, and I can now apply them in practice," Lin explained calmly. McGonagall, though no stranger to formidable magic, was taken aback nonetheless. For a first-year student to wield such mastery of transfiguration, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Her gaze softened. Who would not favor a student both talented and diligent? Lynn, she said at last, would you be willing to join my transfiguration club? Normally, it is reserved only for 6th and 7th years, but you are an exception. Your transfiguration has already surpassed many of its current members. To transfigure a living creature into a quill was a first-year's task, but to conjure lions of such size, and command them in combat, that was something few young wizards could ever dream of achieving. Lynn's heart leapt with joy at her words. Many of Hogwarts' professors had their own clubs, like Professor Flitwick's Charms Club and Professor Slughorn's Slug Club, both mentioned in the original story. Joining one of these clubs wasn't just a chance for Lynn to sharpen his magical skills, it also meant building valuable connections. Yes, connections. That was the whole reason Slughorn founded the Slug Club, to gather students who might one day rise to prominence. I'd be honored, Professor. What sort of activities does the Transfiguration Club usually have? Lynn asked quickly. Professor McGonagall gave him a pleased look and replied, the Transfiguration Club isn't as demanding as our formal classes. We gather on Sunday mornings to discuss topics related to transfiguration. The meetings are very free, everyone can speak their mind without too many restrictions. After explaining the schedule, McGonagall even gifted him a new transfiguration notebook filled with fresh insights. Within its pages, Lynn discovered notes on the theory of becoming an animagus. And so, he officially joined McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick hadn't extended a similar invitation. Perhaps prodigies in charms were common, while those with real talent in transfiguration were much rarer. Lynn wasn't disappointed though. After all, even in the original Dumbledore's army, many students had already mastered silent casting. His ability to cast certain spells without speaking wouldn't surprise Flitwick much. Perhaps his silent, wandless casting of a fire spell could earn him entry to the Charms Club, but Lynn wasn't eager to reveal his trump cards so early, not to anyone beyond family and trusted teachers. Even with the Weasley twins, he had shown only his silent casting, nothing more. Chapter 27, The Year-End Feast and the House Cup. Lynn flicked his wand, and completed the charms exam with a flawless silent spell. The transfiguration exam was just as effortless. For Lynn, who could conjure lions and serpents with ease, turning a mouse into a snuff box was hardly a challenge. He even carved an intricate Great Wall pattern into the snuff box for good measure. Potions, however, brought Snape looming over him, robes billowing like a bat. But Lynn, hardened by long study of alchemy, remained steady as a mountain. His partner, Irvin, trembled under Snape's glare, fumbling with the ingredients more than once, but as he was only handling the preparations, the final result wasn't harmed. In the end, Lynn presented a flawless vial of forgetfulness potion. History of Magic was the final exam, a subject of rote memorization that held no difficulty for him. Before Professor Binns even called for papers, Lynn had already turned his in and slipped quietly out the back door. After exams, most students were free to enjoy a week of leisure within the castle. Lynn, however, was an exception. Professor Green had no intention of letting him rest. 7 days of consecutive combat training left him utterly drained. Not even Madame Pomfrey's potions could fully restore him. Finite incantatum. At the last session, Professor Green waved his wand, releasing Lynn from a full body bind. Looking over his battered student, Green cast a quick healing spell, then smiled with satisfaction. I'm very pleased with your progress this half-year. Even if you faced a dark wizard like Casarecci again, I dare say you could hold your own for 10 minutes or more. The words carried weight. Lynn was only a first year, yet he now had the strength to duel with a dangerous dark sorcerer for far longer than anyone would expect. His growth was undeniable. If Lynn were to reach adulthood, with his magical reserves at their peak, then even if he spent the next 5 years doing nothing at all, the battle skills he already possessed would still be enough to let him stand toe-to-toe with Casarecci. Professor Green continued, I only promised Dumbledore that I would teach at Hogwarts for 1 year. So once this term ends, I too will be leaving. I hope that next year, you'll be blessed with another fine professor of defense against the dark arts. Lynn spread his hands helplessly. Professor, I'm afraid your wish won't come true. Next year's defense against the dark arts teacher will be a bumbling garlic-reeking fellow carrying Voldemort on the back of his head. So, in August I plan to return to France and meet with my own teacher. If you wish, you may come with me. Consider it a journey, and you can meet my teacher as well, your grandmaster. I will come to your home to fetch you then. So spoke Professor Green. Those words, Lin's eyes lit up, and he agreed at once. Professor Green's teacher, who else could it be but the renowned master alchemist, Nicholas Flamel? For Lin, who was delving into alchemy, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Teacher, here is my home address. My family estate is under the Fidelius charm. Those who haven't seen this written address cannot enter. Lin wrote down Rower Manor on a slip of parchment and handed it over. He had no fear of leaking the address. Green was not the secret keeper of Rower Manor. Even if he knew the address, he could never reveal it, nor could legilimency drag it from his mind. Green glanced once at the paper, then burned it to ash with a flicker of flame. No problem, he said with a gentle smile. By the time the two returned to Hogwarts Castle, the year-end feast was about to begin. The great hall was already packed. Green and silver banners hung in celebration of Slytherin's 6th consecutive victory in the House Cup, and behind the staff table loomed a massive tapestry of a coiled emerald serpent. This year Harry Potter had not yet enrolled, so Dumbledore had no excuse to sneak points to Gryffindor. Thus the lions had truly become flawed. Dumbledore rose to his feet, eyes twinkling merrily. Another year gone. Before we feast on these fine dishes, you must first endure a few words from an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Surely your little heads are fuller now than before. Ahead lies a whole summertime, enough to digest all you have learned and clear space for the new. Now, as you all know, we must first award the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 281 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 361 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 443 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 542 points. Thunderous cheers and stomps shook the Slytherin table, while the Gryffindor side sagged in gloom. This past half-year, the Weasley twins' improved dung-bums had cost Gryffindor dearly, though in truth most of their losses came from their own endless mischief. By contrast, Slytherin's score soared higher than ever before thanks to Lin. Nearly every class brought him an opportunity to win points for his house. If one were to make a contribution list for the cup, Lin's name would sit firmly at the top, more than 100 points ahead of the next contender. After the feast came the announcement of final exam results. In defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, and potions, Lin unsurprisingly earned an O for outstanding. In his other courses, he received E for exceeds expectations. He was not like Hermione Granger of the original tale, perfect across every subject, but compared to his peers, Lin's performance placed him among the very best. And it was not that he could not excel in all subjects, merely that he saw no point in wasting effort on fields that would never serve him. Even if the original Hermione had achieved OS in every subject, when it came to actual combat, even her third-year self would hardly be able to match Lin in his first. Chapter 28, Homecoming, Mother and Son Reunited. The school year had finally come to an end. On the last night, every dormitory was buzzing with young wizards hurriedly packing their trunks. Wardrobes stood empty, clothes and books neatly stowed away. But in Lin's dormitory, nothing seemed to change. His clothes were still hanging in their places, untouched, while he lay back comfortably on his bed, flipping through the tales of Beetle the Bard with lazy amusement. The next morning, he opened his small enchanted backpack, expanded within by a traceless extension charm, and gave a casual wave of his wand. His clothes and belongings hopped to life, falling into line like little soldiers before diving neatly into his bag. Before leaving Hogwarts Castle, every student was handed a parchment notice, a reminder that no underage wizard was permitted to use magic outside of school. But for Lin, that decree meant nothing. His summers were always spent either at Castle Roll with his mother, Rowena, or traveling abroad with Professor Green. The Ministry's trace could only detect spellcasting within a certain area, not the precise caster. Whether Lin used magic recklessly or not, the trace would never be able to distinguish his spells from those of nearby adult wizards. And even if no adult wizard was around, Lin had already mastered wandless casting of the fire-making charm. He had little reason to fear the Ministry's so-called trace. Recently, he had been experimenting with other spells as well. So far, he had succeeded with Lumos and Wingardium Leviosa without a wand. After crossing the Black Lake once more in Hagrid's boats, Lin and the others boarded the Scarlet Hogwarts Express. Villages and green forests swept by outside the windows until the train finally slowed into London, pulling into platform 9 3/4. On the other side of the barrier, an Auror disguised as an elderly guard was keeping order, ushering the students through in lines. "See you next term, Lynn. Don't forget to write." Fred and George waved cheerfully before running off to where Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were waiting. Charlie and Percy had already reached their parents, and Mrs. Weasley's eyes lit warmly as she gathered her children close. When the twins had joined them, her gaze shifted to where Lynn stood alone not far away. "Come here, dear. Fred and George have told me all about you. Thank you for looking after them this year," she said with a kind smile, showing no hint of judgment over Lynn's family history with Death Eaters. Lynn bowed politely. "Not at all. Fred and George helped me plenty as well." Still, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt after all. Their endless mischief this year had been largely enabled by his own improved dung-bums. After bidding the Weasleys farewell, Lynn slipped into a quiet corner where the house elf Gale had been waiting patiently. "Hop." Taking the elf's wrinkled hand, Lynn vanished with him in a crack of displaced air. Castle Roll, first floor of the manor. "Mother, I'm home." Joy lighting his face, Lynn strode in through the great doors beside Gale. He handed over his small pack for the elf to carry up to his room, then walked eagerly toward Rowena. Though he carried the memories of another life, Rowena was, without doubt, his true mother, and this one and their 11 years together had forged a bond that could never be replaced. It had been a year since she had last seen her child. Even with her strength of heart, Rowena's longing had been sharp and unyielding. On the sofa in the drawing room, mother and son sat together while, in the background, a muddle black and white television, something Rowena had acquired out of curiosity, played news from the outside world. Lynn recounted his year at Hogwarts in vivid detail, leaving nothing out. Her face brightened with pride when she learned he had found a good mentor and mastered the beginnings of alchemy. But when Lynn told her about the danger he had faced on Halloween night, her heart clenched with terror. She had nearly lost her only child. Hearing of Professor Green's combat lessons, and how much they had strengthened Lynn, stirred conflicting feelings in her. She was grateful to the man for guiding her son, yet she still carried resentment over Casarachi, the dark wizard tied to Green. "Mother, don't torment yourself," Lynn said gently. "That night, I chose to help Professor Green. And besides, I came through safely, didn't I?" At last, Rowena allowed her fears to ease. She looked at her son tenderly and asked, "You say you've mastered some wandless magic and even silent, wandless casting of the fire-making charm? Show me." Lynn smiled and lifted his left hand. Without drawing his wand, a blaze of fire sprang into being, dancing across his palm and reshaping itself at his command. "Win, Guardium Leviosa!" The flames vanished, replaced by the soft rise of a nearby cup of water, which floated steadily through the air until it rested before Rowena. She took it delicately, sipping with quiet delight. When he had returned the cup to the table, Lynn demonstrated his wandless lumos, filling the room with a gentle glow. "Lynn," Rowena said softly, her eyes lingering on him, "I remember giving you a single-handed sword at Christmas. You said you wanted to study it for alchemy. May I see what you've made of it?" Her tone was warm and indulgent, her hand propping her chin as she watched her son with a mother's pride. Lynn reached into the enchanted canvas pouch at his waist, a bag stretched with the extension charm, and drew forth a single-handed sword. The blade gleamed razor-sharp, catching the lamplight and scattering it into dazzling silver rays. At the edge of the blade, Rowena discerned at least 3 alchemical arrays interlinked in sequence, each one granting the weapon a formidable property: sharpness, piercing, and venom. Yet the venom array had not been supplied with true poison, so its power lay dormant for now. At the hilt, 2 parallel arrays pulsed faintly, bestowing either strength or dexterity. Lynn could shift between them mid-battle as the situation demanded. Further up, an isolated array etched into the blade's spine carried the attribute of reinforcement, bolstering both the sword itself and the potency of the other engravings. After showing the weapon, Lynn turned to his mother. "Mother, in August, I'll be traveling with Professor Green to France. May I go? I'll also be meeting my Grandmaster Nicholas Flamel." Rowena's first reaction was refusal. The thought of her son venturing out with a man burdened by old enemies filled her with unease. But when she heard the name of the great alchemist, her resistance melted. Flamel, the legend himself. For Lynn, this was no small encounter. It was a rare stroke of fortune, a chance to grasp a destiny-shaping opportunity. As his mother, how could she deny him the chance to rise even higher? "You may go," she said at last, though her eyes lingered anxiously on his crimson gaze. But promise me this, your safety comes before all else. Whatever happens, you must protect yourself first. Swear it, Lin. Warmed by her words, Lin gave his solemn promise. Then he added, Mother, this July, I intend to forge a weapon for you. Do you have a preference? Rowena chuckled softly. Lin, we are wizards. We rely on wands, not clothes, combat weapons. But Lin shook his head, voice firm. Without magic, a wizard is no different from a mortal. I've already learned from my teacher how to craft stones of nullification and even a weaker version of the Staff of Silence. If your mana were sealed, you'd need a way to fight. Mother, you must train as well. Ever since leaving the manor, Lin no longer wished his mother to remain cloistered within its walls. He hoped she might one day step into the wider world, to see its changes with her own eyes, but safely. Seeing his resolve, Rowena finally nodded. Very well. So Lin locked himself in the study once more, day after day engraving intricate alchemical arrays. Meals were brought by the house elf, Gale, who even muted the thunderclap of apparition so as not to disturb his work. After a week, Lin at last emerged, holding in his hands a dagger the color of midnight violet, delicate yet deadly, its surface etched with glowing runes. Mother, he said with a smile, offering it to her, this is the weapon I have crafted for you. Unlike heavier swords, the dagger's strength lay in surprise. No one would expect Rowena to draw such a blade in the heat of battle, and unlike weapons demanding raw muscle, this dagger was light, elegant, and perfectly suited for her. The blood-grooved violet blade shimmered with latent killing intent. I carved 6 arrays into it. Along with the reinforcement array, there are 4 linked in sequence: sharpness, piercing, venom, and concealment. The venom array awaits a true toxin to awaken, but the concealment array already cloaks the dagger's presence and disguises the pattern of your strikes. The 2 alchemy arrays linked together grant strength and dexterity, matching the attributes of my one-handed sword. You can choose either one in battle. These 2 golden runes serve as the energy source. Once your hand rests on them, they'll draw on your mana automatically, and they won't be affected by null magic stones. Lin presented the violet-black dagger like a treasured gift. Rowena listened with a warm smile, pride shining openly in her eyes. Look at him, her child, already a master of alchemy. She gazed at Lin with maternal affection, carefully tucking the dagger into her pocket before gently ruffling his hair. You've been working at alchemy non-stop for a week now. Take a break, she said softly. Lin shook his head. Not yet, Mother. I still need to craft you a weaker version of an anti-magic staff. He had no intention of slowing down. At once, he returned to his room, diving headfirst into the tense and exhilarating process of alchemy. 3 more days passed before Lin emerged again. Forging the anti-magic staff proved far easier than the violet-black dagger. The staff relied primarily on mage-type alchemy, with a null magic stone as the core, then carved with battle-type arrays. Fortunately, before the holidays, Professor Green had already gifted Lin more than a dozen null magic stones to use as cores. For Lin, inscribing the arrays posed little difficulty. Of course, his staff could not quite match the power of Professor Green's own creations, the difference in skill showing clearly. Still, it was strong enough to completely seal the mana of a dark sorcerer like Kasserach. Once he handed the finished staff to Rowena, Lin finally allowed himself to relax. He was not the type to neglect rest. He simply placed priorities where they mattered, and the safety of his family came first. With just over 2 weeks remaining until his appointment with Professor Green, Lin knew it was time to let himself unwind. He understood well that this trip was not merely a vacation. Once at Nicholas Flamel's residence, the flood of alchemical knowledge that awaited him would be overwhelming. So, in the final 2 weeks of July, Lin spent his days with his mother, watching television, watering the flowers, and helping the house elf Gale restore the long-neglected gardens of Roll Manor. Yet, his actions unsettled Gale. Seeing the master of the castle working beside him as an equal left the elf trembling, worried he had somehow failed in his duties, and angered Lin. Chapter 30. Journey to France. The 2 weeks passed swiftly. Together, Lin and Gale cleared every weed from the manor grounds, planting fresh greenery in their place. Now, Lin and Rowena sat in the castle's first-floor drawing room waiting for Professor Green's arrival. Gale stood nearby with a tray bearing fruit and chilled water, ready to serve their guest. Soon, with the sound of a sharp pop, a figure appeared at the castle gates. Lin hurried to open the door. There stood Professor Green. "Lin, I've come to take you," he said, ruffling the boy's hair before taking a glass of cold water from Gale's tray. After a sip, he glanced toward Rowena in the drawing room and bowed slightly. "Good day, Lady Roll." Rowena inclined her head in return, her voice soft. "Professor Green, I entrust my Lin to your care." The professor nodded firmly. With a final farewell to his mother, Lin grasped Green's arm. Another pop echoed, and he vanished. Moments later, on a mountain ridge miles away, their figures reappeared. Lin staggered, nausea rising in his throat. Both were apparition, yet compared to a house elf's, the experience of traveling as a passenger under Professor Green's spell was far rougher, leaving Lin struggling to steady himself. Professor Green said calmly, "At first, I intended to take you by Muggle transport to France, but circumstances have changed, and our time is tight, so I've chosen a portkey instead." As he spoke, he pointed toward a chipped ceramic bowl lying on the ground not far away. It was obvious that battered bowl was their portkey. A portkey was a magical artifact capable of instantly shifting people across space. To the untrained eye, it always appeared as something utterly ordinary: a broken wheel, an empty bottle, a discarded boot. But once imbued with specialized spells, it became a vessel for traversing time and distance. For long journeys, especially those spanning continents, a portkey was far more stable than apparition. Yet the Ministry of Magic maintained strict control over them. Any wizard who wished to create one had to apply for approval and register it in advance. Unauthorized portkeys were illegal, and those caught using them would be promptly arrested. Professor Green gave a small smile. Securing a permit for a cross-border portkey was no easy task. "I spent quite a bit of effort acquiring this one." With only minutes left before activation, both he and Lin extended a finger and touched the worn ceramic bowl, waiting for the spell to trigger. In the next heartbeat, Lin felt something hook him from behind the navel, yanking him forward with irresistible force. His feet left the ground, and he was pulled through the air, like a rushing gale, vision blurred into nothingness. Moments later, he tumbled onto solid ground. The world had changed. Ahead stretched a bustling street, filled with witches and wizards carrying gleaming new magical goods. To Lin's eyes, it was the French counterpart of Diagon Alley. Professor Green gestured toward the lively avenue. "This is France's largest magical marketplace, Magician Street. Its very name, magic and alchemy bound together, shows you how highly our people esteem the art of alchemy. In fact, among French wizards, a powerful alchemist stands equal in status to a master of spellcraft." Lin nodded, taking in the surroundings. Unlike Diagon Alley's old-fashioned charm, Magician Street brimmed with modern energy. The open-minded French had no qualms about borrowing from Muggle ingenuity. Alchemical goods modeled after everyday mortal inventions were everywhere, each imbued with strange and wondrous effects. Professor Green led him leisurely through the thoroughfare, purchasing several curious trinkets to give to Lin whenever something caught his attention. Though he knew the boy lacked nothing in wealth, Green himself, as an accomplished alchemist, carried no small fortune. At last, Green said with a gleam in his eye, "To finish our journey today, I want to take you to one particular shop. I think you'll find it fascinating." At the street's end stood a tiny storefront, so narrow 2 wizards could hardly enter side by side. Yet a long queue of eager customers waited outside, and despite its cramped facade, the interior somehow held them all. From the outside, the shop looked no larger than 20 square meters, but Lin's eyes soon brightened with understanding. Here on Magician Street, one naturally thought first of alchemy for every mystery. Yet this was not alchemy at work, it was a masterpiece of spellcraft. The interior had been expanded with a masterful extension charm. Even Newt Scamander's modest suitcase, with such magic, could hold the space of a small village, what then was a shop by comparison. Lining up with Professor Green, Lin stepped inside. Within lay a vast hall, more like a marketplace than a store. Rows of alchemical artifacts stood displayed on pedestals, each encased in shimmering wards of light. Wizards clustered around, studying the wares intently. "This," Professor Green explained, "is the greatest trading hall on Magician Street. Here you can purchase the works of nearly every notable French alchemist or trade your own. You may consign your wares to the officials here, who will appraise and buy them for galleons. Or, like those over there, you may place your works on display and barter directly with fellow craftsmen." Lin glanced to the front counters, where several alchemists were handing over goods to officials in exchange for heavy pouches of gold. Elsewhere, traders stood before display stands, exchanging items once a protective ward fell away to reveal the treasures inside. It was not merely a shop, it was the heart of French alchemical commerce, a place where wealth and craft intertwined like spell and rune. Chapter 31 Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. After a brief moment of thought, Lin decided to part with some of his practice alchemy creations. At the counter, he pulled out a dozen cloaks from the canvas pouch at his waist. Each was inscribed with defensive alchemy arrays, their functions similar to the shield and gloves invented by the Weasley twins in the original tale. After appraisal, the officials offered him 25 galleons apiece. Lin agreed without hesitation. Next, he produced a null magic stone engraved with arrays, one of the failed attempts at crafting an anti-magic staff from the stones gifted by Professor Green. This faulty staff could not be activated with mana. It only worked if snapped in half, unleashing the raw power of the stone itself. In truth, its value was lower than the unworked null magic stone it had been made from. To Lin, such failures were useless, but null magic stones were so rare on the market that he suspected someone might still want it. Professor Green had no objections. To him, a defective item whose strength diminished with alchemy was hardly worth a glance. Sure enough, a hapless cross that out-eager potioneer soon appeared, offering a spoonful of Felix Felicis in exchange. The golden draught gleamed within a crystal pendant, catching the light with captivating brilliance. In truth, the pendant itself was worth nearly as much as the potion inside. One spoonful was not much. Still, Lin gladly accepted the trade. Afterward, he purchased a handful of alchemical items from official stalls using his newly earned galleons, then left the shop alongside Professor Green. "Let's find a place to rest for the night," Green suggested. "Tomorrow, we'll visit my alma mater, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. I think you'll find it fascinating." That evening they rented 2 rooms at a tavern on Magus Street, taking a simple night's rest. The next day, through apparition, Professor Green brought Lin to the gates of Beauxbaton's. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, one of Europe's 3 great schools, stood amidst the French Pyrenees. It was a breathtaking estate. Vast enchanted lawns and mountain vistas encircled its majestic chateau. It was said that in their youth, the great alchemists Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel had funded part of its construction during a visit. The vast fountain within the campus bore their names, a piece of alchemy that seemed to possess restorative and beautifying powers. It was clear Beauxbaton's held deep mastery in alchemy. Indeed, Professor Green's own foundation in the subject had been laid here, long before he apprenticed under Nicholas Flamel. As they arrived, a towering figure awaited them, Headmistress Olympe Maxime herself. "Oh, Monsieur Green," she said warmly, approaching with a smile. "It is a joy to see you return to Beauxbaton's." Green clasped her hand in greeting. "This time, I've brought my student to visit my old school. We'll also be meeting my teacher later." At that, Madame Maxime's smile widened. "Ah, you mean Monsieur Flamel? And this young gentleman?" She looked toward Lin. "To have become Green's disciple at such an age, you must be remarkable." Lin bowed respectfully. "I am Lin Roll. I wouldn't call myself remarkable. I merely had the fortune of my teacher's recognition, born of my hunger for alchemy." Madame Maxime, of course, did not take his humility at face value. She turned and called into the castle, "Mademoiselle Delacour, would you come attend to our guests?" A slender figure soon came running forth, a silver-haired girl with skin as pale as moonlight, radiating a subtle, inborn allure. "A half, Vila," murmured Green. Both he and Lin were steady, minded enough not to be unsettled by her charm. Maxime nodded. "This is Fleur Delacour, one of our most gifted students. She will guide you through your visit. I hope you find your time here delightful." As headmistress, she could not remain with them for long. Fleur stepped forward confidently, dipping a graceful bow. "Good day, Monsieur Green. I am Fleur Delacour, but please, call me Fleur." Green inclined his head. "We'll be in your care then." With that, Fleur led them into Beauxbaton's. As they toured the grounds, she offered a brief overview of the school's present state. Among Beauxbaton's students, alchemy was considered second in importance only to charms. Nearly every student beyond their second year held at least some command of the craft. "Miss Delacour," Lin asked curiously, "Madame Maxime spoke highly of your talents. May I ask about your attainments in alchemy?" Fleur tilted her chin proudly, hands on her hips. "My alchemy is not inferior to any of my peers." Her air of pride surprised Lin, piquing his curiosity all the more. "Mademoiselle Delacour, I am 2 years your junior, But might we test ourselves against one another in alchemy? I would like to learn through friendly exchange. He had no idea she was exaggerating. His intent was earnest, a true desire to study and refine himself through contest. Chapter 32. The Duel of Array Alchemists. Fleur looked slightly surprised. Mr. Lowell, you're not a French wizard, are you? Don't tell me you also practice alchemy? Before Lynn could answer, Professor Green chuckled and explained. Lynn is my very first disciple. Naturally, he has studied alchemy under me. Realization dawned on Fleur's face, yet Lynn's challenge stirred her own competitive spirit. She was curious to see what sort of talent had earned this young man her teacher's approval. Very well then, how shall we compete? Fleur tossed back her silver hair, crossing her arms with confidence. Though Lynn was Professor Green's student, he was still 2 years her junior, and had only been in the wizarding world for a single year. Fleur was certain of her own victory. Lynn lowered his gaze in thought, then drew 2 silver single-handed swords from his pocket. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Delacour, you're an array alchemist as well, aren't you? Fleur nodded. In that case, Lynn proposed, let's each take one of these swords. Within a set time limit, we'll engrave an enchantment upon it. Then, under my teacher's control, the 2 swords will be made to duel. Whichever sword breaks, its maker loses. How does that sound? Fleur considered for a moment, then agreed readily. No problem. Let's set the time limit at 1 hour. After all, time is short. Madame Max still expects me to show you around Beauxbatons. 1 hour. That meant neither of them could inscribe more than a single alchemical array. The outcome would rest entirely on their mastery of alchemical runes. Without the reinforcement of multiple arrays working together, everything depended on the strength of each individual rune. Both Lynn and Fleur were true array alchemists. Even without a proper workbench, they could squat upon the floor and still inscribe with unwavering focus. Lynn drew his mithril carving knife. With swift precision, he etched a power, source symbol and a rune nexus into the hilt of his sword, then paused to decide which runes to choose. If he relied only on the basic runes of sharpness, reinforcement, or strength, he stood no chance of defeating Fleur. He had to reach deeper into the rarer, more potent symbols he had studied. Then inspiration struck. Quickly, he carved into the spine of the sword a rune shaped like a flowing wave, followed by another resembling 2 small figures. With a single stroke, he linked them together. The first rune meant air wave, drawing in mana to release surges of force in the form of sword energy when applied to a blade. The second rune meant replication, multiplying the attack so that not one but many sword energies would strike as one. When the core was complete, Lynn checked the time. Only 20 minutes remained, enough for a single supporting rune, and then the connections must be finished. Without hesitation, he carved the rune of reinforcement to strengthen the earlier 2, then traced a fine golden line linking all 3 back to the energy source and nexus. At last, the alchemical array was whole. Work complete, he turned his eyes toward Fleur. She was just then finishing her own. With a delicate rose, pattern knife in hand, she traced her final stroke upon the silver blade, confidence shining in her expression. Together, they presented their swords to Professor Green. Lynn's gaze remained calm while Fleur's face radiated assurance. After checking both works for flaws, Professor Green raised his wand. Vast magic surged forth, splitting into 2 streams. Each sword rose into the air, its runes glowing as the arrays awakened. The silver blades shot toward each other, yet just before they collided, Lynn's sword erupted, dozens of sword energies bursting forth, gleaming with silver light. A swarm of blades crashed down upon Fleur's weapon. Her array contained defensive runes. A golden film shimmered into being around her sword, attempting to block the assault. But strike after strike rained down 10 then more. Even the strongest defense could not withstand such relentless fury. With a shattering cry, a single silver sword energy cleaved through the golden barrier. The next, and the next after it, struck the sword itself until Fleur's creation cracked apart, broken beyond repair. Even Professor Green had not foreseen it. The duel ended before the blades ever touched. Victory was already decided. Chapter 33. Nicholas Flamel, the Grandmaster's kin. Fleur, just call me Lynn from now on, Lynn said with a smile. Meeting a new friend at Beauxbatons brought him as much joy as it did her. As their tour continued, Fleur grew livelier, taking the lead and explaining the sights before Lynn even had the chance to ask. Thanks to her, his visit to Beauxbatons was flawless, smooth, and pleasant in every way. When it came time to part, Fleur was reluctant. Among her schoolmates, envy for her talent and disdain for her half-Vela bloodline kept her isolated. She had no desire to linger with such people. Lynn and Professor Green were different. Neither was swayed by her innate allure, and that equality meant everything to her. "Goodbye, Fleur. Maybe we'll meet again in 3 years." Lynn waved at the gates of the Beauxbatons estate. He was speaking of the Triwizard Tournament that would be held when he reached 5th year, when Beauxbatons would travel to Hogwarts. Fleur, unaware of this, assumed Lynn meant he would return to France. Delighted, she promised herself that when that day came, she would give him a proper tour of her country's magical world. "Our last stop will be my teacher's residence," Professor Green said warmly, taking hold of Lynn's arm. At his words, excitement welled up in Lynn's chest. With the sharp crack of apparition, the two arrived at a sprawling manor unknown to Muggle maps. At its heart stood a modest, weathered cottage. "Master, I've returned." Green tapped a wand against a metal piece near the door, oddly shaped like a microphone. It gave a soft beep, and he called out. The door soon opened, not by Nicholas Flamel himself, but by a humanoid automaton. Gesturing politely, it ushered them inside. The first thing Lynn noticed was a framed photograph of a young couple. He needed no guess to know they were Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel 6 centuries ago. A few steps further revealed the reality of the present. An emaciated old man slumped on the sofa, with a bald, frail woman at his side. The legendary Flamel couple. The Philosopher's Stone had indeed granted them life beyond 600 years, but not freedom from age. Their bodies bore the heavy toll of time, illness etched into every motion. Seeing them so fragile, Lynn suddenly understood why Nicholas would soon entrust Dumbledore to destroy the stone. "Master," Professor Green bowed respectfully, hurrying to help the elder rise. Lynn followed, offering his own greeting. "Grandmaster, Grandmistress, it is an honor. I am Lynn Lowell, student of Professor Green." At his words, the uncertainty in Nicholas's eyes softened into warmth, a grandfather's kindness lighting his face. "So young Valison has finally taken on a student. Come, Lynn, sit, let me have a good look at you." Nicholas chuckled, clearly pleased. Ever since the dark days of Grindelwald's War, Valison Green had been a hollow shell of himself. To see his disciple take in a pupil, to witness that spark return, filled the ancient master with relief. Lynn obediently took a seat beside him. Nicholas clasped his hand with familial closeness. "Tell me, Lynn, how goes your alchemy? Has Valison been teaching you properly?" Lynn reported his progress honestly. Nicholas nodded, squeezing his hand slightly. A peculiar current of magic flowed into Lynn's body, winding through his veins. He did not resist, allowing the energy to course freely. "I see your magical growth far surpasses others of your age. Valison has done his best, but he still lacks the experience. Lynn, with your current reserves, you are ready to begin arcane alchemy." At this, Lynn's face lit up. Green had estimated 3 more months before he could touch such studies. "For the next fortnight, allow me to guide you in your master's stead," Nicholas offered kindly. With more than half a month before term began at Hogwarts, even after saving a week for preparations and family, Lynn could still remain here for valuable tutelage. Lynn bowed his head. "As you command, Grandmaster." Chapter 34. The Union of Alchemy and Magic. In the week that followed, Lynn spent each day, under Nicholas's guidance, delving into the mysteries of spell-based alchemy. He practiced diligently, attempting to craft small objects through this art. Unlike array alchemy, spell-based alchemy did not rely on the aid of a carving blade. Instead, it demanded the assistance of flame. This was why, when Lynn had first sought instruction from Professor Green, he had been advised to devote time to the practice of flame spells. For in spell-based alchemy, mastery over fire was paramount. Countless alchemists spent years honing nothing more than their control over flame, for only through fire could their craft be realized. Lynn, however, possessed an innate affinity with fire that far surpassed ordinary wizards. What others struggled with for 1 or 2 years, he bypassed entirely, stepping directly into deeper realms of study. After but a single week, his grasp of spell-based alchemy rivaled that of practitioners who had labored for 2 or 3. On the 6th day of his studies, Professor Green came to Nicholas's small hut. After confirming that Lynn's theoretical foundation was solid, he imparted to him the method for refining a magic sealing stone. Lynn took an entire day to internalize the process. With Nicholas's patient guidance, he succeeded in producing his first stone. Though small, no larger than a fingernail, it pulsed faintly with restrained power. Using array alchemy, Lynn inscribed a formation upon its surface, then embedded it within a bracelet, crafting his very first magic, sealing bracelet. In the following 3 days, Lin pressed forward. While continuing to strengthen his understanding of spell-based alchemy, he refined more stones, each attempt sharpening his skill through practice. By then, only 5 days remained before Lin's return to Britain. It was then that Nicholas approached him. The elder motioned for him to set aside his tools, his tone carrying a faint trace of secrecy. Lin, in the days left to us, there is no need for you to pursue more theory, nor further practice. Those things you may continue at Hogwarts. From now on, your lessons with me shall not be confined to this place. Leaning on his staff, Nicholas stepped outside. His frail figure swayed in the wind, and Lin hurried to steady him. Beyond the hut, Nicholas drew his wand and tapped a metallic block upon the ground. The world shifted in an instant. When Lin's vision cleared, he found himself standing within a vast training ground, a square more than 200 meters across, spacious enough for even a Quidditch match. Recognition dawned quickly. That small metal block had been an alchemical construct, reshaped by Nicholas himself. It served as a reusable portkey, bound to this very field. Straightening his posture with the aid of a spell, Nicholas seemed less frail than before. His eyes glimmered as he posed a question. Lin, tell me, which do you believe to be stronger, magic or alchemy? Caught off guard, Lin hesitated. He thought of the venerable elder before him, then of Dumbledore, known as the White Dark Lord. In the end he shook his head. Master, I do not know. Nicholas gave a quiet smile. To tell the truth, I do not know either. Both possess their own strength. Yet we are wizards, not pure alchemists. And so, Lin, I shall teach you a secret art, one that binds alchemy and magic into a single path. Do you wish to learn it? His gaze sharpened. This method I devised more than 2 centuries ago. Not even Valicent was taught it, for though his alchemical talent was high, his gift for magic fell short, and the art requires balance between the two. You, however, are different. Even as a first year, you have already mastered silent, wandless casting. Your talent for magic is no less than your talent for alchemy. Nicholas's words burned with weight, his eyes gleaming with solemn intensity. Lin bowed deeply. Master, I am willing. Nicholas nodded slowly. To unite alchemy with magic requires more than knowledge of both arrays and spell forging. It demands that a wizard command the ability to weave spells without voice or wand. Valicent must have told you this much, that to forge an alchemical array in open air requires a reservoir of magic far beyond what you yet possess. Lin inclined his head. Indeed, on Halloween night, after battling alongside Professor Green to defeat the Black Wizard Casserech, he had asked to learn Green's technique of forming arrays mid-battle. The answer had been the same: his reserves were insufficient. Nicholas's voice deepened. True, without a medium, you cannot yet forge alchemy from the void. But what if your magic itself became the medium? The words struck Lin like a thunderclap. A door seemed to open within his mind. Could magic itself serve as the vessel of alchemy? Nicholas's expression grew firm. Of course, raw magic cannot bear such weight. But if the creations of spell-based alchemy were transmuted into magical form, then woven into a spell, then, just as you engrave formations upon a magic sealing stone, so too could you inscribe your arrays upon the magic you wield. The revelation shook Lin to his core. A new path stretched before him: alchemy and magic, not as separate arts, but as one. Chapter 35. The Fire of Nullification, a magic of my own creation. After explaining the underlying principles of combining alchemy with spellcraft, and demonstrating the process himself, Nicholas went on to dissect the subtle techniques behind it, the precise methods required to truly master such a secret art. Just absorbing this knowledge consumed an entire day for Lin. The next morning, Nicholas led him once more into the vast square-shaped training ground. Lin, Nicholas said with a smile, it's time for you to attempt the fusion of alchemy and magic yourself. The only spell you can currently cast silently and without a wand is the flame charm, so let that be your vessel. As for the alchemical force of spellcraft and the array inscriptions you'll merge into it, those choices I leave entirely to you. Lin nodded, his gaze steadying into solemn focus. Over the past week, he had learned numerous methods for crafting alchemical constructs, but the one that tugged most at his mind was the null magic stone his teacher had once entrusted to him. He raised his hand, summoning a flame, while simultaneously conjuring the materials required for a null magic stone. The process began as though he were forging the stone itself. Yet, at the critical step of crystallization, Lin broke from the script. With a sharp sweep of his wand, he shattered the half-formed creation, scattering it into a raw tide of alchemical energy. That power, though undeniably magical in essence, carried within it the aura of suppression. Magic that devoured magic. Lin's heart trembled with awe. A quick round of testing revealed something astonishing. This altered energy responded to his intent. It suppressed the power of those he deemed enemies, yet left untouched the magic of those he considered allies. Which meant no more risk of harming his own side. Delight surged within him. He finally grasped why his teacher's tragedy had unfolded back then, not only because the null and magic staff lacked strength, but because it sealed his teacher's own power as well. Had it not, escape would have been easy. But now, this new force Lin had drawn out could distinguish friend from foe, sealing only an enemy's magic. It was a leap forward, a new possibility that even his master had never achieved. Green would be overjoyed when he learned of this. With that thought, Lin pressed onward. He lifted his left hand, flame blooming above it, while his right hand wand in grip guided the unique magic into the blaze. Under the secret method Nicholas had taught him, the two powers gradually merged, the fire becoming infused with the authority of nullification. Holding the evolving flame aloft with his left hand, Lin dismissed his wand with the right and drew forth his mithril carving knife. Quick, precise strokes etched runes across the living fire. Every heartbeat drained his reserves, further maintaining this flame-devoured magic by the second. Time was short. In less than 2 minutes, he inscribed the energy core and rune nexus. For the next half hour, he carved amplification sigils, flame, augment, strengthen, and finally, the nullification runes he had once engraved upon the null magic stone itself. At last, the circuit was complete. The secret art flared, weaving together three disparate forces: spellcraft, array alchemy, and flame into seamless unity. When Lin lowered his knife, he cradled in his hands a newborn flame, vibrant and eager, dancing with the affection of a child toward its parent. It spanned a full meter across, radiating waves of nullification that distorted the magic around it. Raising his hand, Lin drew the flame inward, not into his wand, but into his own body. And there it nestled, quiet in the corner of his core, awaiting his call. He could feel it, dormant yet obedient, ready to surge forth at a thought. This flame will not grow stronger on its own, Nicholas explained gently. If you wish to expand its power, you must repeat the process, forge more of that unique energy, absorb it, store it within yourself. Then, when the moment comes, you may summon flames vast enough to suit your will. Lin inclined his head in understanding. This was unlike conjured fire, born from nothing. These flames had to be forged and stored, like water filling a reservoir. His body was the vessel, and each act of alchemical fusion was the drawing of new water. The fuller the reservoir, the greater the tide he could unleash when needed. Nicholas smiled, his tone both proud and affectionate. I hadn't expected it, but on your very first attempt you succeeded in combining alchemy and magic. Since you have birthed this new flame, it is yours to name. A spell unknown to history, unprecedented, a creation of Lin's own. Naturally, it deserved a name. He lowered his head in thought. Its essence was flame. Its core, the power of nullification, the fruit of his teacher's life's work. To name it thus would be both accurate and a tribute to Green's legacy. At last, Lin raised his gaze. In the depths of his crimson eyes, fire seemed to flicker. Grandmaster, I've decided. I will call it the Fire of Nullification. Fire of Nullification, Nicholas repeated softly, nodding with approval. A fine name. Your teacher will be proud of you. Lin's lips curved into a bright smile. Of course he will, Grandmaster. With its naming complete, he threw himself into practice, exploring the flame's uses with boundless enthusiasm. Wherever it burned, nearby magic faltered, weakened, or collapsed entirely. The closer one drew, the heavier the suppression. And if he expanded it wide enough, if he blanketed an entire battlefield in its light, then he could weave a barrier that sealed away the magic of every hostile wizard within. A true null, magic domain. Chapter 36. Professor Green's Gift. At dusk, Nicholas activated the alchemical portkey within the training grounds, returning to the hut. After leaving his master's dwelling, Lin made his way to Professor Green's residence. Teacher, I believe I've found a way to improve your anti-magic staff, Lin said as he knocked upon the door. Professor Green froze in surprise. It was hard to imagine that, after barely a week of studying spell-based alchemy, Lin could refine something he himself had labored decades to create. Yet, he knew the boy would not speak falsehood. Thus, he motioned for Lin to demonstrate. Lin raised his left hand. From his palm, a flame shot forth, streaked with dark lines. A strange, oppressive aura radiated outward from the fire. Feeling his own magic suppressed ever so slightly, Professor Green gasped aloud. This is the power of the anti-magic stone? Lin, you actually fused it into your magical fire? Lin bowed his head respectfully. Teacher, this is a secret method passed down from my grandmaster. This flame is called the fire of anti-magic. It is born from the fusion of the anti-magic stone's authority of spell, forging, the sealing runes of array alchemy, and the pure power of fire magic itself. Professor Green extended his hand closer, sensing both the scorching heat and the force that suppressed his mana. He sighed in wonder. So your grandmaster has entrusted you with such an art, to merge anti-magic into spellcraft itself. Is this what you mean by perfecting my staff? Lin shook his head lightly. There is more. Teacher, please look. With a thought, Lin willed the fire to recognize Professor Green as an ally. Instantly, the suppression vanished. Then, as his will shifted, the fire alternated between binding and releasing Professor Green's magic. The professor's eyes widened. Lin, this flame of yours, can it truly distinguish between friend and foe? Lin nodded firmly. Yes, within its range, it obeys my intent, judging allies and enemies, suppressing only the latter. At that, Professor Green's body trembled. His eyes grew moist. To think it possible, had my staff possessed such discernment back then, even if I could not defeat Grindelwald, I would have had the strength to survive when my magic faltered beneath his. He understood now this ability to discern friend from foe was the very refinement Lin had brought to his life's invention. Lin continued, his tone steady. If, in the future, I can fully master this art and embed it within the staff, then even if it cannot seal the magic of a Dark Lord, it can still turn the tide of battle by shifting the balance of offense and defense. With that, he drew the fire back into himself. Professor Green grasped Lin's shoulders, his voice thick with emotion. Good child, good child. I was right to take you as my disciple. Go now, rest. As for the staff, allow me to ponder further. Lin bowed in acknowledgement and departed. Alone, Professor Green stood under the night sky. The manor lay draped in shadow, the silver moonlight spilling across the grounds. He remained silent for a long time, unmoving. At last, he raised his wand. With a crack, he apparated to Nicholas's hut. To his surprise, Nicholas was not asleep. Instead, he waited at the doorway, as if expecting him. Valison, I knew you would come. Professor Green lowered his gaze, voice heavy. Master, about that secret art. Nicholas shook his head slowly. In the past, you had not yet attained silent, wandless casting, and so you lacked the qualifications. Your gift lay in alchemy, yet you shunned the cultivation of magic itself. It was only after that incident that you finally reached the threshold. But even now, would you still wish to learn it? Professor Green gave a bitter laugh. Even if you offered to teach me now, I would not accept. What would it change? Even if I mastered it, it would not bring her back. The future must be entrusted to the ones who come after. Silence stretched between master and disciple. They stood there, side by side, wordless beneath the night. At dawn, Nicholas finally broke the stillness. Tell me, Valison, did I agree too hastily to Dumbledore's request? Professor Green blinked. You mean, last year, when you sent me to deliver the Philosopher's Stone to him? Nicholas nodded faintly. I told Dumbledore that once he had used the stone for his purpose next year, he might as well destroy it. After all, Perenelle and I have lived long enough, and we have little left to bind us to this world. Professor Green paled. Master, you. But Nicholas lifted a hand, cutting him off. Yet now, Lin has appeared before us, a rare genius in both alchemy and magic, such as I have not seen in 6 centuries. Perhaps he will have need of the stone's power. He gazed into the breaking dawn, his voice soft. When you return to Britain, tell Dumbledore this, after the coming year's events, the Philosopher's Stone. The words trailed into silence. 3 days later. Chapter 37. A snow-white silhouette. Professor Green was a little surprised at Lin's request, but he didn't refuse. A year earlier, before taking up his post at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had hinted half in jest, half in warning that Voldemort might not truly be gone. To Green, this meant Britain's wizarding world remained a perilous place. For the sake of his students' safety, equipping Lin with a powerful weapon was not excessive at all. "How about a desert eagle?" Professor Green asked. Since Lin himself had brought up firearms, Green assumed the boy already knew a thing or two about them. He didn't waste time with explanations, but went straight to the point. The Desert Eagle was a semi-automatic pistol that fired large, caliber rounds. For ordinary adults, its sheer weight and crushing recoil made it impractical as a weapon, one reason it was never widely adopted by the military. But Lin was no ordinary boy. As a wizard and an alchemist, he could strengthen his body through magic, craft gear that enhanced his strength, or even inscribe arrays upon the Desert Eagle itself, enchanting it to lessen its weight and recoil. For Green, this made the Desert Eagle the most fitting weapon Lin could carry. Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly, clearly delighted by the choice. Professor Green reached out and ruffled his hair with a faint smile. "It's settled then. Go buy your textbooks for now. I'll have your gift sent to Roar Manor by Owl before term starts." Having decided, Green raised his wand, apparated, and vanished from the leaky cauldron. Lin, meanwhile, pushed open the door to the tavern, planning to reach Diagon Alley through the backyard passage. Old Tom was still standing behind the bar. After greeting him, Lin headed toward the rear courtyard only to find the innkeeper trailing after him. That was unusual. Typically, Tom guided young witches and wizards only on their very first trip to Diagon Alley. After that, students were expected to manage on their own. Tom was far too busy running the inn to play guide every time. Puzzled, Lin glanced back. Tom gave a wry smile. Last month, some youngster knocked a trash bin into the wall and shifted the bricks by 2 places. Nearly had a crowd of witches and wizards stuck in my yard with no way through. Since then, I've been keeping an eye on this door myself. Lin couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head in amusement, he opened the passageway into Diagon Alley and stepped inside. Shopping for new textbooks and magical supplies went smoothly. Lin also stocked up on alchemical ingredients. They were cheap. Too few alchemists in Britain meant almost no demand. Though these same goods might fetch 10 times the price in France, Britain's insular wizarding community would never allow such trade, save for a few illicit smugglers with black market porties. Once everything was purchased, Lin met with the family elf, Gale, in a side alley. With Gale's apparition, he was whisked back to Roar Castle. There he organized his supplies for the coming term. Aside from essentials for magic and alchemy, he gathered raw materials to refine more of his forbidden fire. At present, the forbidden fire was his strongest trump card, greater even than his talent for wandless, wordless spellcasting. To him, forging more was like a general mustering troops. The more, the better. The day before departure, the long-awaited package from Professor Green arrived by Owl. Inside was the Desert Eagle itself, a set of spare components, an instruction manual, and generously 100 rounds of ammunition. At the bottom, Lin found a letter. Green advised him to enchant not only the weapon, but also the bullets, to heighten their destructive power. Lin accepted the suggestion with enthusiasm, already planning to begin work his first night back at Hogwarts. Soon enough, the new term arrived. With Gale's help, Lin apparated to King's Cross Station and slipped through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4. Not long after, he spotted the Weasley twins bursting through with their trolleys. "Lin!" Fred and George waved cheerfully. "Lin, about that Muggle book you sent us, the one on electricity, we still can't make heads or tails of it. Are you sure this has anything to do with alchemy?" George asked in frustration. Over the summer, Lin had mailed them notes on basic electricity, material from his former life's middle school curriculum. To him, understanding circuits was the perfect foundation for learning array-based alchemy. "Of course it does," Lin said firmly. "You two just can't sit still long enough to study properly. Once you do, you'll realize it's the doorway into true alchemy." Fred threw up his hands. "But we just like having fun. And we can't stand boredom," George finished with a grin. Suddenly, 2 more figures stepped out from the barrier. One was a boy with the same fiery red hair as the Weasley twins, while the other had black hair, wore glasses, and bore a lightning-shaped scar across his forehead. Lin immediately recognized them: Ron Weasley, younger brother of the twins, and the so-called chosen one, Harry Potter. Just as Lin was about to board the train, a flash of white darted through the barrier. It was a strikingly beautiful girl, her long hair shimmering like silver. Silver hair? Could she be a half-Vela? But Hogwarts shouldn't have any Vela hybrids. The sight made Lin stop in his tracks, his thoughts tangled with confusion. He instinctively released a wave of magic, probing toward the girl in the distance. Wait, she wasn't Vila after all. She was a human witch. The magical feedback only deepened Lynn's puzzlement. Unlike Fleur de Lacquer's innate charm that drew others in, this silver-haired girl radiated a refreshing, almost cooling aura, soothing, like a breeze on a sweltering summer day. At that moment, the girl turned her gaze toward him. For the first time, Lynn saw her face clearly. Observant as always, he noticed her hair wasn't pure silver. It was closer to snowy white, with tips tinged in a faint, translucent ice blue, as though strands of frost had been brushed across it. From afar, it almost resembled hair enchanted with magical highlights. The unique colors reminded Lynn of himself, his own black hair shifting at the tips into a flame, like dark crimson. Her eyes, too, were unlike any he had seen. Not the deep sapphire common among English witches, nor Professor Green's pale blue, but a crystalline shade of ice, blue, cold and clear as frozen water. As his magical senses reached closer, he felt it distinctly. The ice element surrounding her stirred restlessly, resonating with her very presence. Her unusual appearance wasn't mere chance, it was her bloodline. Did she, like him, bear a powerful elemental affinity? Lynn was lost in thought, when the twins' voices dragged him back. Mate, what are you staring at? The train's about to leave. Unless you want to ride a broom all the way to Hogwarts. Fred and George grabbed him, pulling him into the carriage before he could answer. This year's journey differed from the last. The twins, flush with gold from selling their improved dung bums, no longer relied on Lynn's generosity. Instead, they proudly spent 3 galleons on a mountain of treats from the trolley and insisted on sharing with him. It's thanks to you that we've come this far. How could we let you pay for us again? The two grinned, and Lynn accepted their goodwill, joining them in eating until they were full, though not overly so. After all, the sorting feast awaited. By evening, the train screeched to a halt at its destination. After changing into their robes, the three made their way toward the exit. Passing the compartment where Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, Lynn spotted her again, the silver-haired girl. She didn't belong to the original tale. So, she was someone new. Thought lingered in Lynn's mind as he stepped off the train. Now a second year, he no longer needed to cross the Black Lake by boat. Instead, he followed the older students toward the Distral-drawn carriages waiting beyond. At the carriage, he realized with a jolt he could see the Distrals. Their bodies were gaunt, skin stretched tight against bone, every rib visible beneath black hide. Their heads resembled draconic skulls, with milky, pupil-less eyes fixed on the path ahead. From their shoulders unfurled massive wings, leathery and black, like those of giant bats. Lynn wasn't surprised that he could see the Distrals. After all, he had once fought alongside Professor Green to slay the dark wizard Casilach. He had looked death in the eye himself. But instead of drawing attention to it, Lynn pretended not to notice the skeletal beasts, and followed the Weasley twins into the carriage. When they reached Hogwarts Castle, the three parted ways. Lynn went with the Slytherins into the Great Hall, settling at the long table beneath their banner. Before long, Professor McGonagall entered with the new first years in tow. The sorting hat was placed on its familiar four-legged stool, just as it had been the year before. The ceremony began. The ancient hat twisted and wrinkled like some withered creature attempting a seductive dance, its great mouth opening to sing in that dreadful, glass-scraping voice of its. At last the song ended, and Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a scroll in hand. Henna Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with twin golden braids, stumbled forward, nearly tripping as she placed the sorting hat over her eyes. Hufflepuff, the hat cried. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Harry Boot. Ravenclaw. The ceremony continued in steady rhythm. When the alphabet reached G, McGonagall announced, Hermione Granger. The little girl nearly sprinted to the stool, pulling the hat over her head. For a moment it lingered, as though torn between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, before shouting its final word. Gryffindor. Not long after came Neville Longbottom, future sword saint of Gryffindor himself. Lynn fixed his gaze on the boy, watching as the hat sent him to Gryffindor without hesitation. But then came a name Lynn had never heard before, Irina Lowell. By the order of letters, Longbottom Alowen naturally came before Lowell Low. That was why Neville had gone first, with Irina following immediately after. Lynn blinked in surprise. The silver-haired girl he had glimpsed earlier now stepped forward, sitting on the stool and lowering the sorting hat over her head. So her name is Irina Lowell. He quietly tucked the name away in memory. Her sorting was anything but ordinary. Like Lynn's the year before, it dragged on for more than 2 full minutes before the verdict finally came. Gryffindor. Her blue eyes shimmered faintly as she pulled off the hat. Amid thunderous applause from the Gryffindor table, she walked gracefully to her seat. The rest of the sorting proceeded swiftly, Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and the others all taking their turns, just as in the original tale. With the ceremony done, the feast began. After a few short words from Professor Dumbledore, the tables filled with their legendary bounty. Hogwarts saved such extravagance only for the welcoming feast, Halloween, Christmas, and the end-of-year banquet. Even the usually reserved Slytherins, with all their claims of dignity, could not resist devouring the food like Hufflepuffs when such a spread appeared. When the feast ended, Lynn followed the Slytherin crowd back to the dungeons. This year, though, things were different. His dormitory, which he had enjoyed alone the previous year, now held 3 newcomers. A platinum-haired boy and 2 dark-haired companions. "This is Crabbe. This is Goyle. They're my friends. And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He will get along splendidly as roommates." Hale boy extended his hand in greeting. Lynn blinked in mild surprise. He had known new first years would be assigned to him this year, but he hadn't expected his new roommates to be none other than the infamous Malfoy trio. He inclined his head politely. "Lynn Roll. As long as you don't interfere with my studies, I believe we'll get along just fine." With that, he flicked his wand. Books and alchemical supplies soared neatly from his bag, arranging themselves in perfect order across the room, all with the ease of a flawless, wordless spell. Malfoy and his 2 lackeys were struck dumb. "Silent casting? Isn't that something only 5th years and above can manage?" Malfoy blurted in disbelief. Lynn turned his head slightly. "If your talent is high enough, and you're willing to put in countless hours of practice, you could achieve the same." He had no intention of prolonging the conversation. A single night was short, and he planned to use the time to attempt an inscription and array-based enchantment on the desert eagle gifted to him by Professor Green. He only hoped these 3 new roommates wouldn't make too much noise and disturb his alchemy. Carefully drawing the heavy pistol from his pocket, Lynn began considering which sigil arrays would best suit the weapon. Malfoy and his friends, ignorant of what they were seeing, assumed he was fiddling with some worthless hunk of metal. Dismissing him, they turned back to their own business. For a desert eagle, the primary arrays for the gun itself should be agility, lightness, accuracy, and reinforcement to reduce its burden in use. As for its power, that will depend on the enchantments carved into the bullets. With the plan set, Lynn took out his mithril engraving knife and began his preparations. While Lynn immersed himself in alchemy elsewhere in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Irina sat upon her bed, lost in thought. In her previous life, she had been a university student. During a summer trip to Antarctica, she stumbled upon a poacher's frozen transport truck. Taking advantage of their absence, she slipped into the cold storage and released the penguins they had captured. But before she could escape, the poachers returned, locking the freezer from outside, unaware she was within. Trapped in that icy tomb, Irina froze to death. She had thought her soul would rest forever in that cold darkness. Yet instead, she awakened in 1980s Britain, reborn into a middle-class family bearing the surname Lowell. At first, she was determined to use her knowledge of the future to carve out success in the Muggle world. But then came the letter from Hogwarts, shattering her plans. Irina had considered rejecting the magical path, but she knew well, without proper training, an uncontrolled young witch's power could run rampant, birthing a monster, a mindless obscurial. She had no desire to die from her own power erupting. What's more, without the strength to protect herself, even the greatest wealth and power of Britain would not shield her from a single well-aimed killing curse. Thus, she accepted the letter, and resolved to step into the wizarding world. During her summer practice, Irina made a startling discovery. She possessed a natural gift for the freezing charm. In fact, every spell tied to ice and cold answered to her effortlessly. Even conjured water would turn to solid ice at her command. By the time the term began, she could already cast the freezing charm silently. This talent thrilled her. Surely no other witch or wizard had managed silent casting before even setting foot in Hogwarts. She had wondered why she, a girl from a pure Muggle line, carried such a gift, yet soon she let go of the question, seeing it as fate's repayment. She had perished freeing small lives from their icy prison. In this life, she bore power over ice itself. It felt just. Irina smiled faintly at the thought. "Irina, what are you thinking about?" a sweet voice asked beside her. Turning, Irina saw Hermione watching her with bright curiosity. Yes, Hermione was her roommate. The thought filled her with warmth. To share a dorm with the adorable Hermione, soft, fragrant, full of earnest charm, made Irina quite happy. Naturally, as a girl who adored Hogwarts, she held deep affection for her new companion. Irina's smile was like a cool breeze, making Hermione feel comfortable without even knowing why. "Nothing much, just pondering a spell I've been practicing." Instantly, Hermione's eyes lit up. "What spell?" "I practiced quite a few over the summer too. Maybe we can share what we've learned." Chapter 40. How dare you bring catnip to Professor McGonagall? "Ice, freezing charm, do you know it?" Irina asked. Hermione lowered her head in thought. After sifting through the mountain of incantations in her memory, she finally recalled the one in question. Like a diligent student reciting to her teacher, she answered. "I know it. The freezing charm, its incantation, is did on Tanhan. Its effect is to freeze the struck target, whether creature or object." Irina wasn't surprised that Hermione knew of it. After all, in the original timeline of her second year, Hermione had used this very charm to immobilize the Cornish pixies that Lockhart so foolishly released. To prove she truly knew it, Hermione drew her wand and pointed at a vase not far away. "Did on Tanhan." A beam of icy, blue light shot forth, striking the vase in an instant and sealing it in ice. Hermione looked back at Irina with a proud little smile, her eyes clearly asking for praise. But then she seemed to remember something, stuck out her tongue sheepishly, and said, "Irina, I don't actually know how to thaw it. If I used the fire-making charm, the vase would probably shatter." Irina only smiled faintly, gave her wand a small wave, and the frozen vase returned to its original state without so much as a crack. Through practicing the freezing charm silently, Irina had deepened her grasp of it. Even without using the standard counter-spell finite, she could unravel her own freezing magic simply by understanding the spell's inner structure. Seeing this, Hermione's eyes sparkled. "Wow, Irina, how did you do that?" She quickly scooted over and plopped herself down beside Irina's bed. Irina leaned against her without thinking, resting her chin lightly on Hermione's shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hermione's cheeks flushed pink at the sudden closeness. Irina gave her an impish smile. "What's wrong, Hermione? Come, let me show you. I'll teach you how to reverse the freezing charm. Focus, feel the flow of your magic." He slipped an arm around Hermione's waist and caught her wrist, guiding the hand that held the wand. Hermione's first-year body was still small, and Irina's hand closed snugly around her wrist. With a soft breath, Irina murmured the spell. Hermione felt her own magic stir, directed and shaped by Irina's control. The power surged into her wand, and once again an icy, blue ray leapt out, freezing the vase solid. Then Irina spoke the charm again, this time with subtle shifts in the syllables. The glow from Hermione's wand deepened, and when it struck the vase, the ice melted away as though it had never been. Hermione's face remained red at Irina's embrace, but her thirst for magical knowledge drowned out her embarrassment. She repeated the reverse incantation again and again, practicing until she could freeze and restore the vase at will. Bright and quick as ever, she mastered the technique swiftly, then turned to Irina with excited pride. Irina chose not to reveal her mastery of silent casting, lest it spark Hermione's competitive streak. Instead, she clapped lightly and congratulated her. Just then, their two other roommates returned. The two girls had no choice but to end their practice, extinguish the lamps, and slip into bed. The next morning, in the Slytherin dormitory, Lynn rose early once more. The first class of the day was Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts. Quirrell's lessons were stammering nonsense and nearly useless, but since Voldemort lurked at the back of that man's head, Lynn resolved to keep himself well rested and alert. Thus, he had gone to bed early after finishing the runic arrays for an energy core and nexus. He had also drawn up his alchemical design for the Desert Eagle and its ammunition. Now, all that remained was to carry out the plan step by step. Class soon began. When Lynn entered the defense classroom, Quirrell was already clutching his book at the lectern. Sitting down, Lynn opened his own text, the picture of a dutiful and ordinary student. Meanwhile, the first years of Gryffindor had Transfiguration as their first lesson. Hermione had dragged a sleepy Irina out of bed early, determined to preview the material in advance. Irina, however, nearly collapsed on her desk in search of a stolen nap. She had thought Hogwarts, with its easygoing laziness, would let her coast through, yet under her, Hermione's relentless tugging, she was forced to endure another early morning class. As the lesson drew near, Irina rubbed her eyes and lifted her head just in time to see a tabby cat trot into the room. With a graceful leap, it sprang onto the lectern and sat, sweeping its sharp gaze across the students who had arrived early. Most of these early-comers were studious types, and so they spared the cat little more than a glance before returning to their books. But Irina's eyes lit up. In her icy, blue pupils, a snowflake-like gleam flickered. Before Hermione could stop her, Irina bounded up from her seat, darted to the front, and beamed at the tabby on the desk. Amidst her classmates' baffled stares, she cheerfully dug both hands into her pockets, rummaging around with excitement. At last, her eyes shone with triumph as she pulled out a generous handful of catnip. Chapter 41. We never use transfiguration to punish students. Hermione stared in disbelief. Irina, where on earth did you get catnip? Irina stuck out her tongue, then leaned close to whisper by Hermione's ear. While I was previewing lessons over the summer, I came across an advanced branch of transfiguration called animagus. It allows a wizard to transform into an animal. And in the Ministry's registry, one of the known animality who can take the form of a cat is none other than Professor McGonagall. Her warm breath brushed against Hermione's ear, making her cheeks flush pink. But when Hermione processed what Irina was saying, her eyes widened further. So you realize that Tabby Cat was Professor McGonagall and you still did that? As the model Gryffindor student, Hermione could barely fathom Irina's recklessness. Irina just grinned mischievously. Well, who could resist giving treats to such an adorable feline dean? Hermione rolled her eyes. Oh, Merlin's silk stockings. She was about to scold Irina further when her gaze froze on something terrifying, and her voice died away. Irina, oblivious, continued cheerfully. If Professor McGonagall hadn't transformed back so quickly, I was ready with cat treats and even a toy wand for play. Just as her voice rang with enthusiasm, a firm hand landed on her shoulder. Irina stiffened instantly, her head turning back inch by inch. Oh, then perhaps Miss Lowell would be so kind as to show me these treats and toys you've prepared? Professor McGonagall stood over her, eyes narrowed in a smile that carried no warmth. Her clenched hand betrayed how close she was to losing her composure. Irina darted a glance at Hermione's helpless expression, then forced a weak smile. Professor, if I said you misheard, would you believe me? McGonagall's gaze sharpened like a blade. Why don't you guess? Under that deadly glare, Irina barely resisted the urge to sass back. Why don't you guess if I'll guess? Instead, she lowered her head in defeat. The classroom sank into suffocating silence. At that moment, two boys stumbled through the door, breaking the tension and saving Irina from immediate doom. Keeping her head bowed, Irina sneaked a glance as McGonagall turned toward the intruders, finally breathing out in relief. Thank you, Harry and Ron. But the two boys hardly seemed fortunate. Caught late on their first day, they froze in place, bracing for reprimand. Perhaps, McGonagall said sternly, I should transfigure Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley into a pair of pocket watches. That way, at least one of you would learn punctuality. Professor, we got lost, Harry explained quickly. Then perhaps I should turn you into a map, she replied coolly. Surely you wouldn't need directions to find your seat. With that, she dismissed them to sit down. Irina cautiously lifted her head, whispering under her breath so quietly even she could barely hear. We never use transfiguration to punish students. A sharp voice cut across the room. Irina, stay behind after class. Professor McGonagall didn't even look back. I'm doomed, Irina groaned, burying her face into Hermione's shoulder. Poor Hermione, blushing furiously, had no idea what to do with the silver-haired girl clinging to her. At lunch, Irvine Foley leaned in, whispering excitedly. Have you heard? That new Gryffindor girl, Lowell, she actually fed catnip to Professor McGonagall's animagus form. Unbelievable. I mean envy, no, incredible. Lynn shot him a sidelong glance. Since when does a Hufflepuff gossip like that? Outwardly calm, Lynn's heart was churning. Good heavens, she dared offer catnip to Professor McGonagall? That's the kind of stunt he'd never have the courage to pull. Envy no, outrageous. Still, a thought gnawed at him. Could this Irina Lowell be a transmigrator too? He turned his head, eyeing the silver-haired girl at the Gryffindor table, laughing brightly with Hermione. Her refined face and ringing laughter drew more than a few admiring glances from the nearby boys. Lynn shook his head quickly. Forget it. Even if she was a transmigrator, she posed no real threat to him. Not this year. His greatest danger remained the Dark Lord hiding behind Quirrell's turban. At that thought, Lynn's eyes flicked to the staff table. Quirrell sat there wrapped in layers of stinking cloth, his head covering so foul it could rival the wrappings of an ancient crone's feet. Could this man actually be a double agent? If Voldemort could tolerate that stench, Lynn almost admired his endurance. He scoffed silently. That afternoon at 3:30 came the first flying lesson for Hogwarts' new first years. Irina and Hermione hurried down the stone steps with the other Gryffindor and Slytherin first years, gathering in the field before the castle for their very first flying lesson. By then, most of the young witches and wizards had already assembled. Harry and Ron stood close beside Irina and Hermione. The four of them had already met and become acquainted in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Madame Hooch soon arrived. Her hair was cropped short and gray, and her sharp yellow eyes glinted like those of a hawk. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Each of you, stand beside a broomstick. Quickly now, don't waste time." Irina glanced down at the brooms lying at their feet. They were battered and worn, with twigs jutting out in all directions. She half feared they might splinter apart midair. "Extend your right hand over the broomstick," Madame Hooch called, "and say, 'Up.'" Neville soon became the day's first accident. Her gift for levitation charms wasn't nearly as strong as her talent for freezing spells, so though she managed to slow his fall, the effect wasn't enough to spare him pain. With a heavy thud, Neville hit the grass. His face went pale from the shock. Madame Hooch knelt beside him, her own face ashen. After a quick inspection, she pulled him gently upright. "It's only a broken wrist," she said. Turning to the rest of the students, she fixed them with her piercing gaze. "I'm taking him to the infirmary. Not one of you moves a muscle while I'm gone. Put those brooms back down. If anyone so much as breathes a word about Quidditch, you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can blink." The moment she departed, Malfoy pounced. Snatching up a Remembrall that had fallen from Neville's pocket, he sneered, "Look at this. That fool Longbottom's grandmother sent it to him." He held the little glass sphere aloft, smirking with triumph. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry snapped, drawing his wand from his belt. Irina slapped a hand to her forehead. "Here it comes, one of those scenes." Malfoy's grin turned vicious. "Maybe I'll hide it somewhere and make Longbottom fetch it. How about up a tree?" "Give it back," Harry shouted, advancing. Before he could act, Malfoy swung a leg over one of the old brooms and kicked off the ground. For all his arrogance, Malfoy wasn't without skill. He could hold his own against Harry as a seeker on the Quidditch pitch. Hovering level with the top branches of a rubbery oak, he flashed Harry a mocking smile. Harry grabbed his own broom and shot upward, chasing him. "Stop, Harry! Madame Hooch will have you expelled," Hermione cried in panic. Irina couldn't help but sigh. Raising two children was already more than enough, but this boy, named Harry, was endlessly reckless. "Don't worry, Hermione." Irina placed a steadying hand on her shoulder while lifting her wand in the other. She might enjoy watching the infamous back and forth between Harry and Draco, but Malfoy's behavior today was nothing short of bullying, and his attitude was grating even to her. With a flick of her wand, a streak of icy blue light burst forth, cutting through the air toward Malfoy's broom. It was a silent spell, flawlessly executed, though in the thrill of the chase no one noticed the quiet artistry of it. A sharp crack echoed as frost exploded across Malfoy's broom. Ice consumed it in an instant, and it began plummeting. A sudden chill under him made Malfoy jolt upward reflexively, only to be dragged down by gravity moments later. But he wasn't about to let Harry have the last word. With a snarl, he hurled the Remembrall high into the distance, then whipped out his wand mid-fall to cast a banishing charm, sending the little sphere streaking away even faster. He himself hit the ground with a painful crash, crying out. Harry darted after the Remembrall. In a blur, he shot past the castle towers, dove after the glittering sphere, and streaked downward in pursuit. Harry dove headlong toward the grass, skimming just above the ground as he caught the Remembrall. The sight sent the young lions of Gryffindor into a frenzy of cheers, and they rushed in around him. But then a furious voice split the air. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall stormed toward them, her robes flaring, eyes blazing behind her spectacles. Harry scrambled to his feet, trembling. In all my years at Hogwarts, never, McGonagall was so shocked she nearly lost her words. The glass of her lenses flashed with anger. "How dare you! You could have broken your neck." Without another word, she seized Harry and swept him away. Hermione looked stricken with worry, while Irina gently tried to soothe her. Having read the original tale, Irina already knew Harry would not be expelled. Instead, this brush with danger would lead to his place as Gryffindor's seeker. "Don't worry, Hermione. Look, I knocked Malfoy off his broom with an ice charm, and I'm still here, aren't I?" Irina said cheerfully, patting Hermione on the back. Hermione shot her a sharp look. "That's only because Professor McGonagall didn't see you." At that moment, Malfoy came swaggering up, one hand pressed to his bruised backside, his face still twisted with arrogance. "Ha! Your precious Harry Potter is about to be expelled from Hogwarts, sent crawling back to the Muggle world where he belongs, and the rest of you fools won't last much longer, either you'll all be thrown out in the end." His sneer shifted toward Irina. "And you filthy blood, you dare to attack me? Just wait. My father sits on the school board. I'll make sure he hears every detail of your little ambush." Irina's brow arched. With a flick of her wand and no spoken word, a stream of clear water burst forth and splashed full across Malfoy's face. This time, everyone saw it clearly, the silent casting of the aqua fountain spell. Even Hermione looked at Irina in startled wonder. "Glub glub, my father glub, he's on the board glub, stop glub, I was wrong glub, stop percent. Spell poured relentlessly, flooding Malfoy's mouth as if to scour it clean. At first he kept up his bravado, but soon he was choking and sputtering, flailing for mercy. His eyes rolled as he nearly fainted. Only then did Irina release the spell, her voice sharp and commanding. "Keep that mouth clean, or I won't mind helping your father wash it for you." Malfoy spat out water, ready to curse, but the sight of her wand still leveled at him made him think better of it. Scowling, he slunk back. The young lions of Gryffindor looked at Irina with open admiration, as though beholding a Valkyrie descended from legend. "Irina, won't you get in trouble for cursing Malfoy?" Hermione asked anxiously, the image of Harry being dragged off by McGonagall still fresh in her mind. Irina instantly slipped back into her usual carefree self. Slinging an arm around Hermione's shoulder, she grinned. "It's fine. Worst case, I get detention again. I'm already on the hook for a week thanks to the catnip, cat treats, and that toy wand for Crookshanks. Another punishment won't make a difference." Hermione rolled her eyes. "That's not how another debt makes no difference is supposed to be used." Of course, Hogwarts would hardly expel someone over a harmless water spell. Once flying class ended, the students rushed eagerly to the Great Hall for their meal. There, Harry rejoined them at the Gryffindor table, freshly released by Professor McGonagall. But Malfoy, still stinging from humiliation, strutted over from the Slytherin table with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering at his heels. "Enjoying your last meal here, Potter? When are you catching the train back to the Muggles?" Malfoy jeered, his arrogance undimmed despite his recent soaking. Harry bristled and shot back a retort. Malfoy lifted his chin. "Fine then, wizard's duel, tonight. Just wands." Before Harry could even reply, Ron blurted out, quick as lightning, "Done. Who's your second?" His eagerness was so suspicious that Irina almost wondered if he were Malfoy's spy. Malfoy glanced at his two hulking shadows before declaring, "Crabbe, midnight in the trophy room. The door's never locked." With a sneer, he swept away. Only once Malfoy was gone did Harry turn in confusion to Ron. "Ron, what exactly is a wizard's duel? And what's a second supposed to do?" "Oh, simple," Ron said lightly. "If you die, your second takes over." Irina stared at him, once again convinced Ron Weasley must surely be Malfoy's undercover agent. Ron quickly added after catching sight of Harry's frightened expression. "But only real duels with proper wizards are dangerous. Someone like Malfoy? At best he can spit a few sparks. There's no way he could actually hurt you. Please, you're not much better than him yourself." Irina, listening from the side, could only sigh inwardly. At that moment, Hermione, who had been holding Irina's hand, couldn't keep still any longer. "Sorry to interrupt. I couldn't help overhearing your conversation, but you absolutely mustn't wander around the castle at night. Just think, if you get caught, how many points will Gryffindor lose because of you?" she said, brimming with righteous anger. Irina herself wasn't bothered. She was Gryffindor too, yes, but with the great savior in their house, they could lose points all year and still end up winning the cup in the end. Good thing it was Harry. If it had been anyone else, Gryffindor would have been gutted by now. Harry brushed it off. "This duel is between me and Malfoy. It has nothing to do with you." Then, as though struck by a thought, his eyes lit up. He turned to Irina. "Irina, your magic seems really strong. Would you be my second?" He still remembered how her silent casting of Aguamenti had stunned him, he who struggled even with the simplest levitation charm. Irina only spread her hands helplessly. "You know, Harry, Professor McGonagall gave me a week's detention. I can't." Harry's face fell, but too stubborn to ask Hermione for help, he turned to Ron instead. Ron accepted at once without hesitation. After the feast in the Slytherin dormitory, Lynn had just drawn his Desert Eagle and was preparing to continue his alchemy work when Malfoy burst in, laughing uncontrollably from the doorway. "Hey, Roll, you won't believe it. That Harry Potter from Gryffindor is an idiot. I challenged him to a duel at midnight in the trophy room, and he actually believed me. In a little while, I'll just tip off Filch. Potter's finished. Ha ha ha." Malfoy roared with laughter, boasting proudly. To him, tricking the so-called savior was a trophy in itself. But Lynn didn't share his glee. Instead, he asked coolly, "You're a Malfoy, one of the Sacred 28, aren't you?" Malfoy blinked. "Of course." Lynn sighed. "Then tell me, is anything you're doing worthy of a Malfoy? Look at yourself, scheming to break the rules of wizard duels, planning to win through petty tattling. You call yourself pure blood, yet you trample your family's honor under your own feet. What you're doing is disgraceful to the Malfoy name." Lynn didn't care much for notions of blood purity, but when dealing with someone like Malfoy, he had to use the boy's own values against him, and Malfoy valued the pride of pure blood lineage far too much to accept staining it. Malfoy froze, staring down at his hands in shock. What was he even thinking? Wizard duels were invented by the pure blood houses as a way to win honor, and here he was about to trample that tradition himself? "I'm sorry, Lynn, Arrogant though he was, Malfoy wasn't a fool. Shame flushed his face as he looked at Lynn. But Lynn waved him off. He had no interest in childish feuds. "You've made an appointment for a duel, then keep it. Don't disturb my alchemy again." With that, Lynn raised his hand, conjuring a glowing barrier around his desk, shutting out all outside noise. Malfoy wasn't offended. Instead, he nodded fiercely and muttered to himself, "I understand. Crabbe, rest up. You'll be coming with me to face Potter tonight." As Malfoy steeled his resolve, Lynn had already turned back to his craft. The Desert Eagle was to be enchanted through 4 distinct alchemy arrays, each with its own core rune: dexterity, lightness, accuracy, and reinforcement. Once those master runes were engraved, each would require its supporting runes. For dexterity, runes of speed, smoothness, turning, and the like. According to Lynn's plan, he would complete 1 full array each day, 4 days for the main enchantments, and on the 5th, he would weave the missing parts together, whether in series or in parallel, until the weapon's enchantment was whole. Chapter 44. Youth is a Blessing. Fall asleep anywhere. While Lynn was busy refining an alchemical array built around the attribute of dexterity, Malfoy had already set off toward the trophy room with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering behind him. On the other side, Harry and Ron also slipped out toward the same destination. Hermione, unable to dissuade them, had no choice but to follow, and on the way, they even dragged Neville along, who had been locked out of the common room. Soon enough, the 2 groups arrived at the trophy room, one after the other. Inside, crystal cases gleamed under the moonlight. Trophies, shields, medals, and statues glimmered in silver and gold across the darkened hall. Both sides drew their wands at once, aiming at each other. Potter, Malfoy sneered, "I didn't think you'd actually show. I figured you'd be curled up in your dormitory, crying for your mummy." Harry shot back, unwilling to yield. "Funny, I thought that was your specialty. Don't tell me you're trying to pin your own habits on me." Beside him, Ron mimicked in a whiny voice, "I'm going to tell my father." The mockery made Malfoy's face darken. He hopped forward, one trained on Harry. "Enough. Time for our wizard's duel." He raised his wand with stiff formality, performing the ritual of challenge. Harry, awkward but determined, mirrored him just as Ron had taught him. 3. 2, 1. Scorching blister hex. Malfoy struck first, a lumpy red curse shooting across the room. As a pureblood heir, he had grown up around magic. His talent wasn't as dazzling as Lynn's, but he had no trouble picking up petty hexes in advance. Harry's eyes widened. He dove aside, just barely avoiding the streaking spell. Harry didn't know many incantations. Beforehand, Ron had told him to focus on dodging as best he could. Crackjaw curse! Malfoy spat, hurling another hex. Harry stumbled left, then right, as bolts of light scorched the floor near his feet. Is that all you've got, Potter? Dodging? Why not just change your name to Rat? Malfoy jeered, relentless in his mockery. Harry, forced to keep rolling out of the way, couldn't even answer. Then, Hermione suddenly stepped forward. Though furious that Harry and Ron had broken school rules, she couldn't bear to watch her friend pummeled helplessly. I'm his second. Harry's not feeling well. I'll fight in his place, she declared. With Irina absent, Hermione was the only one in Gryffindor's ranks who stood a chance against Malfoy. Harry frowned, wanting to protest, but Ron clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him back. Foolish he might be, but Ron wasn't stupid. If a mighty ally stepped up, all they had to do was sit back and enjoy victory. Malfoy didn't care that Harry had swapped for an assistant. To him, defeating them all was just a matter of time. She's just a mudblood, he thought with disdain. What could she possibly do? He flicked his wand without hesitation. Tarantalegra! The spell would force Hermione into a ridiculous dance, stripping her of all defense and leaving her open to follow-up curses. There was mockery in his smirk as much as malice. But Hermione's temper snapped. Wingardium Leviosa! A simple first-year levitation spell, yet in her hands, it became something else entirely. A silver trophy lifted high from its case, and came crashing down onto the back of Malfoy's head. Who? His eyes rolled. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the floor. Ah, the vigor of youth hit once and falls straight to sleep. Everyone froze, staring. Hermione had knocked Malfoy out cold in a single move. Crabbe rushed forward. As Malfoy's second, it was his turn by right. Petrificus totalis, he bellowed. But if even Malfoy had been felled instantly, what chance did Crabbe have? Hermione lazily flicked her wand, her own body, bind curse locking him stiff in place. Petrificus totalis. Riding her momentum, she turned and bound Goyle too, who hadn't even lifted his wand. He froze like a statue, eyes wide and innocent. Hermione, you're my goddess. I'm sorry, Hermione, I'll never snap at you again. Harry and Ron's entire view of her shifted in that instant. Their eyes shone with pure admiration. Hempis, this is the last time. You two are never to break school rules again. Hermione lifted her chin proudly and turned back to rejoin them. A sharp meow tilde broke the tension. At the doorway of the trophy room crouched a thin, scraggly gray cat, its round eyes glowing like lamps as it fixed its gaze on them. In the next heartbeat, the cat darted away. Oh no, it's Mrs. Norris. Filch must be nearby. Run! Ron gasped, yanking Harry with one hand and Hermione with the other, while Harry held on to a wheezing Neville. From somewhere down the corridor came Filch's voice. Mrs. Norris, did you spot the little rule breakers? I'm coming. Footsteps pounded closer. Panic surged through the Gryffindors, and Harry quickly led them along a corridor lined with armored suits. Luckily, Malfoy and his cronies, still immobilized where they had been left, bought them precious time. Filch snatched up the three Slytherins first before resuming his hunt for Harry's group. Don't worry, it's asleep, Irina whispered reassuringly, though her words did little to calm anyone. Compared to that monstrous creature, even being caught by Filch seemed preferable. Harry twisted the handle, ushered everyone through, and slammed the door shut. Then they all sprinted, not slowing until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor. Hermione even had to drag Irina along by the wrist. Oh, come on, don't be so dramatic, Irina sighed. It's only a three-headed dog. Only? Harry gaped at her. That thing could swallow all five of us whole. They gave the password, slipped into the Gryffindor common room, and finally caught their breath. That was when Hermione rounded on them, furious. Didn't any of you notice what it was standing on? Harry and Ron exchanged blank looks. They'd been far too distracted by the heads to see anything else. Irina, smoothing Hermione's ruffled temper, spoke up. I noticed. A trapdoor. Hermione nodded, her anger cooling. Exactly. A trapdoor. It's guarding something. Harry fell into thought, recalling the filthy little bundle he had seen placed in Gringotts Vault 713. He was beginning to suspect where it had ended up. Meanwhile, Malfoy and his lackeys, after being scolded and losing a heap of points for Slytherin, slunk back to their dormitory. Seating, Malfoy glared at Lynn, who was calmly busy with his alchemy. "I should have reported them right away. This is infuriating," Malfoy fumed. Lynn gave him a sideways glance. "What? Couldn't beat them?" "What do you mean couldn't beat them?" Malfoy bristled. "I had Potter pinned down, I hit him with a blazing hot burn here, another sting there, he was running like a rat. But that Granger girl, she doesn't fight fair. Took me by surprise." He puffed himself up. "Lynn, I tell you, she even pointed her wand at me, but I blocked everything. Who knew she'd use a levitation charm to drop a trophy on me? I was careless, didn't dodge in time, and that's the only reason I lost." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged weary looks. "So in the end, you lost," Lynn said flatly. "If you're so upset, challenge them again. Complaining to me won't help." Malfoy grinned slyly. "Come on, you're an alchemist. You must have something useful. Lend it to me. Once I crush Potter, I'll give it right back." Lynn spread his hands. "I don't have anything. Granger didn't use alchemy tools either." "What are you saying? You don't even have the confidence to beat a muggle, born without gadgets?" He wasn't Doryman. Why did Malfoy think he had a drawer of magical toys ready? Malfoy stiffened. "Nonsense. I'm a Malfoy. Of course I can beat a muggle, born. Just wait, I'll master a few spells in 2 days and put them in their place." After shooing him away, Lynn chuckled softly. "Children, through and through." Shaking his head, he returned to his alchemy. By 2 in the morning, he finally finished inscribing the alchemical array built around the attribute of dexterity. Lynn set aside his mithril, engraving knife and went straight to bed. The next morning at the early feast, Lynn sat at the Slytherin table. Not far away, Malfoy was making exaggerated faces at Harry's direction, like some peacock in full mating display. Even the Slytherin upperclassmen couldn't bear to look. As usual, a flock of owls swept into the great hall, but this time all eyes were drawn to a long, narrow package borne by 6 tawny owls. Lynn instantly knew what it was: Professor McGonagall's gift to Harry, a Nimbus 2000. Though he had little interest in flying or Quidditch, that broom still caught his attention. Why was the Nimbus 2000 faster than all the rest? Could it be due to a hidden alchemical array? After all, flying brooms were alchemical creations themselves, each one interlaced with arrays. Back during summer break, Lynn had secretly dismantled a broken broom he had borrowed from the flying class storeroom, one so damaged it couldn't even rise an inch. From that broom's arrays, he had extracted the auxiliary runes of speed that he used the previous night when carving his dexterity array. If I buy a Nimbus 2000 myself, could I parse its arrays too, and make use of them? The idea thrilled him. Ordinary alchemists could never so easily unravel the arrays embedded in another's craft. Almost all artisans deliberately obscured their arrays, weaving them with concealment techniques so that no one else could copy them. Otherwise, the moment a Nimbus 2000 was released, every alchemist could dissect it, and counterfeit brooms would flood the market, driving its price into the dirt. Lynn, however, had an advantage. Before departing, Nicholas Flamel had passed down to him a secret technique, a method to draw hidden arrays to the surface, visible to the naked eye. In a magical world with no such thing as patent law, if Lynn were to freely publish the arrays of famous enchanted products, chaos would tear through Britain's wizarding market. Flamel, with 6 centuries of wisdom behind him, had judged that Lynn's heart leaned toward good. Otherwise, he never would have entrusted him with such a weapon. He'd have taken it to the grave instead. At the Gryffindor table, Ron gaped at Harry's new broom and the note from McGonagall. "A Nimbus 2000, I've never even touched one," he breathed with envy. Nearby, Irina glanced over, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She lacked Harry's natural gift for flying, but the art of flight itself still intrigued her. Quidditch, however, did not. If invited to join Gryffindor's team, she would almost certainly refuse. Knowing what was inside the parcel, Harry and Ron could hardly sit still. A treasure draws danger. Unless they hid the broom safely in their dorm, Harry would never rest easy. Chapter 46. Ron, put away that fragile pride of yours. The two of them hurried back to the dormitory to stash away the Nimbus. For the rest of the day, Harry's heart never left it. Every class passed in a blur. Not a single word stuck in his mind. At last, by 7 in the evening, he could no longer restrain himself and carried the broom straight toward the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, Lynn wrestled with a different problem. Last year, Professor Green had given him a lengthy reading list to guide his alchemical studies for the next 3 to 4 years. Even now, when Lynn's skill had advanced far beyond what it once was, the texts on that list could still aid him immensely. The trouble was, most of the latter half of those books were stored in the restricted section. With Professor Green gone from Hogwarts, the authorization slip he once provided was now worthless. Lynn no longer had free access to that hidden trove. He considered asking Professor Snape, or perhaps another professor, for a new signed pass. But realistically, who would grant a student access to materials locked away for danger's sake, all for the sake of studying alchemy years ahead of schedule? After all, much of the 6th-year alchemy curriculum could still be found in the main library. The restricted section contained works far deeper and far more perilous. No sensible professor would let a student poke around unsupervised. And so, Lynn chose a different path. After curfew, he would slip out under cover of the invisibility charm Green had once taught him, sneaking into the restricted section to search for what he needed. There were limits. The library's wards meant he couldn't remove any books. All he could do was read them on the spot or copy them by hand into his own notebooks. If he tried to smuggle a volume out or even duplicate one with a spell, the enchantments would flare and reveal him instantly. Over the following week, Lynn's days were packed. Each night he not only had to inscribe an alchemy array, but also slip into the library's restricted section to copy forbidden texts. By the weekend, he had already finished enchanting the Desert Eagle and managed to transcribe an entire alchemical tome. It wasn't for nothing many of the runes and diagrammed arrays in that book could be applied to the enchantments he was laying onto the pistol's bullets. Yes, Lynn's plan before Halloween was ambitious: to enchant all 100 bullets that came with the Desert Eagle. Ordinarily, enchanting so many in under 2 months would have been unthinkable. But bullets were small. They couldn't hold overly complex arrays, which meant simpler patterns and much faster inscription. Even so, carving arrays onto such tiny surfaces demanded precise control, constantly testing his concentration and stamina. Meanwhile, during those same 2 months leading up to Halloween, Irina was tackling her own challenge. Using silent casting as a foundation, she began experimenting with wandless magic, specifically with the freezing charm. Without a mentor, mastering wandless casting was far from easy, and 2 months of attempts ended only in failure. Still, she hadn't been without progress. Though the spell faltered without a wand, her affinity with ice allowed her to condense small blocks of ice out of thin air. With a little focus, she could shape them into daggers or other weapons, giving her a measure of self-defense, even unarmed. Soon enough, Halloween drew near. On the eve of the festival, the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkins filled every corridor of Hogwarts Castle. That morning, in the first year's charms class, Professor Flitwick announced they would be learning the levitation charm. Of course, prodigies like Irina, Hermione, and even Malfoy had long since mastered it on their own. Pairing the students 2 by 2, Flitwick assigned Harry to work with Seamus the Explosive's genius, Ron with Hermione, and Irina. Well, she hardly needed practice. When Flitwick demonstrated the spell, she casually flicked a feather into the air with a silent cast, earning his praise, extra points, and the rare privilege of skipping practice altogether. "Go on, Hermione, you've got this," Irina called out, munching on snacks as she cheered her friend. Yet from the ease with which Hermione had already shown off her levitation in the trophy room, she hardly needed encouragement. For gifted young witches and wizards, the spell was simple: a wand flick, a thought, and the feather rose. But for most of the class, it demanded precision: one proper swish and flick, and a perfectly pronounced incantation. Ron Weasley, unfortunately, was no natural prodigy. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he bellowed, flailing his wand as though wielding a sledgehammer. Irina covered her face in second-hand embarrassment. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione snapped beside him, unbothered by his glare. "It's Wingardium Levi. Oh, so make the syllables long and clear." Ron's ears went red. His pride couldn't stand being corrected, and he snapped back, "If you're so clever, why don't you do it yourself?" In the next class, Harry and Ron noticed both Hermione and Irina were absent, and the girls were missing the entire afternoon. On their way to the Halloween feast, they overheard Parvati telling Lavender that Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom, refusing to come out despite Irina's attempts to comfort her. Thinking back to his earlier outburst, Ron squirmed with guilt, though he muttered defensively, "I wasn't wrong, she's just too bossy." Even Harry found Ron unfair. After all, if not for Hermione's quick thinking during the duel with Malfoy, both of them might have been soundly beaten. Still, when they entered the Great Hall, the dazzling Halloween decorations quickly drove all thoughts of Hermione from their minds. At the Slytherin table, Lynn slipped in quietly, ate a few bites just to fill his stomach, and then sat back with his eyes closed. He knew all too well tonight was when Quirrell would make his move. Lynn had to stay vigilant. The dungeons were home to both the defense classroom and Slytherin's dormitories. If that damn troll wandered off its expected path, he and the others might run into it face to face on their way back. He had conserved his strength all day, even pausing his bullet enchantments early. Not that he hadn't considered simply unloading the Desert Eagle into the troll's skull, but the creature's hide was thick, and even if the bullets could pierce it, the risk of the weapon being confiscated by the professors made that plan impossible. The Desert Eagle was Lynn's greatest hidden card for this year. Naturally, he would never expose it too early. Just then, Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, tripped and fell flat on the floor. His face was twisted with terror as he panted out, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." With that he collapsed in a faint. Chaos exploded instantly. Countless young wizards panicked, their cries rising in a shrill chorus. Lynn, however, only watched the fallen Quirrell with cold amusement. "Peach, quite the performance. Should I hand you an Academy Award for that?" That moment, Dumbledore raised his wand, releasing several bursts of violet sparks into the air. The hall quieted at once. "Prefects," his deep voice commanded, "lead your houses back to their dormitories at once." At the Slytherin table, the prefect at the front rose and called for the students to follow him immediately. Lynn stood with the others, but just as he was about to return to the dormitory as ordered, he noticed something unsettling. At the Gryffindor table, not only was Hermione missing, but so was the silver-haired girl, Irina Lowell. Her striking hair made her absence obvious to anyone watching. Lynn's expression darkened. Could Lowell be down in the dungeons with Hermione as well? He hesitated, then changed his mind. He did not know if this Lowell was truly another transmigrator, but he would not let the only possible lead perish to a troll's club. Whispering a disguised charm over himself, he slipped silently from the rear of the Slytherin line. On the other side, Irina helped Hermione to her feet. Though Hermione was still weeping bitterly, her empty stomach pushed her toward returning to the feast. "Come on," Irina urged gently. "If we don't hurry, the banquet will be over." She patted Hermione's back soothingly and wiped the tears from the girl's cheeks with her other hand. Outwardly, Irina seemed endlessly patient, but inside she was frantic. Others might not know, but she knew a troll would be arriving soon. If she didn't move Hermione quickly, they would be trapped when it came. Thankfully, she had been clever enough to lure Hermione with the promise of food. Otherwise, the girl might have gone on crying until the end of time. But then heavy, ponderous footsteps echoed outside the bathroom door. An unbearable stench wafted in, like gutter water boiled together with rotting tofu and durian, thickened into a rancid broth. To Irina, it was disturbingly similar to the choking exhaust fumes of her past life. The acrid sourness stung her nose. Ugh! Both Irina and Hermione gagged violently. Their retching must have drawn the troll's attention. A shadow loomed at the door, then the massive figure stooped and squeezed its way into the bathroom. "Ah!" Hermione cried out. The troll stood 12 feet tall, its dull, gray skin like rough-hewn stone. The hulking body resembled a mound of mud and rock, topped with a head scarcely bigger than a cocoa bean. Its stumpy legs were thick as tree trunks, ending in broad, calloused feet. The stench rolling off its body was nauseating, and in its enormous hands it dragged a heavy wooden club, so long it scraped across the tiles. "Damn it!" Irina swore. Hermione's cry had caught the beast's attention. Battle was now inevitable. Just as she prepared to strike first, the bathroom door slammed shut. From outside came two triumphant, idiotic cheers. Her plan to lure the troll away shattered instantly. "Are you both brain dead?" Irina shouted furiously, even as her wand flicked, loosing an ice-sealing spell at the creature. Her outburst reached Harry and Ron outside, and realization hit them like a slap. They had locked the girls inside. Panicking, they wrenched the door back open. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Seizing the chance, Irina quickly cast a levitation spell, lifting the frozen Hermione into the air. She floated the girl over the troll's head and dumped her into the doorway, where she landed in a heap atop Harry and Ron. "Take her and run. I'll be right behind you," Irina ordered sharply. She then darted toward the troll, loosing more ice, sealing spells as she ran. But the creature's skin was thick with natural magic resistance. The frost only glazed its surface, unable to bind its limbs. Enraged, the troll swung its massive club straight at Irina's tiny figure. Pinned between the sinks, with no room to dodge, she clenched her teeth, dropped low, and slid feet first between the troll's legs, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. Chapter 48. Step back, leave this to me. Fortunately, Irina's desperate slide carried her beneath the troll's swinging club just in time, slipping out behind the creature. Shatter! Even as she bolted toward the doorway, she flicked her wand back, sending a bone-splintering curse at the troll's rear. Brah! The spell actually hurt it. The troll howled in agony, eyes burning red as it spun about, lifting its club to charge after her. By then Irina had rushed out of the lavatory, rejoining Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hermione, shaken, but quickly regaining her composure, raised her wand to cover Irina and shot a blinding hex at the troll. "Harry, Ron, go find the professors. Hermione and I will hold it off," Irina shouted, retreating step by step while lacing her spells with frost charms to slow the monster. Though the frost failed to stop the troll, ice continued to crust its hide, dragging down its movements bit by bit. "No, we'll fight it with you," Harry yelled. Ron nodded fiercely. "I know I messed up before. I won't run away alone this time." Irina nearly coughed blood. "Do you two even know your level? That thing's resistance is insane, you can't even scratch it. Stop dragging me down and go get the professors." Her nerves were about to snap. The boys exchanged a look, then reluctantly nodded. "Fine, just be careful." They turned and dashed off. At last, no more dead weight. Hermione kept pace with Irina, their rhythm matched. Hermione's freezing spells weren't as strong as Irina's, but that wasn't the point. They weren't aiming to freeze or kill the troll, only to stall it until help arrived. But fate rarely listened. The troll, instead of slowing, grew even more furious. To be toyed with by two tiny humans, it was unbearable humiliation. Like a boss monster entering berserk mode, it flexed, shattering the ice caked on its skin. With a roar, it swung its massive club in a wide arc across the floor. Irina rolled aside, barely avoiding the blow, but Hermione wasn't so lucky. The club slammed her across the back, hurling her dozens of meters into the wall. She crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Irina's heart sank. Harry and Ron were gone. No teachers would be coming anytime soon. Her spells barely hurt the thing. She was trapped. Spring water surges, winter freezes. Gritting her teeth, she burned through the last dregs of her magic. A torrent burst from her wand, instantly frozen into jagged spears of ice. "Go!" She slashed her wand forward, unleashing a storm of icy lances like a rain of arrows. The barrage cut into the troll's skin, drawing blood, but its hide was too thick. Nothing pierced deep. The troll bellowed and pressed forward, swinging its club in relentless blows. Irina's magic was drained, her body exhausted. Her legs gave way, stumbling forward, leaving her wide open. Damn it! He should have dragged her, Hermione, back to the hall, tied up if necessary. Why did she have to be so soft? Now, they were both finished. Just then a golden beam tore through the air, slamming into the troll's skull. The impact wrenched its head aside, knocking the heavy club from its hands. The weapon crashed to the ground, the shockwave blasting Irina off her feet. She blinked through the dust, eyes snapping toward the source of the light. A black-haired boy stepped out from the shadows at the corner. Dozens of gleaming metal fragments floated around him, humming with power. His eyes glowed dark red, a faint crimson gleam running through his hair as he gazed at her. "Step back. This fight is mine." Lynn's voice was calm as he strode past her, placing himself between Irina and the troll. Dozens of floating metal shards around him seemed to have finished charging. In the next instant, golden beams burst forth, lancing into the troll's body again and again. Bloodied holes split open across the creature's gray flesh, yet these beams were no ordinary spells. Their golden energy seeped into the wounds, corroding from within and worsening the damage. "Senior, you..." Irina stared at Lynn in disbelief. This black-haired boy looked no older than a second year. How could he possibly wield such terrifying strength? In her eyes, even the professors of Hogwarts might not measure up to this level. Lin spared her only a glance, then pulled a vial of potion from his pocket and tossed it to her. Without another word, his gaze flicked back toward the direction they had come. As if sensing something, he waved his wand and cloaked himself in an illusion spell. The gruesome sight before him hardly stirred his heart. After all, on last year's Halloween he had already witnessed Kasserach's head blasted apart. Since then, scenes like this barely moved him. Once, hidden under the illusion spell, he slipped away. Only a few breaths later, heavy footsteps thundered down the corridor. "Irina! Hermione! We're back, are you all right?" Harry and Ron's anxious voices rang out. When no answer came, they rushed in at full speed. One look at the troll's exploded head left them frozen stiff, and the next moment all three, Harry, Ron, and Irina, were retching violently. Soon after, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Quirrell arrived. At the sight of the troll's ruined body, both McGonagall and Snape frowned deeply, their expressions shifting into visible shock. Quirrell, however, gave a little gasp, rolled his eyes, and collapsed unconscious once more. McGonagall stepped closer, looking incredulously at Irina. "Miss Lowell, was this your doing?" Irina lifted her dust-streaked face and shook her head weakly. "No, Professor. A senior came just in time. He saved me." McGonagall's brow furrowed. She took in the scorched troll hide, the body riddled with mysterious magical wounds, and the transfigured vines littering the floor. Clearly, Irina spoke the truth. Such overwhelming magical force, coupled with mastery of transfiguration, none of these children could have managed it. Yet those vines looked familiar. McGonagall's mind turned. Someone from her transfiguration club, perhaps? "Irina," she asked at last, "can you describe this senior?" "Whoever he is, Hogwarts owes him thanks for destroying the troll." Irina hesitated, then said slowly, "I only remember he had countless metal shards orbiting around him. He wore Slytherin robes. His hair was black, with a faint red at the tips." Her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, and he was handsome. Extremely handsome. Across 2 lifetimes, she had seen plenty of good-looking boys, but that black-haired youth was one of the rare few who had truly stunned her. Of course, the glow of a hero saving a damsel no doubt added to it, but even without that, his appearance was more than worthy of praise. "You're certain he was from Slytherin?" Snape's voice cut in, low and heavy, as he stepped forward. As head of Slytherin House, he should have known of such a prodigy among his students. If such a one existed, yet remained unknown to him, was that not his negligence? Beside him, McGonagall remained deep in thought. Slytherin, black hair, exceptional transfiguration. Few students fit that description. The one she knew best was Lynn Roll. But Lynn was only a second year. How could a boy that young possibly possess the power to annihilate a mountain troll? After all, an ordinary second-year wizard would struggle even to cast a simple disarming charm. The common room was overflowing with people, even the normally aloof little snakes unable to keep their composure. The noise was almost unbearable. Since the feast had been interrupted at the very start by Quirrell, the Slytherins were eating the food that had been sent in instead. Lynn did not join them. He slipped back to his dormitory first, where he finally lifted the disillusionment charm. Draco and his 2 cronies were still eating in the common room, leaving the dorm quiet and empty. With a wave of his hand, Lynn removed the cluster of hovering metal blocks that had been pressed against his robes and stowed them carefully into his canvas satchel. These were a parting gift from Nicholas Flamel, which Lynn had named his alchemical floating cannons. They could draw magic directly from the air to charge themselves, then unleash devastating beams of sorcery at a mere flicker of his intent. Their workings were similar to Professor Green's portable alchemy array, the one he had witnessed last Halloween when Green fought Kasseragi, but with one key difference. Each floating cannon bore its own carved formation, anchored into a crafted vessel. Though weaker than Green's battle array, they placed almost no burden on Lynn's own reserves. Beyond the light cost of directing their aim, they consumed nothing of his strength. Could it be? She really is a transmigrator? His brows knit in thought. Though he hadn't arrived at the scene immediately, the giant incident he had just witnessed did not match the tale he remembered. In the original Thread of Fate, Hermione had not been injured, and Harry and Ron had never gone to fetch the professors. If these changes were the ripples of the butterfly effect caused by another transmigrator, it would all make sense. But was the disturbance born from that silver-haired girl, or from himself? He had done little to interfere with the flow of events, but even the smallest variance could not be ignored. For someone as meticulous as Lynn, this was a possibility too grave to dismiss. He'll need to test things further. With that, he fully disarmed his magical armaments. At dawn the next day, Irina rose early. Skipping breakfast, she hurried straight to the infirmary to see Hermione. With the aid of healing magic, Hermione's recovery was swift. Smiling, she told Irina she would be well enough to leave within 2 days. Relieved, Irina's usual cheer returned. Humming a little tune, she made her way to the great hall for the morning feast. As she sat down at the Gryffindor table and reached for a piece of bread, her gaze wandered only to land on Lynn, dining calmly at the Slytherin table. The familiar dark-haired youth caught her eye like a spark in the dark. She rose instinctively to greet him, but then froze. He was already looking back at her. Lynn's lips curved into a secretive smile. He raised a finger to his mouth in a silent ch, then gave a subtle gesture. Irina understood. Swallowing her bubbling excitement, she quietly sat back down and pretended nothing had happened. After the meal ended, she slipped outside to the lawns beyond the castle. There, Lynn was already waiting. "Senior, thank you," she said, her voice brimming with gratitude. He shook his head lightly. "That girl who was with you, how is her condition?" He meant Hermione. He hadn't interacted with her this term, so he didn't call her by name. Irina blinked, then answered brightly. "Hermione's doing very well. And it's all thanks to the healing draft you gave us," Madame Pomfrey said. "If not for your potion keeping her alive long enough, she might not have made it to the infirmary at all." That potion's efficacy was astonishing, several times stronger than anything sold in Diagon Alley. To Irina, it was clear her senior's background could not be ordinary. "That's good," Lynn replied calmly. "Still, be cautious this year. Since Hogwarts will not remain peaceful." Irina nodded earnestly. Thank you, senior. By the way, my name is Irina Lowell. Please just call me Irina." "Lynn Roll," he introduced with a small nod. "Roll family?" Irina was surprised, though she quickly recalled he was a Slytherin and found it made sense. Still, despite being from a pure blood house, he was unexpectedly kind. Her thoughts wandered, but her eyes fixed curiously on his left hand. "Oh, Senior Roll, yesterday when you fought the troll, I saw you cast fire from your left hand. Was that wandless magic?" Her eyes sparkled with expectation. She was currently struggling to master wandless casting of the freezing charm. If anyone could guide her, surely this senior could. Lynn gave a brief nod. Her excitement grew. "Senior Roll, to be honest, I've been trying to cast the freezing charm without a wand, but I keep failing. I can't grasp the key. Forgive me for being forward, but would you be willing to give me some guidance?" Chapter 51. Professor Snape, injured. Though it was only her second time meeting Senior Roll, Irina's eagerness to master wandless casting of the freezing charm made her blurt out the question. Lynn was a little surprised, but as he recalled sensing her magical aura back at Platform 9-3, the strong surge of ice elemental energy, he understood. Like himself, Irina clearly possessed an unusual affinity for a single element. The evidence had been plain yesterday when she froze the troll with a silent spell. "So that's it, wandless casting isn't as difficult as it seems. All you need is..." In a few concise words, Lynn shared the insights he had gained. A year ago, he might have guarded this as a secret trump card, but with the power he now commanded, wandless magic had become only a routine part of his arsenal. He no longer needed to keep it hidden. Irina felt as if a veil had been lifted. She bowed her head gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Roll. I'm deeply indebted." Lynn shook his head. "Cultivation is personal. If you manage wandless casting, it's by your own ability. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." He didn't linger, returning instead to Hogwarts Castle. By Halloween, he had already finished enchanting the Desert Eagle and its ammunition. Over the coming months, the task of refining more of the Forbidden Flame would need to begin. Time flew. Even Merlin's stockings had changed from black to white. Snow blanketed the castle grounds, turning the world pale and cold. By November, the Black Lake had iced over, its surface as hard as quenched steel. Each morning, Hagrid trudged across the Quidditch pitch wrapped in a coat of mole fur, rabbit skin gloves, and oversized beaver hide boots, scraping frost from the broomsticks. The Quidditch season had begun. For Harry, who had joined the Gryffindor team, this meant his first real match was near. His nerves tightened by the day. His love for Quidditch was undeniable, so much so that lessons had become secondary. If not for Irina and Hermione pushing him through his endless homework, he'd have been lost. Hermione had even given him a book, Quidditch Through the Ages, which filled him with excitement and knowledge of the sport's history. Among other things, he learned that referees who failed to keep their heads down often went missing, only to turn up months later in places like the Sahara Desert. Since the troll incident, Ron's attitude toward Hermione had softened noticeably, strengthening the bond between the four of them. On the day before the first match, Harry, Ron, Irina, and Hermione slipped into the courtyard during a break. Hermione conjured a small blaze of bright, blue fire, harmless but wonderfully warm, and they huddled around it. That was when Professor Snape swept up behind them, his black cloak flaring like a giant bat's wings. His sharp gaze fell on the book in Harry's hands. His lips curled as though he meant to speak, but the moment his eyes dropped to Harry's all too familiar face, they hardened with loathing. "What's that in your hand, Potter?" Harry held up Quidditch Through the Ages, puzzled by the hostility. Snape didn't so much as glance at the cover. "Library books are not to be taken out of school grounds. Hand it over. 5 points from Gryffindor." Without hesitation, he snatched the book and limped away. Harry glared after him, frustrated. Irina could only shrug helplessly. "What can you do? If you looked more like your mother, Snape would probably hand you a whole library instead." "I wonder what's wrong with his leg," Harry muttered. "Who cares?" Ron said with a grin. "I hope it hurts like hell." Hermione frowned. "No. I saw it when his cloak lifted. There was a wound like a bite. A large one, far too big for any ordinary animal." She hesitated, then added, "It looked a lot like the three-headed dog we saw at the start of term." Irina finished for her. At once, Harry and Ron stared at them in alarm. "We should investigate," Hermione suggested. "Find out what really happened." Since the troll incident, she seemed less rigid about breaking school rules. In truth, she and Irina had already snuck out several times, often to raid the kitchens at midnight. As for how Irina knew where the kitchens were, she claimed a friendly Hufflepuff badger had told her. Of course, Hermione never guessed that Irina had never spoken to any Hufflepuff at all, and no Hufflepuff would ever give away that secret. That night, Gryffindor Tower buzzed with noise. Irina and Hermione pored over Harry and Ron's homework once more. Irina was beginning to feel less like a classmate and more like a babysitter. After finishing their homework, the four quickly moved into action. Harry suggested they head to the staff lounge under the pretense of retrieving their confiscated books. With other professors around, Snape wouldn't be able to accuse them without evidence. Harry hurried downstairs and knocked on the staff lounge door, while Irina and the others hid behind the corner to peek. He knocked several times, but there was no response. Left with no choice, Harry pushed the door open a crack and peeked inside. What he saw nearly made him gasp aloud. Inside were only Professor Snape and Filch. Snape had hitched up his bat-like black robes, revealing a leg torn open and bleeding badly. Filch was passing him bandages. "Damn it," Snape muttered irritably. "How is anyone supposed to keep their eyes on 3 heads at once?" Just as Harry tried to lean in for a better look, Snape spotted him. "Potter," he barked, fury twisting his face as he yanked his robes down to hide the wound. "Professor, I just wanted to ask if I could have my book." Harry stammered, scrambling for his excuse. "Out! Get out!" Snape roared. For a moment, Harry was certain Snape would deduct every last point from Gryffindor if he lingered even a second longer. He bolted, slamming the door shut behind him, and only then exhaled in relief. His friends rushed up. "Well, did you see?" Harry asked. Irina nodded quickly. "Yes, judging from his injuries and what he said, there's no mistake it was the Cerberus that hurt him." She already knew the truth, but, given how few clues the others had, she couldn't exactly reveal it outright. For now, Snape would just have to take the blame. "Do you know what this means?" Harry whispered, eyes wide. "On Halloween night, Ron and I saw him heading toward the 3-headed dog. He's after whatever it's guarding." He swore with conviction. "I'll bet my broomstick it was him who let the troll in, just to distract everyone." Irina tilted her head, blinking innocently. "Harry, don't go tempting fate like that." "What do you mean tempting fate?" Harry retorted, frowning. "Just tell me if my reasoning makes sense or not. I swear if it wasn't Snape, then my Nimbus 2000 deserves to be smashed by the Whomping Willow itself." Irina could only sigh. It was like watching a general on stage with a dozen flags already stuck in his back. Hermione bit her lip, torn. She wanted to protest surely no Hogwarts professor could be truly evil, but Harry's logic was hard to refute, and after he staked his broom on it, she couldn't find the words to argue. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the day of the Quidditch match. Though the match wouldn't start for nearly 5 hours, the pitch was nearly deserted, save for Hagrid, who was busy defrosting the brooms. Once Hagrid left, a lone figure appeared, striding purposefully across the empty field. It was Lynn. In his hand he held a cube-shaped piece of metal, and under the cover of a disillusionment charm, he slipped into the stands, heading straight for the staff section. He and Snape had never been particularly close, merely the typical relationship of student to head of house, but Lynn had no intention of letting his own head of house be falsely accused. Quirrell had made his move, so Quirrell would bear the consequences. The metal cube in Lynn's hand was an alchemical bomb, able to be triggered remotely. His plan was simple: fix it beneath Quirrell's chair. To avoid harming other professors or students, Lynn had already inscribed a special alchemical array onto the bomb, restricting the radius of its detonation. The moment it was triggered, an invisible shield of magic would envelop a 1-meter sphere around the device, sealing its destructive force inside, which meant when it exploded, the only one caught in the blast would be Quirrell. Yes, this was a world where only Quirrell got hurt. Satisfied, Lynn firmly fastened the alchemy bomb beneath the chair prepared for him, and gave a small nod of approval. Some might question, if Lynn truly wanted to avoid Voldemort, why involve himself at all? But the truth was simple: he could dodge for a time, but not forever. Sooner or later, their paths would cross. Better then to choose a side early, and while matters were still within his grasp, strike first. Quirrell was Voldemort's vessel. If Quirrell was injured, Voldemort would at least be hindered for a while. That interval would become Lynn's best window to grow stronger. What he longed for most was to complete, before the year's end, a forging of anti-magic fire strong enough to engulf an entire chamber. With such a weapon, even if Voldemort abandoned Quirrell's body, Lynn would still have a means to fight back. Having secured everything, he hurried back to the castle, leaving behind the perfect illusion that he had never left at all. Inside Hogwarts, the young witches and wizards were enjoying their breakfast feast. But Harry could barely eat, his nerves fraying over the looming Quidditch match. "It's just a Quidditch game, Harry. What's there to worry about? It's not like you're about to sit for OWLS," Irina said cheerfully. She herself seemed utterly relaxed. After all, on the day of her own university entrance exams back home, she had eaten heartily and even had the energy to clear 3 daily game quests. To her, Quidditch was nothing but child's play, hardly worth the nerves. This wasn't the Quidditch World Cup after all, just a bunch of schoolkids knocking a ball around. Harry looked at her, half resentful. "Easy for you to say when you're not the one flying out there. If you think it's so simple, why don't you play?" Irina shrugged. "I could, but would you dare let me?" "Yeah, no." Harry ducked his head and shoved a sausage into his mouth. Before long the bells struck 11. Every student and professor had gathered in the Quidditch stands. The seats rose dizzyingly high, some nearly brushing the clouds, yet even then it was often hard to see what was happening below. In the Gryffindor section, Irina tugged Hermione up to the very top row. Ron, Neville, Seamus, and the others were already there, shouting themselves hoarse. They'd painted a huge banner out of one of Scabbers' soiled bed sheets, scrawling "Potter for the win." Across it, Dean, skilled with a brush, had drawn a massive Gryffindor lion beneath the words. Irina kept her distance, wrinkling her nose. A grown man wetting the bed even in rat form was revolting. Hermione, unaware of the sheet's grim history, had cast a clever charm over it, making the painted letters shimmer in different colors. On the other side, Lynn sat among the Slytherins. As Malfoy's roommate and senior, the infamous trio had already saved him a seat. "Thanks," Lynn nodded politely. By now, the Quidditch match had begun. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin teams hovered around Madame Hooch, who laid out the rules once more. Then, at her signal, each player mounted their broom. Harry swung onto his Nimbus 2000, easily the finest broom in the air that day. 15 brooms kicked off the ground, spreading across the field. The Quaffles immediately snatched up by Angelina Johnson. "What a brilliant chaser she is, and not to mention," Lee Jordan's voice boomed over the pitch. "Jordan," Professor McGonagall barked beside him. "Sorry, Professor." He ducked his head, then continued properly. "Johnson speeds ahead. Beautiful pass to Alicia Spinnet. She's a talent. Oliver Wood scouted himself. Just last year, she was still a reserve." Quaffle back to Johnson. "Ah, no, it's stolen by Slytherin captain Marcus Flint. He's streaking down the pitch like a hawk going for goal. Wait." Blocked. Wood intercepts with a spectacular save. Lee Jordan's enthusiastic narration whipped the crowd into a frenzy. On the field, Katie Bell clutched the quaffle, darting around Flint like a sparrow, searching for her opening to score. Just then, a bludger came whistling out of nowhere and struck Katie Bell squarely on the back of the head. The impact sent the quaffle spinning from her hands, only for Slytherin's chaser, Adrian Pusey, to seize it and streak toward the goalposts. Yet before he could score, another bludger slammed into him, knocking him clean off course. Fred Weasley quickly batted the bludger aside, and Angelina Johnson darted in to reclaim the quaffle. With no one barring her way, she shot like an arrow toward the Slytherin hoops, dodging a bludger that hurtled straight for her and swerving neatly past Slytherin's keeper, Bletchley. With a sharp throw, she sent the quaffle clean through the center hoop. Madame Hooch's whistle rang out. Gryffindor scored. A roar of cheers erupted from the stands where the little lions of Gryffindor gathered, their voices echoing through the frosty air, mingled with the hisses and groans of the Slytherin serpents. High above, Harry Gryffindor's seeker couldn't resist expressing his joy. He pulled his Nimbus 2000 into a swift roll midair, carefree as he waited for the golden snitch to reveal itself. Until then, the skies were his to idle in. At the commentator's podium, Lee Jordan's voice only grew more animated. Slytherin takes possession. Chaser Terrence, Higgs, ducks pass, 2 bludgers, slips, past the Weasley twins, and Bell charging straight for the weight. What's that? Could it be the golden snitch? His words faltered for a heartbeat, then broke into a shout of pure excitement. A glimmer of gold had darted past Adrian Pusey's ear, weaving erratically through the air above the pitch. Its sudden appearance sent a surge of energy through the crowd. Students from every house leapt to their feet, screaming for their seeker. Harry spotted it at once. Leaning forward, he drove his Nimbus into a steep dive, chasing after the tiny winged ball. From the opposite side, Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, saw it too. Both boys cut through the air, neck and neck, hurtling after the snitch. The rest of the players seemed to forget their roles entirely, hanging suspended midair, eyes fixed on the desperate race. Though Higgs had greater experience, Harry had the unmatched speed of the Nimbus 2000 beneath him. Already he could see the snitch clearly, its wings flickering like sparks as it zigzagged ahead. He pushed harder, the broom surging beneath him. But just then, Slytherin played true to their infamous reputation. Marcus Flint, their captain, swerved deliberately and rammed straight into Harry, knocking him violently off course. Gasps and shouts rose from the stands. Madame Hooch wasted no time in blowing her whistle, unleashing a tirade of furious scolding at Flint for the blatant foul. Down below, the Gryffindor supporters rained insults upon Flint's ancestry in every direction possible. The referee awarded Gryffindor a penalty shot, but in the chaos, the snitch had already vanished. From the highest Gryffindor stands, Dean Thomas bellowed, "Send him off, ref. Red card." Ron blinked at him in confusion. "This isn't football, Dean. You can't send players off in Quidditch. Wait, what's a red card?" While Dean launched into an explanation, Lee Jordan all but fumed at the commentator's table. After that cheap and shameless foul. "Jordan," Professor McGonagall snapped sharply beside him. Lee cleared his throat and tried again, his tone still dripping with indignation. "I mean after that very obvious and unsportsmanlike foul." "Jordan," McGonagall warned under her breath. Lee sighed, threw up his hands, and grudgingly corrected himself a third time. "Fine, fine. Flint nearly killed Gryffindor's seeker, so we've been awarded a penalty. Perfectly fair." Even with the forced change in wording, his biting tone made Irina grin from the stands, giving him a discreet thumbs up. The match pressed on. Then Harry's Nimbus gave a sudden violent lurch beneath him. The broom began bucking wildly as though it were alive, trying to throw him off. Harry clung desperately, hands locked around the handle, knees squeezing tight. Terror gripped him. He had never felt such raw danger before. At that same moment, 2 figures in the crowd rose abruptly to their feet, one among the Gryffindor stands, the other among the Slytherins. Their eyes turned as one toward the teacher's platform. Quirrell had begun his mischief. And both Lynn and Irina knew it. Chapter 54, Quirrell blows up. On the Quidditch pitch, Harry's Nimbus 2000 was thrashing and bucking wildly, carrying him farther and farther away from the play. "I've no idea what Harry thinks he's doing," Hagrid muttered from the stands, peering through his binoculars. "If I didn't know better, I'd think he'd lost control of his broom, but that can't be." Hagrid failed to see the danger. He assumed Harry was trying some strange new tactic. But then the crowd's attention turned sharply toward Harry. His broomstick was rolling and flipping uncontrollably, forcing him to cling desperately just to stay mounted. Suddenly, with another violent jolt, the nimbus flung him off balance. Harry dangled in midair, holding on with only one hand to the handle, his life hanging by a thread. When Flint rammed him just now, could that have broken his broom? Seamus whispered from the stands. Impossible, Hagrid said, his voice trembling. Only powerful dark magic could interfere with a broomstick like that. No child could curse a Nimbus 2000. Hagrid's words lit a spark in Hermione's mind. She snatched the binoculars from him, not to watch Harry, but to scan the crowd below. "What are you doing?" Ron said, pale as chalk. With Harry in such peril, Gryffindor's victory seemed lost. "How so?" Hermione panted. "Look, Professor Snape!" Ron grabbed the binoculars. Across the stands, Snape stood stiff, eyes locked on Harry, lips moving silently. "He's jinxing the broom," Hermione hissed. "I knew it!" Ron hopped anxiously from foot to foot. "Then what do we do?" "Leave it to me." Hermione turned toward the teacher's stand, ready to storm her way through. But Irina seized her arm. "Wait, Hermione. Look there." She turned Hermione's head toward another figure. "Professor Quirrell?" Hermione gasped. In her mind, Quirrell was timid, stammering, the last person capable of dark curses, certainly not someone who'd target Harry. Snape was the one who always singled him out, not Quirrell. Irina nodded gravely. "It's not just Snape. Quirrell's staring right at Harry and he's chanting something too." Before she could explain further, Ron burst out, having seen through the binoculars as well. "I get it. Snape's cursing Harry, but cowardly Quirrell is casting a counter-curse to protect him, quietly sacrificing himself for his student. What a noble man." Irina slapped her forehead. "Brilliant deduction. Never make one again." She clapped Ron's shoulder with mock gravity. Seeing Hermione ready to dash off after Snape, Irina added, "Let me handle it. My magic's stronger." Without waiting, she shoved forward into the crowd, intending to use Snape as a cover while secretly disrupting Quirrell's spell. "Ah, dear Professor Snape, this is the best I can do for you," she thought with a sigh. She pressed through the bodies until she stood not far from Snape and Quirrell, wand hidden at her side, ready to strike. Meanwhile, over 100 meters away in the Slytherin section, Lynn had fixed his gaze on the teacher's stand. In his palm lay a small block of metal. He poured his magic into it, lips curving into a sly grin. 3, 2, 1, off you go. Snap! With a sharp click of his fingers, a signal burst forth. Boom! Under Quirrell's seat, the alchemic charge detonated. Flames erupted skyward, swallowing him whole as a shockwave slammed into him, blasting him upward out of his chair. The explosion thundered across the pitch, but strangely, the destruction was confined solely to Quirrell's seat. Irina, already moving toward him, flinched in terror at the blast, nearly tripping headlong onto the floor. Quirrell's body was hurled skyward, soaring several meters before plummeting headfirst toward the Quidditch pitch below. Irina clutched her chest, still shaken, then suddenly narrowed her gaze toward the Slytherin stands. Such a tightly contained yet devastating device, only a skilled alchemist could craft that. She remembered the orbiting pieces of metal around Senior Roll not long ago. Could it really be coincidence? Or... Her thoughts churned with suspicion, but quickly gave way to a faintly bitter look. This chapter isn't finished. Click to the next page to continue reading. Chapter 55. Then let me be the one to swallow the love elixir. Quirrell being blasted sky high by an alchemic bomb did nothing to halt the Quidditch match. That a Hogwarts professor had been openly attacked was no small matter, but to wizards it still wasn't reason enough to interrupt a match already in play. On the staff dais, Professor Snape had stopped muttering counter-spells. His eyes swept sharply across the stands, probing for any sign of danger. To him, the explosion was no accident but a carefully laid ambush. Through the tart it wasn't worth much in his eyes, but such a strike, carried out without the slightest trace, posed a dire threat to Hogwarts. Today Quirrell was attacked, tomorrow it might be any other professor, or a student. His gaze full of cold vigilance, Snape even left the staff row, pacing the stands like a shadow, performing the duty of one sworn to guard. Over in the Gryffindor section, Hermione stared at Irina in disbelief. "Are you insane? You actually cast an explosion curse at a professor?" And it was Snape muttering dark incantations. "Why would you attack Quirrell?" Hermione hadn't clearly seen what happened at the teacher's table. All she had noticed was Irina's raised hand, and the blast that followed, too coincidental to ignore. The conclusion seemed obvious to her. Irina only blinked her wide, blue eyes innocently. Hermione, it wasn't me. By the time I got there, Quirrell had already gone flying. It startled me too. Her voice grew pitiful, trembling with grievance. Realization dawned on Hermione. She had wrongly accused her friend. She hugged Irina quickly, whispering apologies. Meanwhile, on the field, Harry had finally regained control of his Nimbus 2000. He nosedived toward the ground, looking for all the world as though he were about to smash headlong into the earth. The crowd gasped. Harry's hand was clamped over his mouth as if he were about to vomit. He landed on all fours, coughing hard, and when his fist opened, there glittered a golden snitch. "I caught the snitch," he shouted, raising it high and shaking it for all to see. Though, truth be told, who knew if this particular snitch could ever be reused after where it had just been? Irina turned her head away at once, her delicate nose wrinkling. Imported goods or not, she had no desire to look too closely. And so, amid chaos, the Quidditch match drew to its end. Even 20 minutes later, Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin team, was still bellowing furiously. He didn't catch the snitch, he nearly swallowed it. In his mind, what kind of seeker used his mouth to capture the ball? But Flint's protests changed nothing. Harry had broken no rule. Lee Jordan's voice rang clear over the cheers of the little lions. Gryffindor 170 to Slytherin's 60. Victory was theirs. The roar of Gryffindor jubilation soared to the heavens, while the snakes sulked in dismay. None of this concerned Lynn. Once Quirrell had been blasted in accordance with his expectations, he slipped away quietly, returning to the castle to prepare his next undertaking, the forging of the Forbidden Flame. Time free from interruption was rare, and he intended to use it well. Outside Hogwarts at Hagrid's hut, Irina, Hermione, Ron, and a weary but triumphant Harry gathered while the half-giant brewed strong tea for his guest. "It was definitely Snape," Ron declared hotly. "We all saw him. He was muttering curses at your broom, eyes fixed on you the whole time. If not for Quirrell countering him, you'd have been finished, Harry." Harry blinked, astonished. "What? But I saw Quirrell get blasted away." Ron's expression was grave, full of certainty. "It had to be Snape. Once he realized Quirrell was shielding you with counter spells, he tried to take him out. If Professor McGonagall hadn't been there, Quirrell would be gone for good." Irina covered her face with one hand. Yet another cauldron of blame dumped squarely onto Snape's shoulders. "Rubbish," Hagrid muttered, bristling. "Snape never do a thing like that. He wouldn't attack a fellow professor, let alone his own student." Ron grew desperate. "I swear it's the truth. If a word of mine's false, then may I eat chocolate until it turns into a love elixir inside me." Irina cast him a sympathetic look. Watching Ron and Harry so dead set in their suspicions felt to her like watching a tragedy performed upon the stage, each line spoken with tragic conviction. Quickly, she tugged on Ron's sleeve, exchanging a glance with Hermione. It was best Hermione do the explaining. Hermione drew a deep breath. "Hagrid, we've uncovered something about Professor Snape. On Halloween night, we saw him near the three-headed guardian. That beast bit his leg. We think he was trying to steal whatever that creature is guarding." Irina's cool voice followed gently. "Of course, it's also possible Professor Snape was simply patrolling and happened to be attacked, or perhaps pursuing a criminal when he stumbled into the beast's jaws." Harry and Ron turned to her, dumbfounded. Why in the world was she speaking in Snape's defense? "Come on," Harry argued. "Dumbledore himself forbade anyone from entering the fourth-floor corridor to the right. If Snape was merely patrolling, what business had he there?" Irina explained. "Plenty of Gryffindors sneak out at night. Maybe one of them wandered in there while exploring. That's the case, then Professor Snape might have actually saved one of our classmates." Ron threw up his hands. "Oh, come off it. Like that's possible. Snape, that miserable git, would probably love to see us dead. Why on earth would he save us?" Their argument was cut short when Hagrid slammed the teapot down with a heavy thud, drawing all their eyes to him. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid demanded, looking shaken. Fluffy was supposed to stay put, guarding the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone lay hidden. If Harry and his friends already knew about the three-headed dog, it could only mean they had poked their noses where they shouldn't. That thought rattled Hagrid. After all, the stone was one of Hogwarts' deepest secrets, never to be shared with a bunch of students. "Fluffy?" Harry, Hermione, Ron and Irina echoed together, staring at Hagrid expectantly. Yes, he's mine, Hagrid admitted reluctantly. Picked him up from a Greek fellow in the pub last year. Dumbledore asked me to lend him over, so he's garden. What? Harry cut in urgently. Hermione and Ron immediately shot him warning glares. Harry's question had completely derailed Hagrid's willingness to talk. That's enough. No more questions, Hagrid barked. That's top secret, ye understand? Harry protested, but Snape's after it, he wants to steal it. Rubbish, Hagrid snapped, glaring at him. Snape's a Hogwarts professor. He'd never do such a thing. Hermione shot back, then why did he try to kill Harry? Quidditch match incident had turned her suspicions firmly against Snape. She refused to respect someone she believed had tried to murder her friend. I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid, Hermione argued passionately. I've read everything about them. You've got to lock eyes with your target and Snape never blinked, I saw it. You're wrong, I'm tellin' ye, Hagrid roared. I don't know why Harry's broom went funny, but Snape would never try to kill a student. He jabbed a finger at them. Now listen to me, the three of ye are meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. It's dangerous. Forget about that three-headed dog. Forget what it's garden. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel and… Aha! Harry leapt to his feet. So it does involve someone named Nicholas Flamel, doesn't it? Irina groaned and buried her face in her hands. Hagrid, oh Hagrid, were you raised on Veritaserum, or something? I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that, Hagrid muttered, furious at himself. He refused to speak further and bundled them out of his hut without even offering the usual rock cakes. On the way back to the castle, Hermione said firmly, since we now know this has something to do with Nicholas Flamel, we'll have to start searching for information on him in the library. Irina sighed. No need, Hermione. I already know who Nicholas Flamel is. She couldn't bear to see her best friend waste time digging through books, so she decided to drop the spoiler outright. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all turned to her at once. Irina hesitated for a moment, then said, Nicholas Flamel is the most famous alchemist in France. He's the one who created the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes widened. Irina, what's the Philosopher's Stone? In the original timeline, she wouldn't have stumbled across that knowledge until closer to Christmas break, when she borrowed a library book that mentioned it. But now, things were moving faster. Irina explained, I found it recorded in a book from the library. In the ancient schools of alchemy, there was mention of the Philosopher's Stone, a wondrous substance with astonishing powers. It can transmute any metal into pure gold, and it can be used to brew the elixir of life, granting longevity to those who drink it. For centuries there had been many rumors about such a stone, yet the only genuine one in existence was the one forged by Nicholas Flamel himself. Hermione's eyes lit with sudden understanding. I see now. That three-headed hound must be guarding Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. I'll bet anything Flamel entrusted Professor Dumbledore to safeguard it. They're friends, and he must have known someone was coveting the stone, so he had it moved out of Gringotts. Irina nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yet, had Lynn been present, he would have objected outright, for the truth was that the stone would still be resting peacefully in France had Dumbledore not begged his master's master, Nicholas Flamel, to use it as bait to lure Voldemort into a trap. And in truth, Voldemort would never have dared covet it while it remained in Flamel's possession. For Nicholas Flamel was not only the greatest alchemist of the age, but also a sorcerer of demon Lord Might. Even at 6 centuries old, he was not one whom the tattered remnant of Voldemort's soul could ever hope to overcome. If that's the case, Ron said at once, then it makes sense that Snape might be after it too. Who could resist the lure of immortality? The four of them returned to the castle deep in discussion, reaching a firm agreement. They must keep vigilant watch on Professor Snape. Irina, however, kept her suspicions divided, for she also remembered Quirrell, the wolf hiding in sheep's fleece. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and mid-December brought with it the approach of Yuletide. During that time, Lynn had devoted himself to refining greater stores of the forbidden fire. By now, he had brewed enough of it to fill half of the Slytherin dormitory. By his most cautious estimate, before the year's end, he would have gathered enough to flood the entire potions classroom. If he unleashed it broadly, it could easily envelop the hidden chamber where the stone was kept. Then, one wintry dawn, Hogwarts Castle awoke beneath several feet of snow, its towering silhouette cloaked in a thick, silken mantle of white. Chapter 57, By the Heavens, a Grenade. Lynn inclined his head slightly and turned to Irina. How goes your practice with wandless casting? Irina lifted her left hand. A streak of icy, blue light shot from her palm, instantly freezing the snowball Fred had just finished shaping into a solid ball of ice. After you taught me the technique that day, Senior Lin, I managed to cast both the freezing charm and the water conjuring charm without a wand. And, following your advice on spell transformation, I even developed a new charm midway between water and ice, the snow summoning spell. She raised her hand again. White flakes swirled into being, condensing into a flawless snowball that she then offered to Fred, as repayment for ruining the one he had crafted. But Fred only grinned, took the snowball and promptly smashed it into Irina's face before dashing away with laughter. Irina froze in place, dumbfounded. By the time she came back to her senses, she wiped the snow from her cheeks, a sharp tick mark throbbing on her forehead. That Fred! She forced a brittle smile and turned back to Lin. Forgive him, Senior. I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be going on ahead. Smile. Must keep the image intact. Inside, she was screaming. Lin only nodded, signaling that she could leave if she wished. The next instant, Irina drew her wand and bolted after Fred. To the abyss with keeping up appearances. With a sharp flick, 3 freezing bolts roared through the air in quick succession, locking the unsuspecting Fred in a sheath of ice. Before long, Fred's wailing could be heard in the distance. Lin chuckled, shook his head and turned back toward the castle. On the other side, Irina finally stopped pummeling Fred after much persuasion from Harry and the others. George, standing nearby, mocked his brother. I let my guard down, I didn't dodge. Fred groaned in frustration, which only made everyone burst out laughing. Soon after, George led a bruised and battered Fred away, while Harry and the rest returned to the castle. By the day before the Christmas holiday, the Great Hall had already been transformed into a dazzling sight. Garlands of holly and mistletoe hung along the walls, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the hall, some glittering with icicles, others sparkling with hundreds of candles. Harry and his friends even spotted the professors using magic to decorate. Professor Flitwick sent streams of golden bubbles from his wand, fastening them neatly to the branches of a newly placed tree, while Professor McGonagall directed the Transfiguration Club's senior students in reshaping and arranging festive ornaments. Though most members of the club were 6th and 7th years, Irina noticed one unexpected figure among them, a second-year senior, Roll. With a casual flick of his wand, Lin transformed small trees into perfectly formed evergreens, levitating them into their proper places. Given the strength of his current magic, those transfigurations would hold steady until the holiday ended. His pace was so efficient that he alone accomplished the work of 3 or 4 upperclassmen. Under Professor McGonagall's coordination, the entire transformation of the Great Hall was finished in just over 10 minutes. Joyful days always seem to arrive swiftly. On Christmas morning, Lin awoke in his soft bed to find a pile of gifts at its foot. To his surprise, there were 9 of them this year, 2 more than last. Curious, he got out of bed and opened the first package. It was from his mother, Rowena. Inside lay an invisibility cloak and a letter filled with warm, everyday musings. Though cloaks of invisibility were powerful, their short lifespan kept their popularity limited. Wealthy wizards who could afford them often relied instead on the disillusionment charm, while those unable to master such magic likely couldn't afford a cloak anyway. In truth, they were more luxury item than necessity. Still, for Lin, this cloak could also serve as fine alchemical material. After reading his mother's letter, he moved on to the next gifts, those from Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. As expected, their presents matched his reputation as a model student. McGonagall gifted him advanced notes on transfiguration, Flitwick provided another wand, care kit, and Snape a vial of healing potion. Then came the Weasley twins' contribution, a large tin of canary creams. With Lin's help, Fred and George had dabbled early in alchemy, creating several prank items before anyone else. This tin of sweets was one of their newest inventions. But the twins hadn't warned him about the cookie's effects. If not for his secret arts, which revealed the alchemical runes hidden inside, he might have mistaken them for ordinary treats and eaten them unwittingly. Still in need of a good lesson, Lin muttered with a wry smile, before unwrapping the next gift. Inside was a hand-knitted black sweater with a large letter R embroidered across the chest. Chapter 58, Christmas Gifts and the Christmas Feast. Lin's hands trembled with excitement as he carefully lifted the envelope tucked beneath the 3 grenades. Breaking the seal, he unfolded the letter. Inside it was written in Professor Green's own hand. I heard about what happened during Halloween. It seems Hogwarts Castle is not as safe as one would hope. A pistol alone may not be enough for you to defend yourself. So, I've sent you a few more muggle weapons for self-protection. I trust you'll use them wisely to keep yourself safe. When Lynn read the signature at the bottom, his lips twitched violently. Self-protection weapons. You call 'em K2 hand grenades self-protection weapons? Lynn knew enough about modern arms to recognize what lay before him: 3 pineapple-shaped K2 grenades, packed with nitro-star composite and a measure of TNT. Their lethal blast radius reached between 5 to 10 yards, and with fragments factored in, they could kill within 50. Unlike a wizard's spell whose streak of light, no matter how discreetly cast, still gave enemies a chance to react, the K2 grenade flew silent and unseen. Even the faint click of the safety pin could be erased with a charm. Against an enemy too overwhelming to face head-on, using such a weapon to carve out an escape route was, in truth, an excellent choice. Why, thank you ever so much, Professor Lynn muttered dryly, storing the grenades away. For an alchemist like him, their raw destructive power wasn't enough. His plan was to etch reinforcement arrays into the grenades, with formation alchemy amplifying their might. Clearly, his holiday would be far from idle. Rubbing his brow, he sighed. He had intended to let himself relax this Christmas. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Irina sat alone, unwrapping her Christmas gifts. Since her parents were ordinary folk and couldn't send parcels by owl, she would only receive their presents once she returned home for the summer. Her roommates, including Hermione, had all left for the holidays, leaving the room utterly quiet. Those 2 unreliable people, off to spend Christmas together, leaving me all alone at Hogwarts, and without sweet, soft Hermione to keep me company. It's so lonely. Her face was full of resentment. The first 3 packages she opened were from professors, and just like Lynn the year before, she found nearly identical gifts. Well, that's rather kind of Professor Snape, though honestly, he should keep this joy potion for himself. People need to smile more. She chuckled as she held up the vial from Snape. The next gift was a cylindrical package, a tin of biscuits, from the Weasley twins. Fred and George, huh? This can't be safe. She eyed the biscuits suspiciously. At this point in the timeline, they shouldn't have invented canary creams yet, should they? After much hesitation, Irina squeezed her eyes shut and popped one into her mouth. Poof! In an instant, white smoke billowed out, and she transformed into a tiny golden canary, chirping furiously as she fluttered about the dormitory. Poof! A minute later, the magic wore off and she returned to her human form, face dark with rage. Fred and George Weasley. Her teeth ground audibly as she clenched her fists. Oh, she would definitely pay them back for this. During her brief time as a bird, she finally understood why canary creams existed so early. Linking this to her memory of senior roll discussing alchemy with the twins outside the castle, she began to suspect they had already started studying the craft ahead of schedule. That senior roll, could he be a transmigrator like herself? Otherwise, how could he so drastically alter the Weasley twins' path of study, and why was he present during the troll incident? Irina frowned, lost in thought, but she couldn't be certain. After all, if such a senior had always existed in the original timeline, perhaps he had simply chosen not to intervene once Harry and Ron handled the troll. Still, she had already changed so much. Wasn't it natural that the future would begin to shift as well? Her gaze fell on the 3 remaining gifts, those from Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry had given her a model broomstick. Ron, a set of wizard's chess. Hermione, a great bag full of chocolate frogs. Irina carefully stored these tokens of friendship, though she couldn't resist unwrapping one frog and slipping it into her mouth at once. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry was testing his new inheritance, a silvery cloak that flowed like liquid, cool to the touch, as though woven from pure water. Unlike the decorative invisibility cloth Lynn had once tinkered with, Harry's cloak was none other than the legendary Deathly Hallow itself, the invisibility cloak said to conceal its bearer even from death. Perhaps such a claim was exaggerated, but its unmatched virtue was undeniable. Eternal invisibility, without the time limits of ordinary cloaks. Chapter 59. The Mirror of Air-Eyes. In the dead of night, Irina slipped out of the girls' dormitory, moving as quietly as she could. As usual, her goal was the Hogwarts kitchens, where the castle's house elves would happily hand over some food. During the Christmas feast, she had been too distracted with exploding crackers to properly eat her fill. Wand in hand, she made her way into the Gryffindor common room. By now it was utterly deserted, wrapped in shadows so thick that only someone with real courage would linger there alone. Just as she was about to leave, she felt a sudden tap on her shoulder. Bloody hell, ghost! Spinning around and finding nothing, Irina panicked. She stumbled back a few steps and, without hesitation, fired off several freezing charms toward the spot she had just left. The icy blue beams struck something unseen, then a cloak slipped to the ground like flowing water, revealing a boy inside, frozen solid like an ice sculpture. "Harry!" Irina gaped, then quickly cast the counter spell. Harry thawed, teeth chattering as he pulled his cloak back around his shoulders. "Irina, did you have to be that jumpy? This is the Gryffindor common room. There aren't any ghosts here you're not already used to. You don't flinch at nearly headless Nick, but you nearly froze me to death." Irina sniffed. "Serves you right for sneaking up on me." Harry sighed. "This cloak belonged to my father. I just wanted to test it out. Then I saw you here and thought, maybe you'd want to come exploring with me." Irina spread her hands. "With my magic I could wander the castle without Filch ever catching me, even without an invisibility cloak. But you, with that cloak you could probably slip into the restricted section of the library and no one would know." She herself had plenty of ways to hide her presence, but without knowing the disillusionment charm she couldn't hope to get past Madame Pince's watchful eyes. Harry nodded eagerly. "Of course! You didn't even see me just now." At that, Irina's eyes lit up. "Harry, you should try the restricted section. They say it's full of powerful magic, maybe even something that could help you beat Malfoy." She recalled what the original tale said. Harry would end up chased out of the restricted section, stumble into an abandoned classroom, and find the Mirror of Arise. The mirror couldn't change reality, but Irina was curious to see what her own heart's desire might be. If she nudged Harry into sneaking into the restricted section and let him get caught, all she had to do was follow him afterward. Sooner or later, he would lead her straight to that classroom. Harry perked up at the thought. The memory of his disastrous duel with Malfoy still stung. Chased around like a fool, saved only by Hermione's intervention. The chance to learn spells strong enough to win on his own was too tempting to ignore. "I'll go with you," Irina added, "but the book searching is your job. I'll stay tucked inside the cloak." Harry looked puzzled but agreed without argument. The cloak was meant for an adult. On them it hung like an enormous mantle. Even with both Harry and Irina underneath, they could still walk side by side, half a step apart. Thus, with Irina's gentle prodding, Harry ventured into the restricted section. What happened next followed the tale she remembered. As Harry flipped open one of the forbidden books, it unleashed a piercing, blood-chilling shriek that shattered the silence of the library. Terrified, Harry yanked Irina along and bolted, still under the cloak. He didn't care where he was dragging her, only that she kept up. They stumbled into an abandoned classroom, where broken desks and chairs were piled along the walls, shadows massing in the corners. A battered wastebasket lay overturned in the corner. Yet what caught their eyes was the strange object placed against the far wall, as though someone had set it there simply because there was nowhere else to put it. It was a mirror tall enough to reach the ceiling, framed in ornate gold, resting on clawed feet. At its top, an inscription read, "Arise, stra, eru oit, ub kafru oit, on wosi." Read backwards, the words revealed their meaning. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." Irina's breath caught. She knew at once this was the Mirror of Arise. Harry stepped closer, drawn as if by a spell. Then his eyes widened. He slapped a hand over his mouth to keep from crying out. In the reflection stood not just himself, but at least a dozen others gathered around him. Whipping around, Harry saw only Irina, blinking at him in confusion. What? Were those people hidden under invisibility cloaks? Could the mirror pierce concealment itself? His thoughts raced. Then he looked closer. Among the crowd in the glass, a woman stood smiling at him, hand lifted in a gentle wave. This was a woman of striking beauty, her hair a deep crimson, her eyes the very same shade of green as Harry's. Beside her stood a tall, thin man with messy black hair, glasses perched on his nose, and a stubborn cowlick at the back of his head just like Harry's. They were his parents. The wild thought surged through Harry's mind, but as he gazed at the couple in the mirror, seeing so many traces of himself in their faces, he knew it must be true. "Mother?" Harry whispered. "Father?" The pair in the glass smiled warmly at him. The mirror showed not strangers, but his own family. Harry's heart ached with joy and longing, but just then, Irina's hand pressed against his shoulder, pulling him back to awareness. "Harry, look up. Do you see the inscription at the top of the frame? Read it backward." Still dazed, Harry obeyed. His voice trembled as he spoke the words aloud. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." A shiver ran through him. Slowly, his expression fell. "So what this mirror shows me isn't proof my parents are alive. It's just because what I want most, what I long for with all my soul, is to be with them again." As he spoke, despair welled in his chest. He had truly believed he had found them at last, that he would never again have to return to the accursed Dursleys. Irina, who could not see the visions within the glass, nonetheless nodded gravely. "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this is the mirror of Erist. It reflects nothing but the deepest yearning within a person's heart." Harry turned back to the mirror. In its surface, the Potter family waved and smiled at him, their warmth almost tangible. He pressed his palms against the cold glass as if he might force his way into that world, his eyes drinking in the sight as though starved. Time slipped away unnoticed. Irina, standing quietly at his side, did not disturb him. She understood too well the grief binding him to this vision. At last, a sound from the corridor roused him. "Irina, would you like to look into the mirror of Erist?" Harry asked softly. She nodded without hesitation, and stepped into his place. The moment her eyes met the mirror, her hand rose to cover her mouth, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. The reflection showed a cozy, sunlit room. A tall young woman reclined lazily on a warm sofa, a snow-white cat nestled in her arms. Several kittens dozed peacefully across her lap. Not far away, a couple spoke fondly with her about her university life. It was her past life. Irina's heart clenched. So even now, what she longed for most was to return to the world she had left behind. Unlike Lynn, whose heart was broad and unshackled, Irina's softer nature left her struggling to let go. She had no regrets about saving those helpless creatures, but the thought of forever losing her family, her world, her old life had brought a sorrow she could not hide. "Irina, we should go back now," Harry's gentle voice broke her silence. "Yes." She brushed her tears away with a small smile. "Let's go." The next evening, Harry returned to the abandoned classroom with Ron at his side. He had meant to ask Irina to join them, but she quietly declined. To her, clinging to the past was futile, better to face the new life ahead. Though she had cried herself to sleep the night before, she resolved to let her grief fade with time. In the mirror, Harry once again saw his family, while Ron was greeted by the sight of himself as head boy and Quidditch captain, holding aloft both the house cup and the Quidditch cup. But when he realized the mirror showed only desires, not truths, Ron's excitement soured, and by the third night he refused to come again. Harry, however, could not stay away. On the third night, he slipped once more into the darkened classroom. This time, he hurried so quickly he made no effort to be quiet, his heart hammering with longing as he rushed to the mirror. He dropped heavily to the floor before it, determined to sit there all night, surrounded by the family he had lost. Then, "So, you've come again, Harry?" The voice froze him in place, chilling him to the bone more than any frost spell Irina had ever cast. Turning, he saw him sitting calmly atop a desk by the wall, eyes gleaming with quiet understanding. It was none other than Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry had rushed in so recklessly, he hadn't noticed the old wizard was already waiting. I didn't see you, sir," Harry stammered quickly. "How curious," said Professor Dumbledore with a gentle smile. "You managed to turn short-sighted even while invisible." The warmth on his face eased the knot in Harry's chest. "So," Dumbledore continued, sliding down from the desk and settling on the floor beside Harry, "you, like the countless others before you, have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist. But I imagine you've realized by now what its magic truly is." Harry nodded honestly. "Yes, it lets me see my family." Dumbledore lowered his head, a glimmer passing behind the half-moon glasses that framed his blue eyes. "And it lets your friend Ron see himself wearing the prefect's badge as head boy." How do you know that?" Harry exclaimed. "I don't need an invisibility cloak to become unseen," Dumbledore said kindly. "Now then, can you tell me what it is that the mirror shows to each of us?" Even a first-year like Lynn could cast a disillusionment charm. For a wizard of Dumbledore's level, concealing himself silently and without a wand was child's play. Irina told me, Harry admitted, the mirror shows what I most desire in my heart. At that Dumbledore paused, taken aback. He had only found Harry here, the second night, and knew nothing of what had transpired the first. If that's so, why linger? His voice carried a note of puzzlement. If Harry already understood that the visions were illusions, why remain so enthralled? Harry gave a bitter smile. Because, even if it's not real, it lets me see the family I've never known. Chapter 61. Adding some spice. After the Christmas holiday began, Lynn set himself to the task of finding the Mirror of Arise within Hogwarts Castle, but the exact location of the abandoned classroom eluded him. 3 days passed before he stumbled across it ironically, only after following the commotion caused by Harry's blunder in the restricted section. Unfortunately, the moment he entered, he saw Professor Dumbledore seated casually upon a desk. Before he could study the mirror, he would have to secure the headmaster's permission. "Oh," Dumbledore murmured softly, "but you understand the dangers this mirror carries, I trust." Lynn nodded. "Of course, I'm not interested in what it shows, but as an alchemical creation, it's a masterpiece. I'd like to borrow its presence, to study the secrets of its construction. You know, Professor, I've already been formally accepted as Professor Green's disciple. I am now a true alchemist." As headmaster, there was little that happened in Hogwarts beyond Dumbledore's knowledge. Lynn was certain the old wizard already knew of his apprenticeship, so he spoke plainly. A faint gleam flickered behind the half-moon glasses. Dumbledore nodded. "Naturally, Hogwarts never refuses a student's pursuit of knowledge save that which is perilous. You may examine the mirror tonight, but only tonight. Tomorrow, I must move it elsewhere." Lynn accepted without complaint. He knew well what purpose the mirror would serve. By the year's end, it would guard the Philosopher's Stone, yielding it only to one who sought the stone, but not its power. Dumbledore gave him a knowing smile, then rose and departed, leaving Lynn alone with the mirror. At once, Lynn studied it. The Mirror of Arise seemed to probe directly into his thoughts, projecting a vision in response. He cast a glance at the reflected scene and smirked coldly. Then, raising his wand, he released a thread of golden light. It sank into the mirror, and in that instant, the false image dissolved. Golden brilliance suffused the entire frame as intricate, alchemical runes surfaced, shining before him. With calm precision, Lynn swept his wand through the air, tugging at the glowing matrices. Soon he isolated what he had come for. Tapping one array with the tip of his wand, he drew it closer, studying the strange runes etched within. "So this is the inscription that can read a person's heart? Its function mirrors legilimency, how fascinating," he murmured as he examined the luminous symbols. Different systems of power, yet converging upon the same purpose. A gun in a muggle's hand, or a killing curse from a wizard, both could end a life. So too could a legilimency spell, or this alchemical sigil, both trespass upon the mind. "Wait," Lynn's expression sharpened. With a flick, he pulled another array from within the mirror's depths. Applying the secret art passed down from his master's master, Nicholas Flamel, he unraveled its design. "I see now. A rune for reading the heart, woven together with arrays that conjure illusion and ensnare the mind, and thus was born the Mirror of Arise." With a final motion, he recalled the golden thread back into his wand. The alchemic arrays that had surfaced earlier faded one after another, retreating back into the depths of the Mirror of Arise as their supporting arcane force dissipated. Lynn stood before the mirror, eyes narrowed in contemplation. Fortunately, the mirror's creator bore little malice. Had they merely shifted the proportions of the array's power, this artifact would have become a true weapon of slaughter, capable of weaving illusions from one's own past and desires, ensnaring the mind until the victim was forever lost within its false paradise. "This time, the harvest is indeed abundant," Lynn murmured with a faint smile. Within the Mirror of Arise, he had successfully replicated the runic structures of the arrays. As for the attributes of those alchemic sigils, he resolved to name them Soul, Seizing, Phantasm, and Lost Mind. Just as he turned to leave the abandoned classroom, his steps halted. Slowly, he turned back to regard the mirror once more. "Wait, if this mirror is meant to guard the Philosopher's Stone, perhaps I can add a little something of my own." A sly grin curved across his lips. He intended to lay a cruel trap for Voldemort. During his analysis of the mirror, Lynn had uncovered another concealed array, a storage formation capable of holding objects within, freezing them in time, and releasing them only when the conditions, set by the one who sealed them, were fulfilled. Much like Dumbledore had placed the stone inside, binding it with the condition that only one who sought the stone yet desired not to use it could retrieve it. Lin approached, his grin deepening. From his pocket, he drew forth a pineapple-shaped K2 hand grenade. Pulling the pin free with a sharp click, he pressed it into the mirror's depths. Condition of release, he intoned, voice cold and cutting like a judge delivering sentence. Only one who seeks the stone with intent to wield it for their own ends shall draw forth this K2 grenade. The conditions locked into place. Satisfied, Lin left the classroom with an air of ease, as though he had merely placed the final stroke upon a painting. Not long after his departure, the figure of Professor Dumbledore appeared at the doorway. The headmaster stepped toward the mirror, intending to remove it from the chamber. Yet the moment his hand touched its frame, his eyes sharpened, and a flicker of strange realization crossed his face. By now half the school year had passed, and Neville was already her friend. There was no way Irina could ignore anyone harming him. What happened? Hermione quickly cast a counter-curse on Neville and guided him to a seat. Neville's voice trembled. It was Malfoy. I ran into him outside the library. He said he's been looking for someone to practice that spell on. Irina said nothing. She grabbed Neville's arm and started walking toward the common room. Hey, Irina, what are you doing? Neville asked, confused. Irina's voice carried a sharp edge. Listen, Neville, I never allow anyone to bully my friends. And you should never tolerate it either. You need to be brave. Come on, I'm taking you to teach Malfoy a lesson. Hearing this, Harry and Ron perked up immediately and followed eagerly. Before Neville could protest, Harry and Ron flanked him, each holding one of his arms, keeping pace with Irina. With Neville leading the way, Irina soon spotted Malfoy a short distance from the library, looking smug as if he were proud of having tricked Neville. Legs freeze. Irina raised her wand without hesitation and cast the spell. Malfoy's legs locked together. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. You dare, Lowell? Malfoy shouted, furious, lifting his wand to retaliate. Expelliarmus. Irina flicked her wand before Malfoy could react. A jet of red light struck him, sending him flying backward. His wand spun through the air and landed firmly in Irina's hand. Hit him, Neville, she said, pointing at the dazed Malfoy. Neville hesitated. I can't. Irina patted his shoulder firmly. What's so scary? It's just Malfoy. If you keep letting him push you around, it'll only get worse. You need to make him understand what pain feels like. Only then will he avoid you, and you won't be bullied anymore. With that, she gently shoved Neville forward. He raised his large fists but still seemed unsure, not daring to strike. Lumbarton, how dare you touch me? Malfoy stammered, terrified of the looming fists above him. Neville shrank back, unsure. Come on, Neville, hit him. Harry and Ron cheered from the sidelines. Bolstered by his friend's encouragement, Neville finally summoned courage. Eyes shut, he swung punch after punch at Malfoy. Arg Tilda. Oh, Atilda. Malfoy's high-pitched cries echoed, sounding almost cartoonish. After a while, Neville cautiously stepped back, leaving Malfoy sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered. Malfoy, stay away from Neville from now on. Next time we see you it'll be the same story, Ron said, puffing up with confidence thanks to Irina's presence. The group then escorted Neville back to the Gryffindor common room. Far off, Crabbe and Goyle crept over to help Malfoy. Boss. Are you okay, boss? They asked, shaking him. Stop, Malfoy snapped, glaring at them. Quit moving me around. Ugh, that blasted Lowell, that damned Lumbarton, I'm telling my dad. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room. Irina, you've gotten so much stronger. I remember before you only used the freezing spell. Hermione finally spoke up. Though Irina's beatdown of Malfoy was retaliation, Hermione neither fully approved nor disapproved. It was, after all, for the sake of their friend Neville. Irina chuckled, looping an arm around Hermione. Spells are all connected. I can cast my freezing spell without a wand, so using other offensive spells is no problem. She was holding back some details. Her disarming and other offensive spells had also become silent and wandless, a secret she planned to keep as her ace up her sleeve. Turning to Harry, she said, Don't worry about your Quidditch match. If Professor Snape tries anything, one disarming charm and he's done for. Harry nodded vigorously, eyes shining with admiration. To Harry and the others, Irina was their big sister, strong, reliable, and utterly unflappable in any situation. Chapter 63. I've already spoiled it, so stop overthinking. Fortunately, the thing Harry had worried about never came to pass. When Harry and the others arrived at the Quidditch pitch, they spotted Professor Dumbledore already there, which immediately put their minds at ease. The match itself went exceptionally smoothly. Not long after it began, Harry caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. The stands erupted into cheers. This was likely the fastest snitch capture in Hogwarts Quidditch history. Harry landed lightly from the firebolt, just a foot above the ground, his face alight with joy. He could hardly believe it. The match had lasted less than 5 minutes, yet they had already won. That moment, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. It was Dumbledore. "Well done," Dumbledore said quietly. "I'm glad to see you're not obsessing over that mirror all the time, and that you're living a full life." Harry smiled. With Irina, Hermione, and Ron by his side, he had no reason to get lost in illusions. He happily left the locker room, and returned to his friends, accepting their congratulations. "I'll put the broom back in the shed first. See you in a bit," Harry said, waving. But as he approached the broom shed and looked toward Hogwarts Castle, he noticed a hooded figure rapidly descending the castle's front steps, racing toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry instantly tensed. It was Professor Snape. Could Snape be up to something sinister? Harry wondered, suspicion sparking in his mind. He quickly mounted his firebolt and followed, intending to track Snape secretly and uncover any scheme. Once inside the forest, thick foliage blocked Harry's view, but luckily Snape soon came to a stop. Perched on his broom, Harry quietly parted the branches and peered at the shadowy clearing below. There, not far from Snape, stood Professor Quirrell. The two seemed to be confronting each other. I don't understand why you chose to meet here," Severus Quirrell stammered. "Oh, I think this matter shouldn't be public," Snape said coldly. "After all, the students should not know about the Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone?" Harry stiffened and strained to listen. Snape's voice cut through the air. "Have you figured out how to get past Hagrid's monstrous guardian?" Quirrell looked flustered. "Boo, but, Severus, You wouldn't want me to become your enemy, Quirrell," Snape interrupted, stepping closer. I don't understand you," Quirrell stammered. "You know exactly what I mean," Snape snapped. "Your little secret tricks I'll be watching." "Boo, but I, Quirrell faltered, hesitating. "Good," Snape cut him off again. "Soon, when you've had time to consider and decided whom you will serve, we will speak again." Snape pulled his cloak over his head, and strode out of the clearing. Seeing this, Harry, wanting to avoid detection, quietly flew away on his firebolt, leaving Quirrell alone, frozen like a statue. Yet after Harry left, Quirrell glanced in his direction, a faint, knowing smile curling his lips. "Harry, where have you been?" "Back inside Hogwarts," Hermione asked, looking at Harry, who had just returned. Harry's expression grew serious. He grabbed Hermione and Ron's hands. "Forget that for now. We need to find an empty room. I have something to tell you." Irina asked, "About Professor Snape, right?" Harry paused, surprised by her insight, then nodded firmly. "Yes." He led the three to a vacant room and recounted what he had witnessed. "So our analysis was correct," Hermione said, calm and precise. "The thing guarded by the three-headed dog is indeed the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape wants it." And Snape mentioned Quirrell's secret trick. Could it be that, besides Flamel, Quirrell is also one of the stone's protectors, and that there are other mechanisms beneath the trapdoor guarding it? Irina added, "Perhaps many of Hogwarts' professors were involved in setting up the protections. If I'm right, those responsible for the defenses are our main professors: Professor Sprout for herbology, Professor Flitwick for charms, Professor McGonagall for transfiguration, Professor Quirrell for defense against the dark arts, and Professor Snape for potions. Dumbledore may also have had a hand in it." "I've already spoiled the traps for you," Harry thought wryly. "Now you all need to be smart. Stop imagining wild scenarios." Irina glanced nervously at the three of them, worried they might blurt out some shocking comment. "What? You're saying Snape was involved in guarding the Sorcerer's Stone?" Harry stared at her in disbelief. Irina nodded, analyzing the situation. "Yes, otherwise how would Snape have known about the stone? And besides, stealing from a guard is usually the easiest way to get it." The three of them nodded in agreement. Irina's reasoning convinced them. Hermione's expression turned serious. Then we need to be even more careful. If Snape helped set up the protections, he likely understands some of the other professors' mechanisms too. Harry and Ron jumped into the discussion, offering their own ideas on how to prevent Snape from stealing the stone. Amid the heated discussion, Irina timidly raised her hand. Have you considered another possibility? What possibility? The three asked. Irina said, maybe Quirrell wants the stone too. Otherwise, why wouldn't he report this to Dumbledore and instead go alone to the Forbidden Forest to meet Snape? Unless they were already rivals, it doesn't make sense. Since Snape's guilt was already suspected, she figured why not drag Quirrell into suspicion as well. If Harry and the others were planning to act, adding Quirrell to their watchlist served her purpose. Monitoring Snape could be their concern, it would just help expend their excess energy. Irina nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 64, Hagrid, your snacks are killing me. After the Christmas holidays began, Harry, Ron, and Hermione started keeping a close eye on Professors Snape and Quirrell. Irina, meanwhile, continued to coast along, living an incredibly relaxed life. Besides monitoring the professors, Hermione was also worried about the upcoming end-of-term exams, which were only 2 months away. Relax, Hermione. You'll definitely be top of your year, Irina said, holding a bag of chips and trying to reassure Hermione as she organized her study notes. Honestly, first-year Hogwarts courses weren't that heavy. Theoretical knowledge was equivalent to about a week of high school lessons in Irina's previous life. Although the professors had gradually increased homework assignments for academic prodigies like Irina and Hermione, it was nothing they had long since finished their work. But their attitudes afterward were completely different. Irina embraced the live-in-the-moment mindset, snacking and watching Harry and Ron play wizard's chess, while Hermione focused on reviewing her books. Irina, come on, Hermione said helplessly, the crunching of chips constantly tempting her. Irina offered a chip. There are so many first years at Hogwarts. If even you, Hermione, can't pass the exams, they'll all get sent home in disgrace. Here, have a chip. Obediently, Hermione opened her mouth and let Irina feed her. At that moment, they heard Ron's voice not far off. Hagrid, what are you doing in the library? Ron sounded surprised. As the gamekeeper, Hagrid never came to the library. Hagrid's eyes darted around nervously, hiding something behind his back. Just looking around. Harry stood up. Wait, Hagrid, can you tell us about the other protections guarding the Sorcerer's Stone, besides Fluffy? How do you know? Hagrid exclaimed, then his expression darkened. Listen, come find me later. And remember, I didn't promise you anything. Don't blab here, there are things students shouldn't know. They'll assume I told you. See you later, Hagrid, Harry said, trying to hide his excitement. Watching their exchange, Irina felt a small thrill herself. If she hadn't been mistaken, the books Hagrid hid behind were all about dragons, dragon species of Britain and Ireland, from dragon eggs to Inferno, a guide to raising dragons, and so on. Was there something strange mixed in there? An hour later, the four of them knocked on Hagrid's hut. They noticed all the curtains were tightly drawn, hiding everything inside, as if Hagrid were guarding some secret. Irina felt a little embarrassed at his extreme caution. Who's there? Hagrid called from behind the door. Once he learned it was Irina and the others, he let them in and immediately closed the door behind them. The hut was almost unbearably warm. Despite the sunny day outside, the fireplace roared with flames. Hagrid brewed tea for them and offered Irina some rock cakes. Irina glanced at the three struggling under the painful masks of the rock cakes, and, while Hagrid wasn't looking, slipped them into her pocket, then pretended to have already finished hers. Harry and the others quickly followed suit. Oh, you're all done already? Don't be shy, I've got more, Hagrid said, picking up another plate of rock cakes. The four of them froze in horror and hurriedly declined. Snacks at other people's houses might cost money, but Hagrid, your snacks could kill us. To prevent Hagrid from bringing more rock cakes, Irina quickly changed the subject. Hagrid, I know you don't want to tell us about the protections around the Philosopher's Stone, but we just want to confirm who actually set up those defenses. Hermione nodded repeatedly, flattering Hagrid. We want to know besides you, who else does Dumbledore trust? Hagrid's chest puffed up at her words, pride making him beam. Seeing this, Harry and Ron exchanged amused smiles. All right, I suppose it won't hurt to tell you. He borrowed Fluffy from me, then asked a few other professors to cast spells. Let me see, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself cast spells too. Oh, I almost forgot one, Professor Snape. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at each other in astonishment. Hagrid's account matched Irina's earlier deduction perfectly. The three were utterly amazed. "Irina, you're incredible," Harry said, hardly believing it. Ron nodded vigorously. "Yeah, exactly what Hagrid said. No mistakes. You really are the boss." Hermione then looked at Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, only you know how to get past Fluffy, right? You won't tell anyone, and the other professors won't either?" "Besides me and Dumbledore, nobody else will ever know," Hagrid said proudly. Irina couldn't help but think, "Sir, you grew up drinking Veritaserum, and you're proud of what exactly?" She imagined Hagrid casually spilling how to get past Fluffy while bragging over a drink and shuddered. "That's great. Hagrid, can we open a window? It's scorching in here," Harry asked. "No, Harry, sorry," Hagrid refused. Then Harry noticed Hagrid's gaze shifting toward the hearth and followed it. "Hagrid, what's that?" Harry asked, disbelief in his voice. In the center of the fire lay a large, dark egg. "Is that a dragon egg, Hagrid?" Irina exclaimed, moving closer to inspect it. "Oh," Hagrid said, looking slightly embarrassed, "I won it. I was drinking at the village pub and played cards with a stranger. To be honest, that person was probably just glad to get rid of it." Irina's eyes sparkled as she looked at Hagrid. "Hagrid, can I witness its hatching? You know I adore cute little creatures. Though dragons aren't adorable when they grow up, their hatchlings certainly are." Hagrid thumped his chest confidently without hesitation. "Of course. When the egg's about to hatch, I'll have Hedwig deliver a note to you, Harry." Satisfied with Hagrid's promise, the group left the hut. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared outside. The visitor knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Hagrid's cautious voice rang out. The four had just left, so it clearly wasn't them, and the dragon egg must remain a secret. "It's me, Lynn Roll. We met last year," Lynn said calmly. After a moment, Hagrid opened the door and looked out. "Mr. Roll? I don't know what brings you here," Hagrid said, recognizing the student he'd met while welcoming new students last year. He remembered thinking the child had remarkable magical talent. Lynn spoke softly. "Hello, Hagrid. I heard you got a dragon egg and plan to hatch it." Hagrid immediately panicked. Where on earth had this child heard about it? "No, you've been misinformed. That's not true at all," Hagrid insisted, denying it. "Please don't rush to refuse, Hagrid," Lynn said calmly, lifting his right hand slightly. A square iron plate, about half a meter on each side, appeared in his palm. "In fact, I'm an alchemist. I've created an alchemical device that can perfectly simulate the flame environment needed for a dragon egg to hatch." As he spoke, Lynn infused the iron plate with magical energy. A magical flame rose from its surface, impressive to look at but not excessively hot. Hagrid's eyes lit up at the sight. From Lynn's words, he could sense the boy's good intentions. After a brief moment of thought, Hagrid invited Lynn inside and brewed a pot of tea. Lynn turned his gaze to the dragon egg in the fireplace. "I'm willing to give this alchemical device to you, Hagrid. Additionally, I can provide a living space for the hatchling, a portable case with an interior equivalent to 2 houses. And because this case uses alchemy rather than the vanishing extension charm, it doesn't violate ministry law." The alchemical formula Lynn used to craft the case came from the storage array of the Eris mirror. By removing the alchemical runes that froze objects in time, the case's function became similar to Newt Scamander's magically expanded trunk. To ensure the interior could support living creatures and remain stable, Lynn incorporated several alchemical arrays he had learned at Nicholas Lamoury's workshop. Although Lamoury primarily taught Lynn the theoretical side of alchemy, certain principles overlapped with array-based alchemy. Being skilled in both systems, Lynn could combine their techniques, and Lamoury's lessons had included hints about achieving similar effects using arrays. "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Rawle. You're truly a good boy," Hagrid said, overjoyed. He hadn't expected anyone to be this generous. But Lynn spoke again. "But," his calm tone made Hagrid's heart skip a beat, "you know, I'm an alchemist, and alchemy requires equivalent exchange." Hagrid, unsettled, asked instinctively, "Then, what do you want in return?" Lynn said softly, "Some materials from rare magical creatures like unicorn horns and feathers. And once the dragon hatches, I'll need a sample of its blood." He pulled out a 100 ml syringe from his robes. Ever since learning formula-based alchemy from Lamoury and mastering the combination of array and formula alchemy, Lynn had planned to craft an alchemical device to enhance his combat power, inspired by the gauntlet from the movies. Formula-based alchemy would create a magical gauntlet, while array-based alchemy would allow the gauntlet to absorb the power of embedded stones, amplifying the wearer. Of course, the device didn't need to resemble a glove, it was a matter of aesthetics. Before crafting the gauntlet, Lin first needed to produce the power-enhancing stones. In Lamoury's texts, methods existed for creating magical crystals that could amplify power, saving Lin the trouble of designing the alchemical procedure himself. The materials for this alchemical device included ample magical energy, a crystal or gem as a carrier, and a symbol of power. The first two were easy for Lin to acquire. For the symbol of power he chose dragon blood. A live dragon represented true strength, and only fresh blood could serve as a genuine symbol. Dead dragon blood would not suffice. This was why Lin required blood from the hatchling. 100 milliliters wouldn't harm even a newborn dragon, and the reward Lin offered was generous enough that Hagrid could hardly refuse. After a moment of hesitation, Hagrid agreed, "Okay, but you absolutely mustn't harm it." A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. He bowed slightly, leaving the iron plate and the magically summoned case before departing Hagrid's hut. With Hagrid's approval, Lin could now prepare for his alchemical work. The crafting of the power-enhancing magical crystal would wait until he returned to the Rawl estate. With only 2 months left before the end of term exams and Quirrell's threat still unresolved, Lin's immediate task was to prepare materials and refine his alchemical knowledge. As for storing the dragon blood, Lin considered the time. Freezing arrays from the Eris mirror to be the perfect solution. End of term is approaching. So much to do, Lin murmured, rubbing his temples. His worry wasn't the exams themselves, but a certain dark wizard lurking in the shadows. Chapter 66. The double-standard baby dragon, all because Irina's pretty? A few days later, one morning, Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid to Harry and the others. About to hatch. That was all the note said. While others might not understand the significance of those 4 words, Harry and the others instantly knew this was it. The baby dragon was about to break out of its shell. Upon hearing the news, Ron immediately wanted to skip class to rush to Hagrid. He figured he might never get another chance to see a baby dragon hatch in his lifetime, so what did sitting in class matter in comparison? Hermione, of course, was firmly against it. But after Ron's relentless pestering, she reluctantly agreed to go with the group during the morning break to Hagrid's hut to witness the dragon's birth. As the first herbology lesson ended and the bell rang through Hogwarts, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Irina dropped their small trowels and dashed straight for Hagrid's hut. To Hermione's surprise, usually lazy Irina was more enthusiastic than anyone this time. Clearly, she genuinely loved small magical creatures, Hermione thought. Though having spent so much time around Irina, Hermione almost forgot that dragons weren't exactly small animals. Hagrid greeted them with a rosy, excited face. "It's about to come out," he said, ushering Irina and the others inside. As Irina stepped in, she noticed the dragon egg resting on a square iron plate, which was continuously spewing flames. "Oh, this was given to me by one of your senior classmates. It perfectly simulates the environment needed for a dragon to hatch," Hagrid explained, noticing Irina's gaze. Irina hesitated. "Hagrid, the senior you mention, is his surname Roll?" Hagrid looked surprised. "Yes, you know him?" Irina pondered. It was indeed Senior Roll, but how did he know about the dragon? Could he foresee it, or did he know in the same way she did? Just as she was wondering about Lin's identity, the egg began to move. A deep crack appeared along its surface, and something inside shifted, producing a fun clack-clack sound. Sensing the dragon's imminent hatching, the flames on the iron plate dissipated on their own. Everyone moved their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath and watching intently. Suddenly, with a sharp scraping noise, the egg split open. A baby dragon wobbled out onto the iron plate. It was far from pretty, more like a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiny wings seemed enormous compared to its thin black body. It had a long snout with white nostrils, little bony protrusions on its head, and protruding orange-red eyes. The baby dragon sneezed, sending tiny sparks flying from its nose. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Hagrid murmured. He reached out to touch the dragon's head, but it snapped at his finger, baring sharp little teeth. Hagrid didn't flinch. Instead, he was thrilled. "Oh my, look! It recognizes its mother!" Harry and Ron exchanged eye rolls. Seeing the tiny dragon act so ferocious, they doubted it was mistaking Hagrid for its mom at all. But Irina's eyes lit up with delight, and she stepped forward. "So cute! Come here, little dragon." She scooped up the baby dragon, holding it gently in her arms. "Be careful, Irina," Hagrid gasped, rushing to intervene. Though he often called dangerous magical creatures cute, he knew even a small dragon's bite could be deadly for young witches and wizards. For Hagrid, a nip was no problem, but for delicate Irina, even one bite could land her in the hospital or worse. Yet the baby dragon surprised everyone. It relaxed completely in Irina's arms, looking utterly content. Then, noticing Hagrid, it deliberately nudged Irina's chest with its head and blew a tiny burst of fire toward him. Not just Hagrid, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all stunned. Wow, this baby dragon had clear double standards. "Why," Hagrid groaned, "Irina could hold it and pet it, and it even seemed to enjoy it, but he just touched it once, and it bit him viciously. Talk about unfair." Hermione, standing beside Irina, grinned. "Ha, that's because my Irina's pretty." The baby dragon seemed to favor Irina and Hermione, letting them cuddle and lift it happily. But if Harry or Ron came near, it hissed. If they tried to get closer, it might have bitten them outright. This little dragon clearly knew who its favorites were, and looks like beauty really does matter. Chapter 67. Sending off the little fire dragon, Lynn's promise. Seeing the situation, Irina hurried after Malfoy, planning to stop him. Although she intended, like in the original story, for Ron's older brother Charlie, who worked at a dragon sanctuary, to take the little fire dragon, she wanted to spend a little more time with the hatchling before sending it off, at least until the end of term exams. Spotting Malfoy's retreating figure, Irina raised her wand and cast a freezing spell. A streak of icy blue shot through the air, aimed straight at Malfoy. Seeing the attack, Malfoy panicked. In his mind, Irina had already become a terrifying figure. He instinctively rolled aside, and by sheer luck, dodged the spell, but the roll caused him to tumble face first into the ground, preventing any further escape. "You didn't see anything, right, Malfoy?" Irina asked with a friendly smile, her gaze making Malfoy shiver repeatedly. I didn't see anything really," he hammered. Irina pretended to think, resting her chin in her hand. Then, as if she'd remembered something, she smiled sweetly. "Oh, I know a way to make you forget everything you saw. How about it?" "Obliviate," she said, raising her wand while placing her left index finger under her lips. "What's the full incantation again?" "Ah yes, forget all." Before she could finish the spell, Hermione, arriving just in time, assumed Irina intended to use the Obliviate on Malfoy and quickly intervened. "Are you crazy? Casting a memory charm on someone without permission is illegal." Though she hadn't finished speaking, Irina had already achieved her goal of scaring Malfoy. His eyes widened in horror, silently wishing he could slap himself for meddling, especially with someone like Irina, the female terror of Hogwarts. "Oh, what a pity," little Hermione pleads, "so I'll reluctantly let you off this time," Irina said, feigning regret. "But if anyone else finds out what happened today—" "I swear I won't tell anyone," Malfoy shouted quickly. "Oh," Irina widened her eyes. "So, you did see everything, huh?" She raised her wand again. Malfoy's eyelids flipped, and he fainted on the spot. "There, Irina, he's passed out," Hermione said with a smile, realizing Irina hadn't intended to harm him at all. Irina shrugged. "So easy to scare." Harry and Ron, walking over, wore expressions of admiration. Ron said, "I think only you, Irina, could scare Malfoy like that." "I guess Professor Snape could manage it too," Irina said, tilting her head adorably. "Ha!" Harry couldn't help laughing. Fair point. Back at Hagrid's hut, Hermione looked at the lively little fire dragon. "Hagrid, this isn't going to work. We have to send it away." Hagrid gasped. "No, absolutely not. It's still so small it'll die." "Charlie," Irina said. "If I'm not mistaken, Ron's brother Charlie works at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. We can have him take the little fire dragon, let it grow, and then release it back into the wild." Ron, who had narrowly avoided being bitten by the dragon earlier, was the first to agree. "Perfect. How about it, Hagrid?" Although Hagrid was reluctant to part with the hatchling, reality forced his hand. He agreed to send an owl to ask Charlie. For the next week, Malfoy cowered like a mouse at the sight of Irina, unable to meet her gaze. On Wednesday night, Hedwig flapped against the darkened window. Harry quickly let her in and opened the note she carried. Irina, Hermione, and Ron gathered around. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thank you for your letter. I'm very happy to adopt the Norwegian Ridgeback, but it's not easy to get it here. I think the best way is to first send it to a few friends who will be visiting me next week. The tricky part is making sure no one sees them transporting a Norwegian ridgeback illegally. Could you bring the dragon to the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there, and take the dragon under cover of darkness. Please reply soon. Love, Charlie. After reading the note, Harry looked up. This isn't difficult, is it? With that case, we don't have to worry about the dragon making a sound, and the invisibility cloak will get us there safely. Everyone nodded, agreeing. Harry wrote a reply, sending Hedwig out again, despite her just returning from a rest. Hedwig pecked him several times in annoyance before flying off. Flames blazing. Irina suddenly raised her wand, and a burst of fire shot from its tip, burning Charlie's note to ash. We can't leave this letter lying around. If anyone sees it, it could jeopardize our plan, Irina said. Saturday night. Harry and the others arrived outside Hagrid's hut, and were surprised to find the door wide open, the interior brightly lit. As they stepped inside, they saw a young man standing in front of Hagrid. Hagrid, who is he? Harry asked instinctively. Hagrid introduced him. This is the role I told you about. I asked him to come because I promised I'd give him a vial of the baby dragon's blood. Upon learning that role was that Slytherin upperclassman, Harry and Ron immediately grew cautious, their expressions serious as they studied him. Irina and Hermione, however, approached with friendly intentions. Hermione even stepped forward. Thank you for helping me that night on Halloween, upperclassman Roll, she said. Ever since Hermione learned that it was Roll's healing potion that had saved her on Halloween, she had wanted to thank him in person, though they had never had the chance until now. Roll nodded slightly, then looked toward Hagrid. I'm glad to fulfill the promise I made earlier. Where's the baby dragon? Hagrid opened a suitcase before him. The hut had long been too small to contain the baby dragon, so for over a week it had been living inside this specially prepared suitcase. After letting the baby dragon out, Hagrid personally drew a vial of its blood and handed it to Roll. The contract is complete. Thanks, Roll said with a smile as he accepted the vial. Seeing Hagrid return the baby dragon to the suitcase, Roll's mood remained light. Are you planning to release it now? I can accompany you. If anything unexpected happens, I can help deal with it. Harry and Ron wanted to politely refuse. Sorry, upperclassmen, our invisibility cloak probably can't fit 4 people, Harry said. With a flick of his wand, Roll vanished, but his casual voice continued, no worries. I have an illusion charm. He reappeared moments later. Irina and Hermione readily agreed. With such a powerful upperclassman helping, they were naturally eager. As for Harry and Ron, still wary of Slytherins, they saw their companion's approval and decided not to object further. The 5 of them left Hagrid's hut, and under the cover of night, made their way toward the highest tower. Because Irina had burned Charlie's letter with a fire spell after reading it, Malfoy never got hold of it, and thus, no interference occurred. They ascended the spiral staircase without incident and reached the top of the tower. After about 10 minutes, 4 flying broomsticks arrived from afar, each piloted by one of Charlie's friends. They were delighted to learn the baby dragon was being transported in an alchemy-enhanced suitcase. The suitcase alone was impressive, saving them considerable trouble and holding notable value. One of the men strapped the suitcase to his broom and cheerfully bid everyone farewell before flying off. But as the group descended the spiral staircase and stepped into the hallway, trouble struck. Filch appeared from the shadows. Roll, sensing someone in the hallway, had instinctively cast an illusion charm on himself before entering, remaining unnoticed by Filch. Irina and the others, however, were in trouble. They didn't know the illusion charm, and their invisibility cloak had been accidentally left atop the tower. Irina was especially frustrated. He had known this might happen, but had been too focused on the baby dragon to remember the cloak. Filch escorted the 4 unwilling students to Professor McGonagall's office, as they were all Gryffindors and naturally under her authority. I'm outraged, 4 students awake all night. I've never heard of such a thing before, Professor McGonagall said angrily. Relax, this happens every night with more than 4 students, Irina thought to herself. McGonagall's sharp gaze swept over them. And you two in particular, Miss Lowell and Miss Granger, I thought your heads were clear. As for you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, I believed you valued Gryffindor's honor. You 4 will serve detention. Furthermore, Gryffindor will lose 50 points, each, 200 in total. Her expression was like a roaring lioness. Losing 200 points at once even stunned Irina. In the original story, Malfoy's mischief cost Slytherin 50 points, and Ron being bitten meant he didn't participate in the mission. But now, Slytherin lost no points while Gryffindor had 50 deducted, widening the gap between the two houses dramatically. It seemed that, even with Professor Dumbledore's intervention, Gryffindor wouldn't be able to reclaim those points this term. Irina sighed inwardly. In the original timeline, with Dumbledore adding points, Gryffindor only led Slytherin by 10 points, but now, a full 100 points had shifted, and even her presence wouldn't make it possible to recover. After receiving their punishment, Irina and the others were promptly escorted out of the office by Professor McGonagall. The next day, once the culprits responsible for the 200-point deduction were revealed, Harry and his friends became the immediate targets of Gryffindor's ire. Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt a mix of shame and sorrow, while Irina continued her usual, unbothered routine. Harry couldn't understand this. "I'll ask you, Harry, do you regret sending the little fire dragon away?" Irina asked. Harry shook his head. Of course he didn't regret it. If the dragon hadn't been sent away, it would eventually have nowhere to survive. If discovered, it would have been taken by Aurors from the Ministry and dissected into magical components. Irina shrugged. Then why should we be sad? As for the house points, if you two actually study properly, recovering them shouldn't be too difficult. Hermione and I alone have added more than 100 points to Gryffindor this term. Hearing this, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Their guilt motivated them to commit to studying harder. Yet, in just over a week, their old habits returned, and they were slacking off again. Time flew, and soon it was the final week before exams. That morning, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Irina each received identical notes. Written on them were the words, "Your detention starts at 11 tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." The notes were signed by Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, Irina understood the Forbidden Forest incident was about to begin. She knew they would face Voldemort, who was possessing Quirrell. Fortunately, Malfoy wasn't present. With him around, any effort would likely have been sabotaged. That evening, the four met in the entrance hall and followed Filch out of Hogwarts. Filch muttered complaints the entire way, full of malice. Soon, they passed through the darkness and reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid was waiting. Filch handed them over and left. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Irina asked in surprise. A figure materialized seemingly out of nowhere. Lynn had obviously cast a disguise charm on himself earlier. "I left early last time you were caught. As compensation, I'll accompany you for your detention this time," Lynn said briefly. Lynn wasn't accompanying them out of guilt. He knew that Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, would be hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest tonight to prolong his own life. To weaken Quirrell and Voldemort for the end-of-term confrontation, Lynn intended to stop them from drinking unicorn blood. However, Lynn didn't know Quirrell's exact location in the forest. Searching alone would be like chasing his tail. But he had been inspired during Christmas when he followed Harry and found the Heiress Mirror. If he followed the protagonists from the original timeline, Quirrell would lead them straight to the target. "Thanks for your help, Senior." Irina's eyes lit up. She had witnessed first, and how Lynn used alchemical creations to defeat trolls. If he could take down towering trolls, his power was undeniably immense. Hagrid hesitated, realizing Lynn's actions technically broke school rules. He had come to the forest unpunished. Unsure whether to stop him, Hagrid saw Lynn's determination. "Hagrid, you know the dangers of the forest." "My magic isn't weak. I can help," Lynn said. Hagrid thought about refusing, but the thought of villains harming unicorns and Lynn's clear ability to help convinced him. "All right, Mr. Rare. Please, stay close to me," Hagrid said. He led the group deeper into the forest while briefing them on the current situation. "Listen carefully. What we're about to do tonight is extremely dangerous. I don't want anyone getting hurt. Look over there, see that glimmering silver on the ground? That's unicorn blood." Hagrid pointed from a distance to a streak of moonlight white blood smeared across the forest floor. Seeing it, Irina's eyes softened with pity. Hagrid continued, "A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been gravely injured, and this is the second time this week. Last Wednesday, I found one dead. We have to find the poor creature and relieve its suffering." After walking for a while, Hagrid stopped. "From here, we'll split into two groups. Hermione and Ron will come with me. Harry, Irina, and Mr. Rawl, you'll go with Fang. If anyone finds the unicorn, signal with a green spark. If you run into trouble, signal with a red spark. Understood?" Fang, Hagrid's loyal boarhound, patted at their feet. From Irina, Hagrid had learned that Rawl possessed formidable magical power, so he paired Harry with Rawl, hoping Rawl could ensure Harry's safety in the forest. Rawl and Irina had no objections, and after seeing Ron and Hermione nod, Harry reluctantly joined Rawl's group. Once Hagrid's three had gone ahead, Rawl lightly flicked his wand, and dozens of metallic blocks floated from his enchanted canvas bag, hovering around him, shifting up and down. What is that? Harry jumped back in surprise. Irina's eyes sparkled. She had witnessed one of these alchemical floating cannons blow a giant's head apart firsthand. Rawl spoke tersely, alchemical weapons, for any dangers we might encounter. Harry eyed him skeptically, but stepped closer. The three, accompanied by Fang, ventured deeper into the forbidden forest. After over half an hour, they were well inside, and the trail of unicorn blood grew denser. Irina spotted splatters on the roots of a crooked tree, evidence of the unicorn's agonizing struggle. Then, behind the tangled branches of an ancient oak, they found a clearing, and the sight left them stunned. A shimmering white figure lay on the ground, a unicorn. They had never seen anything so beautiful, yet it was already dead. Its long legs remained rigid in the unnatural position it had fallen, and its mane lay across the dark leaves like scattered pearls. Rawl and Irina's hearts sank simultaneously. Clearly, only one kind of magic could produce such a death, the unforgivable curse, Avada Kedavra. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the shadows. A hooded figure slithered toward the unicorn like a predator. Cloaked figure crouched beside the unicorn, leaning close to drink from the wound. Harry and Irina pressed their hands over their mouths in disbelief. Seeing such a sacred creature killed and then dishonored like this made Irina's eyes well with tears. Her anger was palpable. Rawl noticed a flicker of ice, blue light on the palm of Irina's left hand and felt the surrounding temperature drop. Just as Irina was about to cast a freezing spell to strike the hooded intruder, Rawl stopped her, shaking his head. Confused, Irina watched as Rawl reached into his pocket and pulled out a round, pineapple-shaped object. Her eyes went wide. A grenade? Why on earth does Rawl have a grenade? She thought, terrified. Rawl enchanted the MK2 grenade to mute its sound, pulled the pin and hurled it toward the hooded figure. The magical silence concealed the explosion, and unlike a spell, the grenade emitted no light, so the intruder remained unaware. Had this been Voldemort himself, his overwhelming perception would have sensed it immediately, but this was only a fragment of him, and Professor Quirrell lacked that capability. The MK2 landed at the intruder's feet, detonating with a deafening blast. Flames and shockwaves spread faster than the eye could follow. Even magic could not mask the explosive roar. Chapter 70. Fierce Flames, and the End of All Spells. Moreover, strictly speaking, this MK2 grenade was a type of fragmentation grenade. Shards flew in all directions, striking the masked figure less than a meter away like a hail of bullets. The sound of metal tearing into flesh echoed, blood mist erupting from the masked figure's back, accompanied by agonized screams. "You useless fool! Useless!" Voldemort screamed at Quirrell, though even he felt a twinge of panic. This wasn't an ordinary grenade, it was a grenade enchanted with Lin's alchemy. With the alchemical array amplifying its power, the grenade's fire engulfed Quirrell, who was in front, while the massive shockwave and shards hurled his body backward. Thankfully, Quirrell had taken the brunt of the blast, sparing the fallen unicorn's corpse from destruction. "Bastard!" Quirrell's hoarse voice came through the pain in his back, nearly making him collapse. But then his eyes rolled back, and a sinister aura radiated from his body. Voldemort had possessed him. Avada Kedavra! The moment Voldemort seized control of Quirrell's body, he spun around, firing the killing curse in Lin's direction. The twist of Quirrell's body tore at his wounds, producing pained groans, but Voldemort ignored it entirely, determined to obliterate the attackers. Meanwhile, Lin had shifted position after throwing the grenade, dodging Voldemort's curse. But when Quirrell turned, Harry felt a sharp pain pierce his head. He collapsed, his scar burning as if on fire, vision blurring as he staggered backward. "Yaya! Carry Harry to Hagrid!" Irina quickly fired a red spark into the air with her wand, signaling Yaya. Then, without hesitation, she dropped to the ground, ignoring the dirt that stained her clothes and face. A heart-piercing curse whizzed just above her head. If she hadn't reacted in time, it would have hit. Yaya flipped Harry onto herself and darted away, while Irina rolled to her feet, flicking her left hand to release an ice, Blue beam at Quirrell. Not far off, a fiery serpent erupted from the flames, slithering low along the ground toward Quirrell, while the dozens of alchemical floating cannons around Lynn began to charge. Shatter him! Destroy his weapons! Thunder blast! Simultaneously, Lynn's right hand wielded his wand, firing a barrage of offensive spells at Quirrell. Protego Maxima! Voldemort, controlling Quirrell, grimaced, but cast a protective iron armor spell. Though he feared none of these spells, Quirrell's survival was essential. If Quirrell died, Voldemort would be reduced to a residual soul. The invisible shield blocked Irina's freezing spells and all of Lynn's attacks. The ground, level fire serpent, attempting a sneak strike, was halted by Voldemort controlling Quirrell. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort unleashed another bolt of sinister green light toward Lynn. Even through Quirrell's body, the killing curse was terrifying. Its speed left Lynn scrambling. He had no choice but to use one of the alchemical floating cannons to intercept it. The blast shattered the cannon into pieces. Lynn's heart ached. These were hand-crafted alchemical constructs from Nicholas Lamery, irreplaceable and rare. As Lynn hesitated to deploy his trump card, Irina's attack frequency surged. Unforgivable! You dare harm such a pure and sacred creature, Voldemort! She muttered through gritted teeth, unleashing ice, blue beams from both hands. Each spell lashed out like laser cannons, firing relentlessly at Quirrell. At the same time, Lynn's dozens of charged alchemical cannons fired golden beams like a meteor shower, raining destruction toward Quirrell. Even controlling Quirrell, Voldemort struggled against this relentless assault. It felt as if the attackers were not first or second-year students, but an entire squad of Aurors. No, perhaps even that would be insufficient to produce such an onslaught. Fierce flames. Seeing the sky ablaze with magical beams, Voldemort's resolve hardened. He directed Quirrell to unleash a massive torrent of scorching fire. Chapter 71. He saved my life twice. A wave of invisible magical energy rippled outward, and the terrifying inferno fire, upon encountering it, was extinguished in an instant. Lynn and Irina spun around sharply, only to see Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick and Snape, the four heads of the Hogwarts houses, standing behind them, eyes wary, fixed on the Voldemort-possessed Quirrell in the distance. Children, come behind us. Professor Sprout's gentle voice reached them as she guided Lynn and Irina safely behind her. The other three professors acted immediately. Flitwick raised his wand, sending out a silent, disarming charm, while McGonagall waved hers, transforming the nearby twigs and fallen leaves into dozens of fierce tigers and lions that leapt toward Quirrell. Even Snape unleashed his magic without restraint, sending shadowy, razor-sharp strikes at Quirrell. Seeing all four house heads arrive, Voldemort realized he had lost his best opportunity. Confringo! Voldemort, through Quirrell, poured nearly all of Quirrell's magical energy into a fearsome explosion spell, striking the ground not far ahead. Dirt erupted, sand and debris whipped toward the group in a storm, and the smoke shrouded the entire clearing. The blast obliterated the magical beasts McGonagall had summoned, and even Flitwick and Snape's spells were blocked by flying stones and dirt. Surrounded by thick smoke, the professors dared not pursue recklessly. Their students were still there, and their safety came first. Back to back, the four professors formed a protective circle around Lynn and Irina, eyes scanning every shadow. Time passed, though how long no one knew, until the smoke cleared and Quirrell had vanished. Irina looked at the professors shielding her, touched. Responsible teachers, truly everyone, even Snape, inspired a sense of security. I'm sorry, Miss Lowell. I didn't know there would be a dark wizard here. Professor McGonagall turned toward Irina, guilt in her eyes. She had assumed the Forbidden Forest merely held some magical creature mischief, and had planned for Irina and Harry to explore it with Hagrid. Never did she imagine that the creature responsible for the unicorn's death was a merciless dark wizard. Irina shook her head. It's okay, Professor. We're fine. Thanks to Senior Rawl, without him, I'd have been reduced to ashes by that fire. She stopped abruptly, realizing something. The inferno fire Lynn had just used was clearly no ordinary flame spell. Ordinary fire could never stand against it. That fire was one of Lynn's trump cards, and he had already used it. Irina glanced at Lynn, apology in her eyes. Lynn simply shook his head, signaling it was fine. The inferno fire was indeed one of his hidden weapons, an alchemical technique learned from Nico Leam, and there was no need to keep it secret from Hogwarts professors. As long as Voldemort or the Death Eaters did not discover it before the end of year confrontation, Lin's plan remained intact. Its purpose was to suppress any residual soul of Voldemort after leaving Quirrell's body, so using it now didn't reveal his full hand. McGonagall's attention returned to Lin. "Mr. Rawle, it should be curfew now, shouldn't it?" Lin replied softly, "Apologies, Professor. I know I've broken the rules." Seeing McGonagall preparing to punish him, Irina quickly pleaded. Tearful and pitiful, her voice softening into a childish tone, she said, "Professor, please don't blame Senior Rawle. If he hadn't acted, I would have been burned to ashes by that fire. He saved my life twice." Mr. Rawle breaks school rules, so Slytherin loses 50 points, but since he saved his fellow student, Slytherin gains 50 points. And the detention? We'll waive it." McGonagall shook her head, balancing fault and merit. "Wait, Miss Lowell," she suddenly looked up, sensing something. "Did you just say Mr. Rawle saved your life twice?" Before Irina could answer, Lin stepped forward, nodding slightly. "That Halloween, the troll, I killed it myself." At this revelation, not only McGonagall but the other 3 professors were stunned. Especially Snape. He had combed through all the upper-year Slytherins and found no one capable. He never expected that the Slytherin student who had slain a troll single-handedly was only a second year. "You're saying you killed that troll?" Snape's face drew close, his low voice heavy with pressure. Lin nodded calmly. Although it was hard to believe that a second-year wizard could kill a troll, with Irina's testimony, the 4 professors had no choice but to accept the fact. "Let's head back to the castle, children," Professor McGonagall said, feeling like her head might explode. First they had encountered a dark wizard, and now such shocking news her mind felt completely overloaded. Irina asked, "What about Harry and the others?" "They're safe," McGonagall replied. "Hagrid's hound, Yaya, carried Harry to Hagrid, and once we learned what was happening here, we let Hagrid take them back first." Irina exhaled in relief. "That's good." Once back at Hogwarts Castle, Lin left with his head of house, Professor Snape, while Irina returned to the Gryffindor common room to find a worried trio: Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Irina, are you all right? Harry told us you encountered a terrifying dark wizard." Hermione threw herself into Irina's arms, tears welling in her eyes. She had almost lost her best friend. Irina shivered at the memory. "I'm alive, but I almost didn't make it." Chapter 72. Just one more glance, even if just one. Irina's words terrified the 3. Hermione carefully checked her, making sure she was unharmed before she finally relaxed. "Irina, what happened afterward?" Harry asked, anxious. Irina recounted the events, though she left out Lin's use of the forbidden fire. "That Senior Lin is incredible, and of course, Irina, you're amazing too. I can't believe you 2 were able to go toe-to-toe with a dark wizard of that level," Hermione exclaimed. Unlike Harry and Ron, Hermione had been well protected by Irina and felt little animosity toward the Slytherins, except for Malfoy. Upon hearing about Lin, she immediately expressed her admiration. Harry, confused, asked, "But why would that dark wizard want to kill a unicorn? Seemed to want to drink its blood?" Irina's gaze dropped, her mood sinking. She explained, "Unicorn blood can prolong a person's life, but killing such a pure, helpless creature is incredibly cruel. Only someone who has nothing yet wants everything would commit such a heinous act. From the moment the unicorn's blood touched his lips, the life he gains is half dead, forever cursed." Harry was incredulous. "But why? If he's cursed for life, wouldn't it be better to just die?" Irina shook her head, still saddened. "Even so, what if he only wanted to use it to prolong his life? Don't forget, there's something in Hogwarts that can fully restore his magic and life, something that can grant immortality." "The Philosopher's Stone!" Hermione exclaimed, realization dawning. Irina nodded. "Yes, if he has been lying low for over a decade, waiting for a chance to rise again." "You mean?" Ron gasped. "The mysterious man?" Harry felt as if an iron claw had gripped his heart. He remembered Hagrid's words, "Some say he's dead, but I think that's nonsense. He has hardly any humanity left. He would never willingly die." "I get it," Harry shouted. "Snape is trying to get the stone for Voldemort. Voldemort's waiting in the Forbidden Forest. We thought Snape just wanted the stone for profit." Irina groaned, face in her hands. "Really? You're blaming Snape for all of this?" "No, Harry, I think you've got it wrong," Irina said, exasperated. "Professor Snape is probably innocent. When we almost died, Snape and the other 3 professors came out to protect us. He's a good person.